aware of that they have responsibilities and that they are at least consulting with a licensed health professional if they do not have someone on staff. The vendors at that time, the vendor selection for equitable services from the DE was still ongoing. I don't know if that's complete or not, but that was still ongoing back in May. And then the last thing on the agenda, and I think this is the one that perhaps is the most different for those of you who've been on the board for a while. The law has recently changed, but now we'll move forward with members of this non-public advisory committee will be chosen, whereas before they were appointed by the governor, approved by the Senate, just like we all were. And so those members will now, people interested in this committee will apply to the DE to become a member of it. Back when I was on it, we just pretty much, everybody just showed up and we hung out and talked about stuff. I will say the meeting that I was at in May was much, I'll just say more professional. It was more organized. It went well. And I applaud the DE for kind of raising the visibility of the non-public group in addition to the public schools. So anyway, that was pretty much it. And membership is ongoing right now as far as who wants to apply and be on it. So any questions? Mary, did I leave anything out?
No, that's all.
Is there a maximum number or selected categories of membership?
Sure. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't seen the application, maybe.
The application is out in the faithful.
And how many members is it?
So it does not say. We're
Okay.
actually working right now, collaborating with the community college group to make sure that our processes are aligned and that, how long are they on?
Sure.
So we're working on that. So all that will be done by
Makes
the end of
sense.
summer before we choose.
And for clarification, the president in coordination with the chair appoint the members.
Power.
And to your point about the organization and the topics, that's Tina and Eric. Done a really great job of
Excellent.
transforming that committee into something I think that has been much more valuable and meaningful for those who are participating.
That's it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is the director's report.
Thank you. And I'm excited to shift to that. It does seem that we have had a number of members of the public join the meeting. Would you mind just calling again for public comment in case there was a tech issue?
Oh, sure. If we have anybody from the public who would like to address the board, we'll extend the public comment period at this time.
Do you need to read the?
If you wish
parameters?
to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. I have one public comment.
Okay.
It is Cynthia Knight.
Hello, Cynthia.
Hi, how are you guys today? It's a great day. I am Cynthia Knight with Choice Charter School, and it is my understanding that there will be no questions or time for comment for the charter schools at our scheduled time later. So accordingly, I wanted to take this time during public comment to briefly address the board. To begin with, I want to thank you for your time and efforts related to the renewal process for Choice Charter School. We received the performance report approximately 48 hours ago, and based on our initial review, we see several inaccuracies, including findings related to untimely submittals of our audits, which we did in fact submit timely and have the emails to establish this. Recruitment to and lack of balance of our governing board, something that I would like to note that's not required by public school boards. The use of the GED attainment when GED attainment is not recognized by Iowa, and instead Choice Charter School, as well as other Iowa public schools, utilizes the HiSET. There's the use of the audit management letter as part of the report, when in fact the audit letter provides it is only for internal use for CCS. And then additionally, I'd like to note that the report fails to take into consideration or address our improved absenteeism, which has been great, and our testing scores, which went way high, and our increase in graduation rate, which we had 64 so far. We have taken significant efforts to implement the changes requested by the board when we were here in 2025, and we look forward to providing a thorough written response to the report. And because of the inaccuracies within the report, as well as the absence of our important 25-26 data, I respectfully request the board consider not approving the report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Any other comments from the public?
No further comments.
All right. We will move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Meisterling, and members of the board for your public service. To kick us off, please join me in thanking Board Member Abramson, who is concluding his thoughtful speech at today's board meeting. As we are approaching our nation's 250th birthday, or the semi-quincentennial, we have a number of incredible Iowa students to celebrate. First, we want to congratulate North Mahaska High School sophomore Caden Plate, who competed just last week as one of only 20 finalists from across the nation for the Presidential 1776 Award, which is a nationwide civics competition recognizing outstanding student knowledge of the American founding. He competed initially with more than 8,000 high school students from across all 50 states and territories on a rigorous assessment. And then 173 of those students moved on to one of 5 in-person regional semifinal competitions. Caden competed in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And then again, last week, he competed at the national finals in DC, but we will all have to tune in to the special CBS broadcast on June 30th at 7 p.m. to find out the final results. We are also excited to announce the 10 winners of our Iowa America 250 student contest, which challenged students in grades 3 through 12 in Iowa to reflect on what the American founding means to them. In grade band 3 through 5, Honora Roberts of Meskwaki Settlement School, Mary Eloise Bowman of Waukee, Manvi Tawari of Waukee, and Henry Hams of Van Meter were all honored. In grade band 6 through 8, Mandab Ganesh Kumar of Johnston, Jason Dong of Iowa City, and Piper Stouffer, who is a homeschool student in North Butler, were all honored. And then in grade band 9 through 12, Abu Sadiq of Fort Madison, Liza Mendeleev of Ames, and Georgia Clark of West Liberty were all honored at a ceremony held by Governor Reynolds at the Iowa State Capitol. Their submissions are also, of course, posted on the department's America 250 Student Contest webpage. And then please also, when you go to the state fair, look out for their work displayed there. And then finally, we're proud to share that one of those winners, Mary Eloise Bowman, was selected as a first place national winner in the America's Field Trip, which was a signature education program of America 250. She just completed 4th grade, and her impactful poem is also on our webpage, and we have copies printed for you here. Yes. And then shifting from our preparation for the semi-quincentennial, this year's Golden Root Award winners recognized their use and promotion of healthy local foods. And we had the opportunity to help honor Decorah Community School District and Tri-County Head Start. Decorah was designated as the 2026 School of the Year for its work to connect local foods in the school nutrition program to classroom experiences, such as gardening and health. And then Tri-County Head Start was designated as the 2026 Farm to Early Child Care and Education Program of the Year for its hands-on gardening experiences. Moving from celebrations to some federal updates, following Iowa's first in the nation returning education to the state's waiver received early this January 7th, Our colleagues in both Louisiana and Indiana have received returning education to the state's waivers. Louisiana's very closely meets Iowa waiver to consolidate state activities funds and to direct more federal resources to improve student achievement and growth rather than on compliance requirements while maintaining high levels of transparency and accountability about a month ago. And then just earlier this week, Indiana received the third ever waiver, again mirroring Iowa's Consolidated State Activities Fund and school district flexibilities, among other provisions proposed uniquely by Indiana. And then earlier this week, the U.S. Department of Education announced 4 new interagency agreements, often called IAAs, regarding partnerships with HHS, Health and Human Services, for OSERS, the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services, and 3 different partnerships with the Department of Justice for civil rights, student privacy protection, and training and advisory services. In the U.S. Department of Education, HHS fact sheet, the agencies share that their partnership is intended to reduce the bureaucracy surrounding programs for individuals and support the coordination of federal resources in order to serve the child and family as a whole, end quote. And of course, please note that all fiscal year 26 grant awards and supplemental awards will continue to be awarded through the USAID grants management system to the Department of Education. So of course, no impact is expected on subgrantees. Let me pause there and see if there are any questions before we shift into division updates. Moving into pre-K through 12 learning. So building on the national updates regarding returning education to the state's waivers, we've been able to recently implement 2 administrative actions previously discussed that are in response to the field's feedback. The first is related to equitable services, and that procurement process has now been completed, and we've secured a third-party master services agreement to provide equitable services to non-public school students and teachers if chosen through meaningful consultation for the 26-27 school year. And again, that's an opportunity to empower our school districts and our non-public schools to choose together in meaningful consultation to simplify the administration of equitable services to non-public schools. And as a reminder, this is an opt-in feature, and it does not impact the equitable services proportionate share or simply put the amount of funds that is designated for equitable services. The second update in this vein is related to the Title I Part A program. So to further support school districts' impactful use and flexible use of federal funds, the department recently established a 30% poverty threshold to operate a Title I Part A school-wide eligibility program that newly includes 593 of 975 schools in this opportunity who are currently receiving these funds, these Title I Part A funds. As a reminder, Title I Part A school-wide program provides schools with greater flexibility to use federal funds to address school-wide needs and to support all students. So examples include strategies like high-dose tutoring, extended learning time, interventionists, and expanded instructional coaching, evidence-based professional learning, and then school-level HQIM upgrades, high-quality instructional material upgrades are all significant topics of interest from schools seeking to opt in. And then finally, as you might recall, last year, the department announced its new first in the nation statewide partnership with National Math Stars, which is a program that's dedicated to supporting mathematically extraordinary students. We're now in our 2nd year of operation, and this year, a total of 785 students across 151 elementary schools have been identified and invited to apply for the National Math Stars program. That program provides students with high quality supports and resources to foster their developing mathematical skills, starting at the time of acceptance all the way through high school. Supports include things like a dedicated family advisor, free weekly math mentoring, advanced educational resources, pathway exploration, counseling, STEM summer experiences, and much more. And all National Math Stars receive individualized supports and resources that, based on family need, could total more than $100,000 throughout the child's learning experience. So we look forward to announcing our Iowa National Math Stars later on this fall to you. And then the department school improvement team is also implementing a new risk assessment process as a part of the accreditation process that's reported to the board that considers student outcomes, compliance history, and infrastructure factors. This approach is designed to identify schools and districts that may benefit from targeted on-site support aligned to our ESSA school improvement supports. And it's really intended to bridge that universal desk audit with our ESSA monitoring as we continue to seek to coordinate our monitoring and school improvement processes across state law, across ESEA or ESSA, and across IDEA, or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Then shifting briefly into conferences, earlier this week, Division Administrator Tina Whalert opened the Science of Reading Summit hosted by our partners at IRRC, the Iowa Reading Research Center in Cedar Rapids, with more than 550 participants. We also hosted a number of breakout sessions focused on the robust statewide supports to ensure evidence-based literacy instruction is a reality in every classroom for every child. So statewide intervention structures like our personalized reading plans, personalized tutoring assistant, statewide evidence-based professional learning, as well as sessions that are focused on supporting teacher prep programs aligning to the science of reading. And then also earlier this week, nearly 100 educators and administrators gathered at Earlham Community School District, which is one of our STEM Best Model sites for the 2026 Best Symposium. And of course, that event rotates locations each year to showcase different programs and partnerships around the state. But this year, participants explored conservation research initiatives at Blank Park Zoo. They engaged in hands-on professional learning at the Science Center. They focused on AI, maker space models, and innovative approaches to STEM education. And then this is your final invitation to the Every Learner Forward Conference, that free 3-day professional learning event that is in just over 2 weeks, July 7th through 9th. As a reminder, there are robust professional learning opportunities there focused on engaging learners, language support strategies, early intervention, behavior intervention, SDI or specially designed instruction, as well as sessions that are specific to our HQIM Implementation Leadership Academy or High Quality Instruction Material Implementation Leadership Academy. And then the last conference reminder is that we are hosting the Science Leadership Summit on August 12th. At Iowa State University. A major focus of this summit is going to be assessing student achievement in science. As always, registration is free, and it is designed for coaches, lead teachers, administrators, higher ed, informal educators, state board members, and other stakeholders who are interested in enhancing students' science experiences both in and outside of the classroom. And then for professional learning, we will cover this very briefly, but we this summer are again providing statewide access to CHAMPS. That's focused on clear behavioral expectations and academic expectations for effective classroom environments. We are again providing early state intervention focused on supporting educators and intervening early using evidence-based instructional strategies and supports. We are providing engaging and supporting students with challenging behaviors. That's really focused on practical and proven strategies that help manage behavior, minimize disruption, and maximize learning. And then we are providing SIOP professional learning, which is a 2-day training that provides educators with practical strategies and integrating language development into content instruction. And then there are 3 school nutrition professional learning opportunities focused on recipe standardization for school meals, onboarding our new nutrition directors, and then our back to school nutrition conference. And if you want the dates of any of those, they are available on our website. We have 2 math updates. We rolled out the statewide investment in evidence-based math professional learning this past year, and we're excited to share that more than 1,300 educators have participated in building that Math Minds, the flexibility formula, which is really focused on early numeracy instruction that supports building fluency and deepening conceptual understanding among educators to ultimately help students develop a strong overall number sense. And then we have built upon that investment with a new investment in in-person professional learning that's occurring next week. For certified illustrative math professional learning. And that is developed by Illustrative Math and is a curriculum-based professional learning that is supporting educators in effectively implementing that high-quality instructional material, that curriculum, which is the most predominant HQIM adopted in our elementary schools. And then our STEM externs kicked off with orientation last week. We have 95 externs this year. As a reminder, our externs are embedded and work side by side with skilled industry experts so that they can expand career connected learning in their classrooms and work-based learning experiences in their classrooms. And then we have also initiated our new computer science professional learning opportunity in partnership with Green Hills AEA. And that occurred just earlier this month. And then another session will again occur in August, focused on integrating computer science with other content areas in the classroom. And then finally, a quick update on standards. Following our 5-step process that includes the review of external stakeholders and early childhood experts, the public comment surveys, the public forums, the first read by the state board last month, we will be later on presenting the proposed revised draft Iowa Early Learning Standards for a second read as a part of today's meeting. We also wanted to give you a brief update on our support for the implementation of the Iowa Quality Preschool Program Standards that you adopted at your last meeting. We offered a 2-day PD opportunity called Preschool Foundations High Quality Universal Tier in Preschool just last week, focused on the essential elements of what is high quality preschool. So relationships, assessment, planning, teaching, and involving families, again, offered at no cost and with the opportunity to attain license renewal credit. And then the last reminder is educators have until June 30th to apply for the new dyslexia specialist endorsement program, which is supporting Iowa educators who have earned this critical endorsement. That was established back in 2025. There's another legislative update from 2026 supporting attainment of the dyslexia endorsement. But this was established through the department's proposal in House File 890 to offer a one-time stipend to educators who have attained this impactful endorsement.
The preschool standards was a good attendance for that.
Do you know what Tina, do you know what the attendance was for the preschool professional learning?
That's fine.
We'll loop back.
That's fine.
Are
I'm
there any?
assuming it would be good attendance.
Yeah. Are there any other questions related to pre-K through 12? Okay. Then in the division of special education, we've also complemented the Math Counts Act and our investments in statewide evidence-based math professional learning and that curriculum-based PD, starting in the fall of 2026 with a new SDI package, especially designed instruction professional learning package in math for our IDA-DA, our differentiated accountability level 1 districts with options for both elementary and secondary school staff. And so we're excited to provide subsequent updates about that. We have also launched a new special education directors learning series that's held next month, July, as well as in August, to support our special education administrators with essential tools and timelines and resources that are needed to successfully lead special education programming in Iowa. It focuses on state and federal special education finance, Achieve, teacher rosters, licensure, and district develop service delivery plans, and then child count and Iowa's alternate assessment. And then as a reminder, we are continuing to offer two series, the legal and ethical foundations and effective instructional practices for emerging special education teachers. So that's a comprehensive foundational course for our new and conditionally licensed special education teachers. And then we also have our series for supporting special education leadership for administrators, which is designed for all administrators responsible for leading and supporting district special education programs and school special education programs. And then we just partnered with LRP Publications to bring Direct Step e-courses at no charge to all Iowa teachers and administrators. This provides statewide access to over 100 one-hour just-in-time courses that span topics including autism, behavior and discipline, evaluations, FERPA, IDEA, IEPs, least restrictive environment or LRE, and inclusion, new staff, paraprofessionals, procedural safeguards, RTI, Section 504, and much, much more. And then finally, we're concluding our special education policy and practice webinar series for the year. On June 10th, we held our end of year program evaluation and year-to-date data comparison webinar, and then we'll pick back up in August. Any questions before we conclude with higher education? Okay. You have heard a number of updates about Iowa's National Leadership and Workforce Pell, but we were excited to present the state's first batch of eligible Workforce Pell Grant Program applications to the State Workforce Development Board at their June 11th meeting. That board unanimously endorsed all the programs that meet the federal eligibility requirements. And thus programs will help support addressing workforce needs in transportation, healthcare, and manufacturing. So those will continue to progress through our process for potential submission to the U.S. Department of Education next month. And then the Work-Based Learning Endorsement Lift Grant is a new opportunity. It closes on June 30th. It stands for Learning Endorsement, Leadership, and Investment for the Field, and it's intended to bolster our work-based learning educator pipeline. It's a competitive grant, and it's focused on sustainable recruitment and retention strategies across the state. A school district can use the funds to support professional learning and then credentialing that's connected to the MOC endorsement, the multiple occupations endorsement, the work experience coordinator endorsement, and the work-based learning supervisor authorization. We're prioritizing those districts with low work-based learning attainment rates and applicants who will demonstrate how their strategies will expand work-based learning opportunities and strengthen their recruitment and retention pipeline. And then we recently revised our industry recognized credential or IRC list for the 26-27 school year, supporting our post-secondary readiness indicator. We have improved the process to move away from a single broad list of IRCs to offer a clear 3-tiered system that aligns to the new statutory definition of H3. So high demand, high skill, high wage. And it's very clear, a tier 3 credential meets all 3 of those components. Tier 2 meets 2, tier 1 meets 1. So providing clarity to the field and to students and families. And then we are also launching a new grant program to recognize districts and schools that are demonstrating excellence in post-secondary readiness as reflected in our Iowa School Performance Profiles and the Post-Secondary Readiness Indicator. So this will be available to schools exceeding the state average on that post-secondary readiness index. And will give priority to schools with higher percentages of students from low-income backgrounds. That application will close on September 15th, and those awards will then support the expansion of these proven practices. And then as we speak, finally, the department CTE team is at the FFA Enrichment Center, and they are conducting COOL training. COOL is called Creating Outstanding Officer Leaders for our CTSOs, or Career and Technical Student Organizations. And it brings together those state officers who've been elected by their peers from across our 8 different CTSOs to focus on teamwork, communication, professional skill development that they can employ in their leadership roles. And then any questions before we give a brief update on meetings? Yes, sir.
No. Director Snow, how many programs were approved for Workforce Pal?
9.
9.
And then the last thing, not the cool thing, the one before that, the post-secondary success. You said, how exactly is that determined? I didn't quite understand that.
So it'll be a competitive application, but it'll be determined based on exceeding the state. To become eligible, you must exceed the state average in post-secondary readiness attainment. So attainment of college credit, of workplace learning experiences, of industry recognized credentials. And then we prioritize those high free and reduced price lunch schools and districts. And then the intent is to support the expansion of these successful practices. It's in response to a number of points of feedback around investing resources in school improvement and supporting districts most in need of support, but then also wanting to amplify and expand what's working in our schools.
Okay. That was the part I didn't quite follow. Thank you. That helps.
Absolutely.
All right, meetings.
Very briefly, we had SEEP, the Special Education Advisory Panel, back in May. SBRC met last week. You'll receive an update. It's SBRC, the School Budget Review Committee, met last week, and you'll receive an update on that later today. And the Board of Educational Examiners is meeting today and tomorrow downstairs. Our Iowa College Aid Board of Commissioners will meet July 17th. Our Child Development Coordinating Council will meet July 28th, excuse me. And then our Community College Advisory Committee will meet August 12th. With that, are there any additional questions or points of feedback?
Questions or comments? Hearing none. Thank you. Appreciate all the details. A lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff going on. All right. Move to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda, which includes the May 14th meeting minutes. We have some amendments to some charter schools. The STEM Innovation High School amendment deals with location, as well as the OEN and Cedar Rapids, this location, and Horizons looking at moving their starting date back. Those are, in a nutshell, the requests in our consent agenda.
We make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Moved by Cass,
Second.
second by Todd. Any
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff.
I
I can see.
I speak fluent Todd, so it worked out really well.
Susan. Second by Jeff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in support, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. The consent agenda is approved. Item 4, House File 2591, Thomas.
President Robbins, members of the board, department colleagues, I'm here to present one package with 2 recommendations in it. This rulemaking is to implement it's to implement House File 2591, which made some changes to interscholastic athletics. The first key change would be allowing eighth graders to participate in varsity interscholastic athletics. The second key change was to change the period of ineligibility for transfers from 90 school days to 140 calendar days. And I'll start with that one first because it's plain language of the statute. There was no additions. It primarily accounts for how sports seasons are of different length and what happens if somebody is a summer sport athlete. They play softball or baseball, and there's no school days to count towards that 90 days. So to even it out amongst the three sports seasons, the change was from 90 school to 140 calendar. The portion of the rulemaking where the department added some additional clarification is the eighth grade participation in varsity interscholastic athletics. And walking through the changes, I'm going to start first with the notice of the adopt and filed emergency. So the rules text are the same between between both documents. So the emergency rules and the notice of intended action, same content. I'm going to start on item 1, the definition of student. So the definition of student for purposes of interscholastic athletics includes under these proposed rules would include students in 8th grade who are allowed to participate in an interscholastic athletic contest or competition pursuant to a local policy adopted by a school district or a non-public school or governing board of a charter school. An 8th grade student who participates pursuant to this policy shall not also participate in the same sports season for an 8th grade team. So first, this creates a power, not a duty. So local interscholastic athletics, locally controlled, local policies about which sports to offer, open rosters versus competition, coaching decisions. Nothing in this bill displaces any of those. It's not like 8th graders automatically get to walk onto a team because of this bill. They would still have to meet, still be subject to local policies. The second thing is just to avoid overplaying. If you're participating on team A, you shouldn't simultaneously be participating on the same sport for your middle school or your junior high school, just to avoid balancing extracurricular athletics and the need to have a life. So that's proposal 1. Proposal 2, and item 2, is adding a little bit more concreteness to the requirement for a physical examination. So every year, each student who's going to participate receives a physical examination. The language added, considering the nature of the athletic competition and the student's health and development. So the concern expressed while these rules were being developed was somebody who's 13 or 14 competing against somebody who's 18 or 19. What type of sport? Not all 13-year-olds are the same. Not all 19-year-olds are the same. Not all sports are the same. So providing a little bit more direction to the medical professionals who are doing these annual physicals. Items 3 and 4 and 5 address the topic of academic eligibility. So right now, interscholastic athletes have to attempt 4, pass all. So attempt at least 4 courses, pass all. When the department was considering the rules, the question was, what do we do with 8th graders? And the proposal here is nothing, because 8th grade is different than high school. Some standards-based grading versus the A through F letter grading. The schedules can be different between eighth grades, between districts, between school, non-public school systems. So the proposal here in these proposed rules is to start the academic eligibility rules at grade 9, seeing as eighth grade is different from ninth grade and eighth grade is different within the state.
So basically, if they're eligible with the local school district's policy for participation in athletics as an eighth grader, then that's good to go.
They're good to go. The denominator start, or the counting for the academic eligibility starts August 23rd of the ninth grade year. So folks entering ninth grade are deemed eligible. That doesn't change under these proposed rules. Just because trying to equate eighth grade to ninth grade would be difficult between school districts and across school districts and non-public school systems.
Do we need, I don't know if you're ready for discussion about those or you want to keep going?
I've got a couple more things to walk through based on some questions I received or some requests. Again, this is a power, not a duty. There's no entitlement for an eighth grader to participate in interscholastic athletics to the same way there's no entitlement for a ninth to 12th grader to participate. No changes were made to the 8th semester rule just because of for the same reason that there are no changes made to the academic eligibility rule. And there was some questions prior to the development of the draft rules, as well as after the development. What does this do to classification? And the response I have right now is nothing, because that is a decision to be made by the association and the union. There is one very tangential reference to classification in current chapter 36. So classification is something that the state board regulates. There's no need to, because it's not something that we currently regulate. There's no proposal to go further into regulation by addressing eighth grade participation. So with that, unless one final technical comment, that I had an aha yesterday. And my aha yesterday was the bill, House File 2591, when it was passed, required emergency rules no later than August 1st. House File 2800, one of the appropriations bills, changed that no later to effective on August 1st. So when I ask for a motion, it will be an amendment to the recommendation here with the effect. So it is recommended that the state board adopt emergency rules amending chapter 36 with the effective date of 8/1/26. The effective date in the packet is today's date, which is ordinarily the date when an emergency rule is in effect, the date that the state board adopts it. So I will make that technical change when I file the rules, but I just need that motion to be made if and when it's made. And with that, I'm open for questions. After questions, then I'll do a little bit more housekeeping about the rulemaking process, since you're taking 2 votes today.
Okay. Jeff, you had a question?
Oh, I got lots of questions.
I've got lots of answers.
That's good. I'll start with a really simple one that when exactly does eighth grade begin? Is it going to be, because currently ninth grade begins, according to this, at the conclusion of your eighth grade year. So you can play summer baseball and softball. So does this now mean that eighth grade begins at the conclusion of your 7th grade year? So they can theoretically could play summer baseball and softball starting just after 7th grade.
That's not in the content of either of the proposed rules. Or 8th grade begins August 23rd of the 8th grade year. Again, that is subject to public comment on the second part of the process, but at least for emergency rules, which will be effective after the conclusion of this season. There's the content is 8th grade starts August 23rd of the 8th grade year, the May or June of the 7th grade year. But again, that's subject to public comment on the second part of the rulemaking process.
Does that need to be clarified somehow? I mean, not clarified, announced somehow?
Because I think it'd be clarified in the second, not necessary to clarify for emergency rules, if clarification is necessary, because summer sports will be over by effective date. Clarification, if it's necessary and if it's advisable, can be through the second half of the second part of the process, where the rules go out for notice and comment. But right now, that is the text is students in 8th grade. So are you in fair point, are you in 8th grade? Have you started 8th grade yet? You know, one reading is you start 8th grade August 23rd of your 8th grade year, or whenever school starts, versus finishing 7th grade. So
Right. So, I mean, it seems like that is going to need to be clarified. I think in either through a rule or through DE directive or something.
that's a proper subject for public comment on the second half of
Got
it. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't want to hog.
No, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Yes, with President Robbins' permission, it was, the academic part of this, you know, still really bothers me. That, you know, theoretically, it's all, you know, we make these rules, all the rules basically for the, you know, for the fringes, if you will, because I think the intent, if I remember right, in the legislation was to allow particularly districts and schools that are struggling to get enough athletes for a team, that this will now increase the number of potential participants for a team. So you could theoretically have situations where you've got an 8th grader who is struggling academically, who may not be passing, however that's defined locally, may not be passing, and he or she is, you know, in a situation where they're playing basketball, they get home at 10:30 at night, they don't have time to do homework, they're getting up the next day and their struggles continue, competing on it or participating on a team where you've got a 9th grader who's doing this, having the same issues, and he or she is ineligible because they didn't pass something in the prior semester. So, I mean, it does seem a little, you know, unequal, I guess is the term. I totally respect the challenge of 8th grade grading. 8th grade standards based is so totally different than 9th grade through 12th grade. But it just seems, even if it's as simple as, you know, this local policy needs to include something to address 8th grade eligibility, academic eligibility somehow, some way. I just think that's a pretty significant issue that administrators are going to struggle with and want some assistance in somehow, some way from somebody saying this is the way it is, because some parents are going to be, you know, they're going to get hit from both sides on this about why is that 8th grader playing when they're struggling so much. I don't know what we do about it, but I just have a real concern with that.
So I'll respond to that when we toggle into the mechanics of the process.
Okay, fair enough.
I think just referring back to the text of the proposed emergency rule, it defers to participation based on the local policy adopted by the board of directors of a school district. So those academic policies would be rightfully deferred to that local school board policy.
I understand that. What bothers me, I guess, is that the no pass, no fail, no play, no pass rule was pretty heated at the time that it was passed. And then the rules making process, even at this level, you know, if memory serves, was also pretty heated. And knowing the background about how that all came to be, and now 8th graders from a state level are getting, I don't want to say they're not getting a free pass, but I mean, they're held to a different standard than everybody else that's on the same team. Just doesn't.
Well, that's the status quo right now during summer sports.
True.
That's a status quo right now for
Sure.
eighth graders playing softball and baseball.
Right.
They don't have to pass there's no academic eligibility coming in. So that's one of the rationales why, in addition to the difficulty of sort of equalizing across districts and non-public schools, what success or minimum success in eighth grade looks like.
Sure.
Right now, that's the status quo.
But that doesn't mean that it's right.
But
But I understand what you're saying.
so that, and maybe this is a good time to address the emergency rules versus notice of intended action. The legislature directed both emergency rules and standard notice and comment rulemaking. So for folks who are new to the board, once the final rules after the end of notice and comment rulemaking are adopted, those sort of swap in for the emergency rules. The emergency rules fall away. The purpose of emergency rules is to get the basic minimums of a statute up and running, and then add to, elaborate from, correct through notice and comment rulemaking. And so the purpose here is to get the very mandatory minimum up and running, allow for notice and comment rulemaking, perhaps on athletic eligibility. Maybe the emergency rules were not quite correctly calibrated or need some course correction. That's what the second motion that the board will be considering is to put these identical rules out for standard rulemaking. And athletic eligibility, given what the status quo is, the status quo kind of set the measure for academics for eighth graders. Doesn't mean it right. Does a public policy question about whether it's right, but it is the status quo. What's the bare minimum necessary in emergency rules to get the program up and running?
So freshmen coming in, student coming into their freshman year is automatically eligible academically.
Right. And an eighth grader playing summer ball, softball or baseball are academically.
So that would be no different. Maybe counting what you're saying, Jeff, is that I'm a freshman coming in, maybe I didn't pass a class my previous year, but I'm eligible. I'm competing against others who are sophomores and juniors and seniors who maybe have failed a class and they're ineligible, but I'm eligible.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just thinking, as the year progresses, though, you get into second semester basketball or wrestling or whatever. And I think you could have situations where the eighth graders, I don't want to say have an unfair advantage, but they're just held at a different standard. That's all. I'm just looking for some consistency.
So as a matter of sort of like process management, these rules, the public hearing is August 11th. These will be before you at your September meeting. The effective date will be October, early November. So there will be a public policy decision one way or another that would somewhat align with winter sports. So I would recommend that it's not necessary to make that decision today in the context of emergency rulemaking. But noted that would be a prime topic for public comment.
So I'm assuming that the DE has been working with the Iowa High School Athletic Association and the Girls Union on this.
Right. We received pre-drafting input.
One of the things I know that the BEDS document refers to the association and union as far as classification, but I'm not sure if we can recommend that decision gets made as soon as possible, because the schools will maybe making decisions on, well, if we have to count all of our eighth graders, if we allow them to participate, that could change our classification. I may make us feel different, and I'm not sure when they have to declare that, but as soon as they can get the ball moving on that, it would certainly help local schools make decisions as far as, are we going to be counting just the eighth graders who actually participate into our count, or are we counting all of them if we choose to allow them to play the sport? The sooner that can happen, the better for schools.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's not within our role, but I think that the association, the union the department's representatives on each of those boards are in the room today. And I think that that's a message that could be delivered outside of the scope of rulemaking.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at part of the rulemaking, just encouragement. And they're probably on top of it, I'm assuming, anyway.
Correct.
And I think they're joining today.
Okay. Welcome.
And I think just building on that last comment, obviously, while emergency rules don't have the benefit of robust public comment, by function, they are adopted on an emergency basis when the board adopts them. But that does not mean that these draft emergency rules do not reflect robust public comment, including engagement with the association, with the union, and the feedback from education and athletic leaders. So we do want to thank the number of stakeholders across Iowa who have provided initial feedback that's been practical and actionable.
Can I ask another question?
I mean, I'm not in charge.
No. Can I ask another question?
Sure.
I don't mean to be the pain in the butt, but I think you've kind of addressed this a little bit, Thomas, that I'm probably getting maybe too far down the path here, but maybe just for clarification purposes, on the transfer rule, the 36.83, it grades 9 through 12 only. So does that mean that if you have an eighth grader, a district or a school just, decides to invite eighth graders to play high school athletics, and eighth grader comes up and plays varsity, they run cross country, I don't know, whatever they do. And then they want to transfer, they've run varsity as an eighth grader in cross country, and now they want to transfer, they're going to transfer to another school to play basketball or something. Does 36.8, does that allow them to immediately be eligible if they
Yeah.
played varsity?
Yes, because we're boxed in by the plain language of the statute. Senate File 20 or House File 2591, when it amended the general transfer rule and the open enrollment transfer rule, retained grades 9 through 12.
Oh, boy.
And so if that public policy is to be corrected, that's a matter for the legislature, where this is applying plain language here.
Got it. Got one more.
Yes, you may.
I feel bad almost, but anyway.
This is,
Hotly
I
contested.
like this. I geek out on this.
Okay, good,
Discussion.
good. Then I hope you like this one. So the other thing is in here, and I know this isn't part of this rule. It's a different rule about coaches making contact with kids out of season.
Mhm.
Because at the high school level, obviously, coaches can't make those contacts off season except for summer. What about eighth graders? If the district or school adopts eighth graders participating, can the coach then go down and, under our current rules, work with that kid?
So if the athlete meets the definition of a student, then they're subject to the contact rules and everything else.
Okay,
If they don't meet the definition of the student, the rules don't apply to them. So eighth graders who are not participating in varsity interscholastic athletics, the rules don't, association and union policies govern, but the rules don't. And so as soon as you become a student for the purposes of this rule, then all of the other portions, the good conduct rule, age 21 rule, all of the rules would apply.
very complex.
Well, and as I said a few minutes ago, these are hot topics, very emotionally charged topics in all school districts across the state. So good discussion. I appreciate your
Okay, so does anybody else have any questions or comments concerning the proposed emergency rules?
And for clarity's sake, the proposed rule, the notice of intended action in the adopted and filed emergency, the text is identical.
Right, and these should be two separate motions.
Correct.
Right. Do we have a motion to approve the emergency rules as presented?
With an effective date of August 1st.
So moved.
Moved by Mary. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay.
Eye contact.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. All right, notice of intended action.
Again, this is the part of the process, same rules, out for public comment because emergency rules don't benefit from as much public comment as standard notice and comment rulemaking. So, public hearing on August 11th, you'll see them at your September or your October meeting. And the legislation directed simultaneous emergency rules and notice and comment rulemaking. When the final rules are enacted, the emergency rules fall away. Any questions about that process? But again, the content is the same between the two rulemaking documents.
What comes back to us for approval may be the same or maybe different.
And for those who are new to the board, every time there's a change between notice of intended action and adopted and filed, that change will be explained. Like the department's tradition is to line by line all public comments and it'd say whether they were adopted in part or not adopted. So you will see clearly if there's been changes and why or why not the department recommends those changes being made.
So just a point of clarification. So we passed these today. School X at its July meeting decides to allow eighth graders to participate. If we come back and make a change that they don't like, or the union or association comes back and decides to add them to the beds and they're going to move up a classification, they can still undo that local. Anything we do does not affect that part of it, correct?
So it's as the rulemaking packages are designed, it's local determination of whether or not to allow.
Got it.
En masse or particular children or particular sports. And so school boards and authorities in charge of non-public schools and charter schools, they change their minds all the time.
Got it.
And that's a function of having boards.
Thank you, Thomas.
You may or may not change your mind in the future about athletic eligibility. But with that, that's part of the process and why the definition of student was structured the way it was.
Is there a motion to give notice of intended action?
So moved.
By Jeff. Second by Cass. Any further comments? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion to intent to amend chapter 36, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Thank you, Thomas.
Very good.
Melanie, Teacher of the Year, welcome.
Thank you.
And you have an escort again today.
Stephanie takes care of me.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Stephanie Wager. I'm an administrative consultant here at the department and also oversee the Iowa Teacher of the Year program. Melanie was first announced as Iowa Teacher of the Year in the fall of 2024 and started her year of service last July, 2025. And this year she has really crisscrossed the state, meeting with teachers, our regional teachers of the year, business and industry leaders, pre-service students, pretty much everybody I feel like. And so she is really here to share about her year of service and really the large impact she has had this year across Iowa. So I'm going to turn it over to her to walk you through what her last year has been like.
Good morning. Serving as a state, the 2025 Iowa Teacher of the Year has been nothing short of career changing. So I just want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to share my experiences this morning from the last 18 months. Throughout the year, I've interacted with so many people in education, including boots on the ground educators, leaders, and policymakers. The phrase that continues to resonate is one size does not fit all. And I enjoyed seeing so many different schools and classrooms doing unique things to create positive and engaging student experiences across Iowa. And it doesn't look like my transitions are working on the pictures, so I apologize for that.
There you
You should be able to see all the pictures, not the last one. Being part of a national cohort with 55 other passionate, dedicated, encouraging teachers from across the nation was a high point of the year. If you've ever walked into a room filled with people who share your passion, enthusiasm, and dedication, then you know what I'm talking about. I learned so much from this group of teachers, from broad educational practices like the science of reading to specific classroom ideas. And I've been blessed to meet so many great people who I think will be lifelong colleagues and friends. Quick look at the stats. There was a lot of miles and hours and speaking engagements. I've shared my story of the 5th generation farm kid growing up during the farm crisis of the 80s, turned agricultural educator who works to inspire students to work beyond their perceived limitations. And I've listened to stories from students and teachers, teacher educators, and many more. And I've been inspired myself to think more deeply about education in Iowa. My favorite, though, has been meeting and observing so many passionate and dedicated teachers in their classrooms. I saw many of the 2025 and the 2026 Regional Teachers of the Year in their classrooms, and I fully understand that any one of them could be sitting in this chair today. And I appreciate what they're bringing to Iowa education. Please find ways to draw from their expertise and experience throughout your term on the Iowa Board of Education. They're ready and willing to share their stories and their best practices. A year ago, I began formulating a platform to focus upon throughout the year. Early on, I knew it was important to focus on Department of Education priorities. The two that I chose to spend some time on was multiple pathways, reflecting the work done in career and technical education, but also just with career connected learning in the state, as well as the teacher pipeline. Encouraging education is a great career option. I identified 4 ideas within those 2 areas to focus my time and efforts. I wanted to celebrate teachers. I wanted to understand what Iowa educators are already doing related to work-based and career-connected learning practices. I wanted to think about the best practices within that arena and to share those more widely. And then finally, to advocate for agricultural literacy among educators as part of career-connected learning. Much of my time and work was spent on the first goal. I made at least 10 visits to 2025 and 2026 Iowa Teacher of the Year finalist classrooms and saw them teaching in person, engaging with their students. I did not do any speaking in those classrooms, and I love just getting to be the fly on the wall, watching some really, really great teachers in action. And I encourage you to do the same if you ever get a chance. I conducted 9 or more in-person and several more virtual work-based learning site visits to learn about what is being done, work-based learning across the state. I organized the 2026 Emerging Educators Academy, where we had about 50 beginning and mentor teachers attend and participate in that professional development. I attended and spoke at the Aspiring Educators Conference with about 30 college students. And then I went to the Educators Rising Conference, where I interacted with about 80 high school students at University of Iowa. I visited 18 different colleges and universities to speak to the pre-service teacher programs, for sure, speaking to a lot of teachers just graduating or just getting ready to go out and student teach, and that was definitely a highlight for the year. And then I also had just 11 school visits by teacher invitation, mostly agricultural education or FFA events that I was invited to speak and visit. And throughout the year, I've shared a lot of what I've seen on social media, so if you've been following my adventures that way, they have been there. I appreciated many of the reminders that there are some amazing things happening in education. Some days a quick attitude check puts things into perspective. And in many keynotes, I shared the idea that our accomplishments are often a result of the choices that we make. Every year when we sign our contracts, every day when we show up to school. And several teachers thanked me privately for that reminder throughout the year. I shared stories about my own former students, especially those I had no idea I was impacting. One of my favorites is now a parent of students in my program, and his assessment relayed by his daughter a year ago that she's an okay teacher. meant as much as any award or honor because you know you made a difference for those students. The teacher often creates a greater impact than the environment and the technologies that we use. It is a valuable reminder for all of us about the importance of choosing to show up for our students and our communities. I was asked for most workshops and presentations to share some advice, especially for beginning teachers, and these 5 themes kind of settled out of my year. I've spent time reflecting on what they look like for me and then helping others to think about what they look like in their own experiences. And I've come up with these 5. First, each teacher needs to exist authentically and professionally, and that looks different for every single one of us. One size does not fit all. Secondly, Malcolm Gladwell tells us 10,000 hours of experience is required to become an expert. That's a minimum of 5 years of full-time teaching. So my advice to beginning teachers is to stick with it and give themselves time to learn, to reflect, and to grow as professionals. Third, making decisions ahead of time about how to structure our time and responsibilities help us to be more efficient and also to make time for our priorities. And so setting boundaries and guardrails for ourselves is really critical for teachers to think about before the school year begins. Fourth, learning to fail forward or learning from mistakes is just as important as making the right choice the first time around, and it sets an example for our students to follow. Finally, surrounding yourself with people who have powerful, positive attitudes, bless you, will improve your mindset. And so I've encouraged teachers to think about the 5 people that they spend the most time with at work and how that impacts our attitude every day at work. The shared image there generated a powerful response from a lot of educators at all levels, and I think it was a sentiment that a lot of us need to hear or want to hear on a pretty regular basis. Toward the second goal, I visited at least 18 schools where work-based learning was discussed. Overall, most school personnel felt their schools were doing better than their initial DCAP score might have reflected, and the major reason they included programs, personnel, teachers, and classrooms for all grades 5 through 12 in the plan. There are a lot of hours of planning, documentation, and reporting associated with the DCAP, and that is all required for our career and technical education programs. A lot of administrators and coordinators have processed a lot of information about CTE in the past few years, and I feel confident these district scores will only continue to rise as the people in leadership positions gain more confidence and competence in that process. The challenge is not generating great ideas for work-based learning, career-connected learning. The major challenges really seem to stem from coordinating logistical practicality and resource availability in local districts. But every district I've visited had some really great activities to talk about and could share several success stories that underline the value of work-based learning and career-connected learning for their students. In every district, the productive struggle was really evident. Students being faced with career experiences that seem daunting at first, but with the appropriate scaffolding and supports, students are learning and growing their skill sets. The teachers who get career-connected learning and work-based learning get it. Many areas of education have been doing these things for many decades. Others are willing but unfamiliar or concerned about doubling up on top of what others are already doing within their curriculum. And so there's very careful conversations being had about how to do it better without overlapping too many times or without repeating. Third, I became much more familiar with the department's work-based learning clearinghouse and watched some significant transformations in that process and in those resources over the past year. I was able to direct many people to use those resources already developed by other schools, as well as the department, to assist with designing work-based learning and career-connected learning experiences for their students. To what end, though? Across the state, I made a practice of asking high school students to tell me about the careers they thought they could explain. I would ask high school students, how many careers can you tell me about? And the majority of our students could tell me what their parents do, maybe a neighbor or a friend or relatives, right? They could tell me about teaching because they work with teachers every day, and they could tell me about people associated with athletics. That was kind of the limit to the number of careers that most students could tell me about. And I think maybe we can do better in that area. That matches what research suggests. In global studies, the average student's typically only aware of about 6 to 10 different career options. Bottom line is giving students opportunities to explore different pathways and build transferable skills can help them experience success in multiple career pathways. We know that many of our students today will be working in career areas that do not exist today, or that they will change careers several times throughout their adult life. Therefore, improving career-connected and work-based learning programming will help districts put better programming into place for students to gain more experience and to gain more knowledge about careers that are available to them instead of waiting until they get into college or graduated from college before they make a decision about what they want to do when they grow up. While career and tech ed teachers traditionally do a significant amount of career exploration and work-based learning, I firmly believe every teacher can be a career-connected educator. The prompts in the box represent a quick exercise I led several teacher groups through, brainstorming ideas for career-connected learning in all classrooms. And on the left are some examples or some areas that teachers kind of jumped off of. They were to brainstorm quick examples across subjects and stress the importance of reflection, tying back to academics. My favorites included learning about celebrity guest spelling tests, portrayal of historical figures, and career cards for science-related careers. Talk about exposure, exploration, and experience that includes technical skills as well as career skills. And both are incredibly important for our students to learn as they think about what they're going to do after high school. More exposure to careers means better informed decisions about career pathways at all levels of education, inside and outside of the four walls of a classroom. And having backup plans is pretty critical as well for students because they need to think about Plan B and Plan C. Related to the fourth goal, I continue to hear, wait, you can take ag classes or you can take classes about agriculture in high school in Iowa? It shocks me that there are so many people in our state who still don't know that career and technical education program exists in Iowa. That includes agriculture, industrial technology, family consumer sciences, business education, health occupations, and so many other service areas. As part of this effort, I shared a little bit of agricultural literacy in my speeches and presentations throughout the year. I completed Iowa's agricultural heritage curriculum as part of the America 250 celebration. I spent time in structured and casual conversations answering questions about career and technical education and agricultural education. And I even participated in a few podcasts and interviews about agricultural education in Iowa today. I'll close by repeating my gratitude for the opportunity. And I pledge to be available in the future to assist with any of the topics and the themes that I've explored over the past year or anything that I've shared so far this morning. But finally, I think it's most important to say thank you to the Department of Education, to the legislature, to the governor's office, and to this board for the opportunity to have this experience this year and to carry some water for really great educators across the state of Iowa. Thank you.
Questions and comments for our teacher of the year?
What a great presentation. I felt every step that you took this last year. And I can't imagine the gratitude and feeling you had in affirmation of your career choice and also encouraging you all over again to renew that same passion that you had when you stepped in that classroom for the first day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the question I have for you, you were an excellent teacher before,
So,
but everybody can improve.
Mhm.
So tell us one thing that you may change when you go back.
So the first thing that I'm spending a lot of time on right now is taking technology back out of the classroom. We're going to go back to paper pencil instruction in my classroom. We're going to cut out cell phones and distractions on computers, and that will be probably the main thing that I work the most on this year. So Sioux Central Community School District was one of the first districts in the state to go one-to-one technology use. And while we did some really, really great things with it, we're also starting to see that there's been some effects on the other side too. And so using that technology more appropriately. So I will be using the SAMR model in reverse going forward, just to make sure that any technology that I am using is absolutely what is necessary for what we're doing, but also to allow students space to read and to write on paper where we know their brains work just a little bit better. So.
The FFA Leadership Conference is going on. Were you aware of that?
Right now?
It was a few weeks ago.
Oh, a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Did you have a chance to go to that?
I was in Ames in April for state FFA convention. Yep. And I will be at the State Ag Teachers Conference next week. So I'm really excited to get back together with colleagues and kind of start collaborating on some neat things that are going to happen for the next couple of years.
So when you look at ag education in Iowa, what surprised you when you went around the state?
I think just the number of people that still didn't know that we have this available. I think that was the most shocking to me because we live in the world, right? And Alan Spencer, I keep looking at Alan because he's been kind of my FFA and ag ed mentor this year. We live in the world, we speak the acronyms, we know agriculture education exists, and we can explain the ins and outs of all the career pathways within it. And when we get outside of our bubble or our circle or the people who know what we do, it's really shocking how many people don't know what agriculture encompasses and that these opportunities are available in high school. And the same could be said for all career and tech ed service areas, right? We still have shop classes, we have auto classes, we have family consumer science. We have these opportunities for students to learn hands-on project-based environments in the state. And there's still so many people who just don't know that.
My question is, with the agriculture, how many programs in our school systems are going more into the precision ag?
I would say the majority of our programs are at least talking about precision ag or spending some time on it. That's a field that is so, I want to say the wild, wild west, just a little bit. There's so much happening and so many things advancing so quickly that by the time I teach my students some specific skills, industry has already come up with something better. And so just preparing our students with a basic foundation or guiding them to understand like what are the basic big ideas behind precision ag. I think that's the best that we're going to be able to do in high school programs so that they can go on and be successful in that field professionally.
Any implications with AI?
Absolutely. Everybody. Right. We all have to learn how to use it appropriately, but to harness it in the right ways to make things better for what we're doing. So there's a right way and a wrong way. I hope we're teaching our students the right way. I know everybody is familiar with Melanie's incredible background. Having served as a new teacher mentor, she's been faculty in a teacher prep program. She's an expert curriculum developer and has benefited the state and the nation with that expertise, spearheaded the district's work-based learning experience in the FFA program. But the multitude of perspectives and skill sets that she's brought to the role have been incredible. And she is leaving us with many concrete deliverables that will continue to benefit educators across the state. So support for professional learning, for removing barriers, especially in rural communities, to launching work-based learning programs, improving our work-based learning clearinghouse, the Iowa Ag Heritage Curriculum in celebration of America 250, which multiple states are really looking forward to, are all just a few examples of the concrete impact she'll continue to have. It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Melanie. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll let NIAC get set up and we'll be back in 10.
Good morning. I'm Robin Lilienthal, and I'm administrative consultant. For those of you who haven't met me yet, one of my main responsibilities is community college accreditation. So today, my advancing is not working all of a sudden. There we go. Okay. So today, as President said, we're doing the comprehensive accreditation report for North Iowa Area Community College, which covers all of Cerro Gordo, Franklin, Hancock, Mitchell, Winnebago, and Worth counties, and parts of 4 other counties in north central Iowa. The population of that area is 130,000 residents. The full accreditation report was part of your board materials, and I have with me Joel Pedersen, who is the president of NIAC, and he'll have an opportunity to share a little bit more about NIAC strategic initiatives and some of the direction that they're going, but I'll talk about the accreditation. The state accreditation has 3 components to it. It's the assurance component, which I'll mostly spend time on today, which are the 9 state standards. There's an outcomes review component, and there's a continuous improvement for comprehensive evaluations, which is a peer learning special topic. We had an accreditation team, was made up of members of the department and 3 external reviewers. So we're very thankful to the external reviewers for participating in this visit, and NIAC was visited in January, late January, 29th and 30th of this year. In terms of the outcomes, one of the things that we like to draw attention to related to state accreditation are the main components of CTE student success and college readiness. And what we look at here are the 5-year performance benchmark trends for colleges versus their peers in the state of Iowa and then across the nation. The data that we have for NIAC's review is the 2024 data, and NIAC performed ahead of both the state and national benchmarks, which are highlighted in green, and behind the state and ahead of national benchmarks in the area highlighted in yellow. We found no significant evidence related to declining outcomes. A couple of outcomes I want to draw your attention to is their 2-year completion rates improved 10% from 2020 to 2024. Their success rates at the end of year 2 improved 12%, and their transfer rates have improved 2% from 2020 to 2024. The 2025 data, which is not reported here, but just as hot off the presses, showed an additional 3% increase in their transfer rates.
Robin, can
Yes.
you explain what transfer rates mean? What does that mean?
So that is the students that after year 2 are transferring from NIAC to another institution. It could be a 4-year institution, or a private institution, or a Regents institution.
Nothing about the success of those students, it's just their transfer.
It's just, did they transfer? Yep,
Thank
that
you.
is correct. Yep, you're welcome. Under the continuous improvement section, the college identifies a special topic that they want to work on and really learn from their peers about. NIAC identified increasing adult learners as their special topic for continuous improvement. And so the department organized a peer training session while we were on campus. We had representatives from Hawkeye Community College and Northeast Iowa Community College who were successful in adult student learning and gave some really key information to NIAC, especially in understanding who adult students are, the programs and services that those colleges offer that NIAC may begin to adopt some of those programs, policy and practice considerations, and how you can engage external partners and stakeholders in supporting adult learners. We identified, as always, we're quite impressed with the colleges that we visited, and NIAC was no exception, but we tried to identify some really unique and key areas of our evaluation. And a few of the things that we really wanted to bring your attention to was NIAC focuses on the student as the whole person. They talked about all aspects of the student's life and really focused on that in their policies, their decision-making, and the services that they offer. Their high-quality programs are organized around meta majors, career pathways, and transfer majors, which is an interesting actual connection to the Teacher of the Year's presentation related to students not really understanding much about careers or things outside of their family or their area of influence. And NIAC has done a nice job of organizing the college level careers around those major meta majors and career pathways. As part of that strategy, they ensure that no student comes in with an undeclared major. So they help those students make some decisions because we know the quicker we can get them on the path, the more successful they're going to be to completing their path. And the other thing that culturally you could see with NIAC in our interviews with them is that they definitely operate collaboratively and as a community. There is a strong sense of connection among and around all of the employees and students that we met with. Another area that we review is the Higher Learning Commission compliance with their accreditation. And there are no problems with NIAC's accreditation. And I put a quote here that HLC noted that they are a well-rounded institution that meets all the criteria for accreditation. And so they'll be going through their next assurance review in that HLC cycle in July of 2028. Moving on to the 9 state standards, this slide shows you 5 standards where there were no findings and no recommendations. So they were very clean, and we were quite impressed with all the processes and policies that they have into place to be in compliance with those 5 state standards. The next slide identifies one standard in which we did have a finding, that is in the special needs and protected classes. And what we identified is that their annual notice was missing some required elements, and their continuous notices were missing some required elements and were inconsistent across the publications. So we're working with them to get into compliance in those areas. Then there are 4 additional standards that had some recommendations affiliated with that. What it means when a college gets a recommendation as opposed to a finding is that the issues were not significant enough to result in a finding, but we did identify ways that the college could improve its processes so they can ensure those standards maintain compliance with Iowa code and administrative rules. So an example of that is that the CTE programs, all of NIAC's CTE programs are reviewed regularly, but the prior schedule that they submitted didn't have them reviewing 20% of the programs every year, as was identified in rule. The college had actually realized that this was an issue and made corrections to that schedule prior to the state visit. So they're already taking corrective action, and we're just recommending they continue on that path. Related to NIAC's Senior Year Plus program, which is called Career Link, they have a very robust program. They had over 1,700 high school students who earned 18,000 plus credits. That's representing 18 school districts, 10.3 credits per student, and they actually had 219 students receive awards in 2025. You can see some other statistics here that really show the key aspects of NIAC's Senior Year Plus program. Some of the initiatives that we were impressed with include that they have engaged 8 college and career transition counselors, assigning those to their school districts. And as I mentioned before, NIAC treating the student as the whole person, they include their joint enrollment students right along with that. So those students receive student IDs and all access to the student support services that are available to all students. As we've done in the past several years, we do identify a promising practice. And one of the things that we identified for NIAC, which we found quite impressive, was related to their quality faculty program, and especially in what they're doing around training new and adjunct faculty. One of the things that is a great investment that not all colleges are doing is they offer a 2-week paid orientation program for new faculty prior to their first faculty day. They have an instructional competency program required of all students. And one of the other things that does require an investment by the college is limiting their course preparations for those new instructors so that they can really become experts in the courses that they're offering, especially as new faculty. In addition, they have a mentoring program. They also focus quite well on their adjunct faculty and call that the Quality Adjunct Program. So a very robust, not just for their new faculty, but also for their adjunct faculty that oftentimes are full-time employees elsewhere and teaching 1 or 2 classes for the college. So we were quite impressed and felt like other colleges might learn a lot from this promising practice. So to conclude, and then I'll turn it over to Joel, we found that it was a great visit, and we recommend, the department review team recommends continued accreditation of North Iowa Area Community College through the next state interim accreditation evaluation scheduled for academic year 2030-2031. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Robin. First of all, thanks to the board for allowing me to be here, and I appreciate Rob and Amy, their team. It was a great visit. We were able to learn, ask questions. And then the other thing is just, it's great to see so many longtime friends in this room, and we've been through battles together in other areas. So I appreciate that. So What I'm going to do today is I probably won't focus a ton on my slides, but I'm going to actually do one of our new strategic plans is tell the NIAC story in a very short amount of time, because I know you guys I can help you get back on schedule a little bit here too. So really, when you think of NIAC, I think I was telling Cass, one of our alumni, that the bottom line is all learning really come around North Iowa focuses back on NIAC. We have a good private Waldorf in that area, but keep in mind that Mason City Junior College started in 1916 in a room, and then it went to the third floor of the high school in Mason City. So we've been over 100 years of providing education, and so we honor graduates we honor graduates that graduate Mason City Junior College and also NIAC whenever we do a graduation. So those are the things. I also think that one of the things that we do is try to improve quality of life for North Iowa citizens. Some of you may know we have a really robust performing arts series where we bring Broadway shows on campus because of our donors and all that. We also try to make sure that our non-credit opportunities are just as strong as our credit opportunities. And you'll see in a map here that we continue to do that too. I did want to mention, because that one yellow box bugged me on that one particular slide, that I actually did some research on that one. And while we do have work to do on the 2-year transfer model, we rank second in the state after 3 years. So some of our students just stay a little longer with us. Maybe they don't complete within that 2 years. But at the 3rd year, we're actually 34% transfer, which one of the last reports was second in the state. So put a little asterisk by that yellow box there from that standpoint. Okay, I got that one out of the way. So now I can relax a little bit there. You kind of see here a couple of things we're really proud of too. As we rank typically in the top 3 in graduation, student success. I was joking with Dr. President Stokes in Southwestern. She kind of watches that and lets me know when they jump over us and things like that. So one of the things we're proud of is you may have known that we were a top 25 semifinalists for the Aspen Award, which is kind of the marquee award for community colleges. We found out last week we did not go to the top 10. We're asking for a recount from that standpoint. But the bottom line is we're proud of that, and we kind of carried the banner for Iowa colleges from that standpoint. We have so many good colleges. You'll hear from Iowa Lakes here in just a second. And I just really appreciate the partnerships we have with each other and how we can improve. We do quite a bit of things, and we're continuing to improve on that. You'll hear a little bit later about a collaborative that we have with Iowa Lakes and Iowa Central around using data more appropriately. And one of the things when we tell the story, I want to talk about this particular situation. We all have so much data, but the problem is how do we use it to change outcomes? And that's something that we're continuing to do at our college. And I'll use this example as we had athletic directors and coaches come together and say, listen, we're struggling to know how our students athletes are doing. Are they getting their bills paid? Are they having behavior issues? Are they are they doing their classes? So we worked with our data teams to put together a really robust dashboard that any day a coach could get on and see how their students are doing. Are they attending classes? Have they took care of their academic needs? Are they on track to graduate? And what happened with that before is they could get that data, but they had to go to like 10 different places to get it. Now they can go right on the dashboard and see their whole team. And if there's something that they need to do early intervention to make sure that we don't get too far away from that. So that's telling our story on the use of data. We're really proud of what we do in non-credit enrollment. We have a great team up there. And this is just a map that shows all the different people across the state and outside the state that connect with NIAC from a non-credit standpoint too. Jeremy and I go way back with our connection with welding, and we take young adults, or we could take other students, and maybe they don't need a full diploma in welding. We'll try to get them that 6 weeks or that 10 week. Trying to continue to do that with the new workforce, Pell. May need to make some changes there, but we really take everybody where they're at, help them get to where they need. And that may be a 2-year degree, that may be a 6-week certification, that may be a high school student, and get them right in the workforce so that they can have better outcomes for themselves and hopefully their family in our region from that standpoint. these are some things that are happening. That's a non-credit one, that dog grooming. It continues to be, I just saw a new post that we have 12 new students. Every 12 weeks, we have students come in our dog grooming. One of the things we want to go from that is that we're doing a great job of training some dog groomers, but we need to get them some incubator space so that they can go and actually get those more required hours and actually help them with a business plan, because we can train them, but if they don't have the skills to actually open up their own business or work for someone, then we're not doing our part with what I would say the whole student from that standpoint. Aviation, we just celebrated our first 3 pilots at Mason City Airport. And that was a partnership with our local flying service. They do some of the training, we do the classes, but we weren't able to make that capital investment on aircraft. So we worked closely with the flying service to do that, and celebrated three pilots there. We are working closely, and a big thank you to the state, the department, everybody helping us get a successful CAF grant for dental hygiene. That's going to be a huge lift for us. I'm learning more in this job about accreditations. And I would say the dental hygiene accreditation is pretty robust. And so we are learning on that, and we hope to open. We were thinking 28, but it'll probably be fall of 29 from that standpoint. We're doing some fundraising on that standpoint. And I've learned with accreditation that I have to say that we hope to have a program. You can't say you're going to have a program because that's against the rules of accreditation. So you can't do that. So we're also adding some electrical, and that, like I said, part of the grant that came from the state. And we've had 3 of those $1 million grants. So it's just really made a difference for us from that standpoint. We're working to put together some new software to help our non-credit students be able to enroll and keep track of things in a much better way. So anytime you have a data collection system, it's challenging. If any of you are around July 8th, we can get a flyer to you, but we'll be opening up our 3rd regional career center in Hampton, Iowa. That will serve Belmont Clemmy, West Fork, and Hampton Dumont. And what I'm really proud about that is it's our first 2-year model. So we'll have juniors and seniors. And in fact, my hope is that a student could walk across their high school stage for their high school diploma and also have a buildings and trades 36 credit diploma, a welding diploma, or have all the prerequisites for a health program except anatomy, physiology 1 and 2, because we've learned that they need to be on campus for that to do that, to be successful. So we have about 90%, we have about 90 students signed up for that. So that's 3 schools, which you would say smaller schools, at 90, which is actually higher than what we have at Charles City right now. And so it's really that 2-year model. I say a huge thank you to the local partners, because they've made it happen too. It's a beautiful building. And that one actually happened with a $3 million grant from the federal EDA. Because of that, in Forest City, Charles City, Hampton, and main campus, all students within Region 2 are within 30 minutes of main campus or a regional center. So that's something we're really, really proud of from that standpoint too. And our long-term hope is that to help with housing in our region, because we know that everywhere we go, housing is something that comes up. Some of you know that we have we're really lucky to be the only community college that has a Papa John Entrepreneur Center. That was because John Papa John was from Mason City and made sure that we had one, including the Regents and Drake. From that standpoint, one of the things that I'm proud about that, as I've learned about that program, is when you have SBDC at the same place as a entrepreneur center, the amount that we can do for those entrepreneurs or new business owners is just really extensive, because they will get help with SBDC on loans, but then we'll take them through a business plan, stay with them for a year or 2 to make sure that they're doing their accounting correctly from that standpoint. And we have data from SBDC that our particular SBDC is one of the most successful in the nation, quite honestly, from that standpoint. So, and we also are doing some athletic facilities upgrades with the support of our foundation from that standpoint. Yeah, this is the one I was talking to you about, partnerships. And as we know, and I've worked with many of you on partnerships, what you can do together is much different than what you can do alone. And I think that's the next frontier, is we're being asked to do more with less. I think the partnership pieces are going to be really important. And so we work with Paula Nissen, leads the Institutional Research Collaborative, but I work with Scott and his team, and I work with Dr. Ulrich and his team at Iowa Lakes. And we're learning to do things. We've implemented stuff. We've actually saved money, be able to do partnerships on software and all that. And so we're really excited about that. We think it's something that could even be used across the state as we learn more about that particular one. Last thing I just want to say is, I really I'm thankful that we were able to follow up a dynamic teacher, because at the end of the day, I think we continue to need to be reminded that no matter what we talk about, and I know all the accreditation standards that we have to follow, it's always about teaching, and it's always about the relationship the teacher has with their student and the families. And so I think that's something we need to continue to remember at the community colleges from that standpoint. Last thing I promise is community college changed my life. I was a first generation college student that my mom at a young age did not have the same opportunities to go to college. And she said, Joel, you're going to go to college. We did not know what that meant in our family, except I showed up at Indian Hills Community College. I won't tell you what year. I know I look rather young for my age, but and it really changed my life. And I would not be sitting here leading such a great institution without a place really not only helping me out academically, they kind of wrapped their arms around me. They got me a work study job because we didn't have a lot of resources when we were coming through. And so I'm just really proud to be a part of this. And I want to thank you for all that you do too, because serving on boards can always be interesting too from that standpoint. So thank you so much for letting me share.
Joe, questions or comments for Nyack?
I just had, just help me understand. So 2-year completion rate's 41.8, which is a remarkable number. Don't get me wrong. And same for a higher rate for 6 years. Why don't students complete their course of study? Where do they go? What are they doing?
Yeah. I would probably let maybe Scott even answer that from someone who's been working in this space longer than me. I think that oftentimes one of the things I've learned about community college students is that sometimes they have so many things that are happening in their life, and where maybe that student that goes right to Iowa State has a few more resources. And I always kind of use the analogy, they're kind of an ocean liner where one little wave doesn't hurt them, but some of our community college students are kind of a dinghy, and one wave might throw them totally off path. It could be financially, it could be family, it could be a flat tire that doesn't allow them to and they get behind on things. So I think that it's just the nature a little bit of our student. And that's why I think it's important that we're always looking for how do we support them outside of academics, whether that's mental health, whether that's, we do things like special things where maybe they need a $200 something to fix a tire or a car. So that's my take, but I would be open to, anybody else's take on that from the department, as I'm in year 2 and still learning from that standpoint. So, yeah.
Joel, on the heels of that question, and this might not be a fair question, but if you factor out the high school students that are in your student population, what's the average age of your student?
Yeah, I believe 27, 28 is that. And that's why we were really thankful to Robin and her team and Amy, because we know 2 things. We know there's an enrollment cliff with less high school students. And you think about that, maybe that 28-year-old that could go from a CNA to an LPN to an RN, and the life-changing wage that could make for their family. That's really something that I'm passionate about and really want to learn best practices around adult learners, because they have to be a group that we recruit because we have less high school students. But on top of that, they are probably not leaving. And so if we can help them out and help our community and our region out, I think that's really important thing to do. So around that 27, 28, and we've seen that number. It's bouncing up a little bit next year, but it's not been a number that we feel good about as far as the number of adult students we have. So, yeah. And we're even seeing too, I think Region 2 is slowly changing demographically. It looks a little bit more like Iowa as a whole. I think that we're changing a little bit of mindset. Even when you look at Mason City, it's changing. And so we also have really have to look differently on how we recruit first generation students, students of color from that standpoint. So we have to think differently in North Iowa. And I probably bring a little bit of that change because I worked a lot of my career in Southern Iowa. And I think that they're still trying to figure that out a little bit, that we're changing, and how do we respond to that?
And one other thing, Mary, to your question, I would add is the students going right to employment before they complete. That's another thing that community colleges are facing, where it's easier if the economy is good to just go right to a job and not complete, kind of not thinking long term about how completing that degree might help them down the road, but always competing against kind of employers to keep them enrolled.
That's a really good point.
Great point. And one of the things I appreciate the leadership of the department is we'll be having another data point through the Richmond Fed that I think actually helps us track the students that maybe went right to a good job, and we'll actually get credit for that, because there are a lot of students that just, the industry just has come and they're going to make $25 an hour. So we want to get credit for those that we did get them a skill, but maybe they didn't complete. So, yeah.
Which leads me to my question, how many, so I'm from Koji and work with Midwest Mechanical and Suter quite a bit on some projects. And they're starting their own apprenticeship programs, training. I mean, are you seeing more and more of that because they're trying to get the work for it? And I'm a huge community supporter. You all know that.
I think we are, Todd, and I think one of the things I've challenged my team on is we have to think differently on how we deliver instruction. I mean, only be able to come in the fall or the spring, that doesn't work. And also, we have to think about too, we do our HVAC program, which is very successful and students do extremely well, uses more of a hybrid model where they're on campus for 2 days and they're doing some work off of campus, and they're having maybe a 36 hours a week. So we sometimes get our own enemies where we don't think of schedules that allow people to work full time and get the new skills. So I think especially in those career and technical, we have to think more about letting people work while they're learning. And that's where the apprenticeships have a leg up on us. We need to do better with that.
For an example, my nephew is in plumbing and HVAC. He hasn't even gone to college.
Yeah.
Trained on the site, making big money. Starting to see, and he lives in Harris Lake Park, and he'll drive to Fremont, Minnesota.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I didn't know if you're seeing that bigger challenge.
I think it is, and I think we have to. We may have to, in some of our plans, we've thought about, does a degree at this point need to be a 2-year degree, or could it be a 1 year, and then we could do on the job training with the employers too. So I think we have to just think differently, just like we see our regions thinking differently on 90 to 95 credit bachelors. We have to think differently. And, Jeremy would be, I mean, I'm picking on him, but he would be a great person to help us understand that too, because of his role in the local 33. So, yeah.
Last question, which leads me is, are the community colleges reaching out to these companies like that? Because, I mean, I call him Tigger. He's co-owner of Midwest Mechanical, and they're always looking for workers and through these programs. So I didn't know.
I think we do.
Reaching out for those partnerships.
I think we do it okay, Todd. I think we can do better. I think we sometimes get a little bit lazy, and we do the advisories, right? And we bring you in twice a year, and maybe we listen, maybe we don't. I think that, for example, we were struggling to find a robotics and automation teacher, and I actually brought the advisory in and asked them, is there a way we could have one of your automation people maybe work part-time for us and still get the same pay? So I think that we are, but I think that we have to remember that when we ask for ideas, we need to listen and not just let go through the check off that we said we have an advisory, because they really oftentimes are there for us when we need a new piece of equipment. So we do okay, but I think we can do better.
Good work.
Thanks, Todd.
Well, in interest of time, it's excellent.
Sorry.
No, it's an excellent report, an excellent discussion. Congratulations for the job you're doing, and thank you, Robin, and your team for that. The recommendation is to grant continued accreditation for North Iowa Community College. Moved by Cass. Second by Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried.
Thank you. It's good.
Congratulations.
So, yep. I can always count on Cass to get the motion for North Iowa. So
Got it.
Conflict of interest. Yeah, I will wait.
There and more. I already got my degree.
Well, we'll interview later. So,
Welcome.
Well, good morning. My name is Amy Giske, and I serve as Division Administrator for the Division of Higher Education and Post-Secondary Readiness. We have a second community college accreditation report for you today. We'll be discussing with you the interim accreditation report for Iowa Lakes Community College, which covers all or parts of Clay, Dickinson, Emmett, Lassuth, and Palo Alto counties, also in northern Iowa.
and the northern part of the state. The full accreditation report for Iowa Lakes is part of your board materials. I'll just be going over a brief summary. With me today from Iowa Lakes is College President Scott Stokes, Vice President of Administration Bob Liefeld, and Vice President of Academic Affairs Kyle Norris. So after my few remarks, I'll turn it over to Iowa Lakes to provide more information on the college. First, a brief note about the timeline. You'll see that for FY26, we actually had 4 accreditation reports for the board instead of the typical 3. This Iowa Lakes accreditation visit actually occurred in November 2023, which was part of the FY24 cycle of accreditation. The report was completed soon after the visit, but finalization of the report was delayed due to a special investigation requested by the U.S. Department of Education and conducted by the auditor of the state of Iowa. It was determined that we would hold the State Board of Education review of the final report until after that special investigation so that we could address anything necessary in the final reports. So that was the result or the reason for the delay. Robin just went over the brief summary of the elements of state accreditation, so I will not dwell, but it includes the 9 state standards. I will note that student services was just added, so you will not see it in the Iowa Lakes report because it was not a standard at the time of the visit. The outcomes review was also recently added. I do have data on that because I think it's interesting and helpful for you all, but it's not in the report because that was also added during the Iowa Lakes visit. I led the visit at Iowa Lakes in 2023, along with 3 other department staff and 2 external reviewers. And then here is the college profile outcome summary. As I mentioned, it's not in your report, but I thought you would find it valuable to review. The green cells indicate those measures in which the college leads both the state and the national benchmark. And as you can see, Iowa Lake leads the state and national benchmarks on all the outcomes that we have highlighted. I'll note in particular the college's 6-year completion rate of 50.2% compared to 37.5% of the statewide average, and their 6-year success rate of nearly 70% compared to 59.9% statewide average. So they are leading state and nationally on a number of the key outcomes measures. So I do, while it was a couple of years ago, remember the visit really well. It was my first visit to Iowa Lakes. We attended both the Emmitsburg and the Estherville campuses, had a really wonderful visit with staff and faculty. Here were some themes that I would highlight. A very strong commitment to continuous improvement, very open to receiving feedback, eager to receive feedback. Staff and faculty often have been at the institution for decades of their life. So a very strong commitment to the institution and to the community. The college was in general very proactive and organized in their operational areas. And as the case is at most of our community colleges, and I would say especially some of our smaller community college, very student-centered. They had multiple examples of staff just stopping what they're doing mid-track to take a student to an office that they need to go to, or, just everything is focused around what does this individual student need in a holistic way. It's hard not to be struck by that when you speak to students, staff, and faculty. And Iowa Lakes was a great example of that. As it relates to their senior year plus program, we like to highlight this for you as it's an area of interest for the board. Their senior year plus program is called Career Connect. The program served last year 1,400 students and 13 school districts. 33.5% of students in their high schools are enrolled in concurrent enrollment, to give you a sense of how many high school students are participating. Nearly half of all Iowa Lakes students are jointly enrolled, so we're 49.5%. And some major initiatives we would highlight is their use of their guided career pathways model to promote their CTE and transfer pathways with high school students. At the time, they had just launched simple syllabus within their high school courses to ensure equal rigorous curriculum content in the high school and at the college. And their use of the career counselor, college career transition counselor model to serve underrepresented joint enrollment students. They had a really strong strategy for using that position to help serve students who might not be participating in joint enrollment. So a strong senior year plus program. They maintain active HLC accreditation. Their next reaffirmation of accreditation is the 2930 cycle. And then I'll hit the standards briefly because, as you will see, there were no findings on the state standards during our visit. 3 standards were met with no findings or recommendations, so very clean. Faculty load, the physical plant, and their institutional effectiveness which used to be called strategic planning at the time of their visit. This is the outcome where that we've added the outcomes-based planning. The other 5 standards were met with few continuous improvement recommendations and no findings. A few examples of items where we made a recommendation, some ideas for strengthening their quality faculty plan process to improve tracking. Similarly with CTE program review, they had a strong program in place, but could strengthen how they crosswalk the CTE state standards with their program review template, just to better document how they're hitting each of those state standards. And then a recommendation in Senior Year Plus around disaggregating that student outcomes data to ensure that they understand which students are being served or not served, and then working with districts to help close those achievement gaps in Senior Year Plus. But no findings on the state standards. Our community college state accreditation report always includes a final section of the report titled Compliance with Other Statutory State and Federal Regulations, where the department includes items related to those state and federal laws that are outside of those 9 state standards. It is here in the report where we've included a summary of the college's special investigation with the state of Iowa auditor, along with 3 recommendations related to that investigation. I did include the recommended control procedures from the state auditor in an appendix of the report so that you could all see those recommendations from the state auditor. But in terms of the department's recommendations, the department is recommending that Iowa Lakes review each of those recommendations and develop standard operating procedures to incorporate those recommendations into practices, that they submit to the department a summary of those actions, just so we're aware of the actions that they have taken as a result of the investigation, and that they share important continued correspondence with the U.S. Department of Education as it relates to this investigation with the department. So I've included all of that, the results of the investigation with you for your knowledge, and then the recommendations from the department as it relates to that state investigation. A separate item, Iowa Code Section 11.c requires colleges to submit an annual financial audit report to the auditor's office by March 31st of each year. But as our accreditation report to you all was delayed because of the special investigation, the college's audits were also delayed, at least in part due to the special investigation. So Iowa Lakes has not yet complied with the requirement to submit audits for fiscal year 23, 24, or 25. As you'll hear, Iowa Lakes leadership have indicated that they have retained an auditor and have a plan to complete those audits for those missing years in the timeline outlined on this screen. The department review team recommends that Iowa Lake take action to strengthen their internal financial reporting to ensure that March 31st deadline continues to be met in coming years. But the report does detail a finding in this area based on those incomplete audits. So per Iowa Code Section 260C47, the department will establish a corrective action plan with the Iowa Lakes Board of Directors to address the identified audit report deficiency. And we request that the college provide a status update on their outstanding 3 fiscal year audits to the state board next spring, in spring 2027. And then the report also asks the college to submit those financial audits according to this timeline. So it's, I won't read it all to you. You can see it, but there's this kind of we've worked with the auditor at Iowa Lakes and Iowa Lakes leadership to identify a schedule, and that they also submit those audits to the department, that they submit monthly financial reports to the department as well, just to kind of in this heightened time of review, and that we schedule quarterly meetings just to ensure that we're on track with this timeline and everyone's in communication. Based on that last finding surrounding those 3 years of outstanding audit, the department recommends conditional accreditation of Iowa Lakes. Assuming successful completion of those audits based on that timeline that we've outlined, we would bring forward a recommendation of full accreditation to the state board next spring when Iowa Lakes comes back and gives us an update on where those audits are at. Their next state of comprehensive accreditation is actually, because we're a few years into this, is actually coming up here in 2930. So we'll have the comprehensive visit in 2930 as we would have, and then hear again from Iowa Lakes next spring. So with that, I'll hand it over to the college to give us some additional information. Here, sorry, one moment. We had some Iowa Lake slides. I do not see. You should have them in your board packet, some PowerPoint. Okay.
So first off, thank you for the time today to come and talk and share some of the great things that are going on at Iowa Lakes. As Amy said, we're a little bit delayed, and we look at the accreditation process as a chance to kind of showcase all the great things that are happening at Iowa Lakes. And that really goes back to the great employees that we have. Amy mentioned we have a lot of longtime employees. A lot of them are Iowa Lakes graduates who had a great experience, and Iowa Lakes, like the President Joel from NIAC informed, changed his life. A lot of our employees have had the same experience. Iowa Lakes changed their life. And so they came back to Iowa Lakes, and now they're working to make sure that students have that same experience that they had. We have a lot of employees that are passionate about helping students reach their educational goals. So when I get the chance to talk to parents at orientation, that's what I tell them. And I tell them to make sure their students reach out to people. If they're struggling in a class or anything, reach out, because we have people that are passionate that want to help you, but they can't help you if they don't know. So again, thank you for your service. Thank you for your passion to education. As was mentioned in the previous presentation, Director Snow, Amy, their staff, they are a great resource to us. Our departments are very slim. We're a smaller college, so we don't have a ton of staff. So when changes are made, we really do rely on them for guidance, and they're extremely valuable to all of our staff at all levels. They come to a lot of our statewide meetings to help all of our different departments, whether it's financial aid or records. They really help them make sure that they're falling in line and following all the rules and regulations when changes are made. So we appreciate them a lot. Our slides must, they have them. Okay, so there's a slide on there that talks about our 5 campuses. So we have campuses. I'm going to give a high level overview, and then I'm going to turn it over to some of our experts for a little bit more detail. But we have 5 campuses located in Emmitsburg, Estherville, Spencer, Spirit Lake, and Algona. We have housing at 3 of those campuses. So we have housing in Estherville, Emmitsburg, and Spencer. And a lot of that is tied to where our athletics are now. So we have athletics teams on 3 of those campuses. So in Emmitsburg, we have swimming and diving, and we have sports shooting. And then in Spencer, on the Spencer campus, we have men's and women's soccer. And in Estherville is where we have the vast majority of our sports. That's where the vast majority of our arts and science courses and programs are. So in Estherville, we have volleyball, competitive dance, softball, baseball, men's and women's golf, men's and women's basketball. We have swimming, I missed on men's and women's wrestling. Women's wrestling is in about year 3 or 4, and the enrollment or the participation in that recruitment has been phenomenal. We had a really good year this year. We had a national champion on the female side, so it's been tremendous, and they had a great showing at the national tournament. We're governed by 7 board members. So we have Bob Jennings is in Algona. Kibbe represents Emmitsburg. Arden Conander, our president, is on Armstrong. Jan Lund is Estherville. Kirk Peterson, Spirit Lake. Corey Batman is in Milford. And then in Spencer, we have Jane Gogan. They're elected to 4-year terms. Next slide is our demographics. So just some kind of overall data, just to give you a snapshot of Iowa Lakes. So 50% of our headcount are high school students. We have really, really good superintendents that are looking for opportunities for their students. I remember when Todd came to Okoboji, had experience in that area, and it's always when you get a new superintendent to try to bring them up to speed on all the opportunities that are available. We really try to do that. And when they're almost forward looking, coming to you saying, what are the opportunities? We want to make sure our students have those. So we appreciate that a lot. But so 50% of our headcount are high school students. We enroll a little over 2,000 students. So 50% high school. The other 50% typically breaks down about 50% arts and science and 50% CTE. This past year, it was 48% arts and science and 52% CTE. Total credit hours were just under 19,000. 64% of those credit hours are face-to-face classes. 36% of those credit hours are online. And I mentioned the 50% of the headcount are high school students. Credit hour wise, they make up just under 30% because they're not taking full loads. Typically, they're taking a class here or there. So they make up about 30% of our credit hours. By campus enrollment, about 416 students in Esterville, 401 in Emmitsburg, about 145 in Spencer, and then just a couple we have about 23 in Spirit Lake and 10 in Algona. We have TV classrooms on those campuses. Those used to be robust. We used to have a lot of individuals come to those campuses for our TV, but with online, that is it's become a lot more popular and a lot easier for people to just do the online rather than to come to campus at a certain time to do our TV classes. Student intent, I think, was the next slide. We really continue to focus on student success and completion. So our student success rate is 60% versus the state average of 55%. Graduation rate, 50% versus the state average of 44%. We are part of the statewide Guided Pathways Initiative. We appreciate the state taking the lead on that because they really work to coordinate all the colleges coming together and sharing best practices. So that's been a great initiative to us. We started IE days, institutional effectiveness days, this last year. We had 3 each semester. We've really used IE days. We've used those days for IE days to kind of advance all of the great stuff that we're doing. And we were year one. We're having a lot of discussion this summer on how do we improve on that. And it really revolves around guided pathways, student success. How do we remove barriers and the challenges that they face? Our next slide, I think I'm going to turn it over to Kyle Norris, our Vice President of Academic Affairs, to talk about academics.
All right, perfect. I think thank you for having us today. I think you have a slide that shows some of our accreditations, third-party accreditations. In my role, you somewhat feel awash in that. It never ends. There's always somebody doing an accreditation. We also encourage our faculty to be active roles in those bodies. So we have multiple faculty that serve on national accreditation, either committees or on site visit teams that go elsewhere. We feel that that's a great way for them to understand what we should be doing to get better. It's a great way to see best practices, a lot like what we do with our accreditation with you folks. So we do encourage that with our faculty. I'll make note that we've made an effort in any program where it can be done to decrease total credits in programs in order to decrease cost for students and to move them into workforce faster. President Pedersen had mentioned stop outs by students based on the question. I can tell you that it falls into both categories. It falls into the tire that I can't get repaired, but it also falls into, we have an aviation program. A student may get their license and be offered $100,000 for a position, and they're not going to stay and finish their degree because that's the award that they're getting for completing that. So one of the efforts that we're doing in nearly every program is moving towards those stackable pathways so that we can complete those students. Is there a diploma that we should be offering those aviation students that complete that and allow them to go get that lucrative position? We should have the ability to complete them because that is our intent and our purpose. So in nearly every program, our initiative at IE Days next year with faculty will be developing those stacked pathways. What are the IRCs? What are the diplomas? What are the AASs ultimately, if they're still required for that program or for that employment sector? And reducing those back in order to reduce barriers and even increase that completion rate more. So that's one of our primary initiatives at Iowa Lakes moving forward. That goes into that credit initiative we started about 3 years ago to make sure we didn't have duplicitous courses or doing the same things over and over again for students and essentially not making the most of the dollars they're spending with us. That also allows us to align better with our advisory boards and what they expect from us, because it is also true that when we send a student to Midwestern Mechanical for an OJT in the summertime between their first and second year, they may not come back because of the offer. They're a good student and they're a good professional, they're going to keep them, which also is our intent. So how do we make sure that we're gaining those completions for Iowa Lakes for that student so they've got that diploma, whatever that might be moving forward. So those are initiatives that we're moving forward with. I can give you an example within a specific program. If we look at credit student awards that's on the chart there, within our ag program, we use that as a pilot program for completions. So we went from in that program from just having 2 AASs to now having 2 AASs plus 2 diplomas plus 6 certifications that were requested by industry. So everything from beef science, sow science, agronomy, science, these shorter certificates that they can put on a resume, that our industry partners, our co-ops, our other places were requesting. We went from 13 to 76 completions in 2 years. And those are directly related to wages and salaries they're going to gain in the industry. So that's our example for the rest of our program coordinators to say, this is the direction we need to go as a community college to serve our region. And so that's one of our priorities moving forward. That's a 484% increase. I've been with Iowa Lakes for 25 years, and I was a biology professor, and I was always told you should never have a presentation without a statistic. So there's my statistic. Yep. So those are all hitting our targets. On the non-credit side, CDL grant that we got, we've been able to hit our benchmarks for CDL for our industry as well. We've exceeded all those expectations. So non-credit, we've included in our credit program planning in order to align those two spaces as well. So with that, I think we'll roll over to Bob.
Just want to do a little bit with our accreditation with HLC. And Amy already said, as far as they were reaffirmed moving forward. We're really proud of we did have a focus visit, a couple areas they wanted us to correct on, and we did have a successful focus visit and alleviated any concerns they did have. Then we had a mid-cycle visit after that was no monitoring, no findings, nothing. It was a great visit with them. And there again, we are accredited and back up to get review the site visit academic year 28-29. So one of the things that we talked about also is we're really big in our strategic plan and have an involvement with it. When we set up, especially in 2019, we really went out and we want to get everybody involved. So that was our key focus. We have a cross-sectional strategic plan review team that's from all the campuses, all the divisions, different classifications. Also, we take that same plan out for input to our faculty associations and the faculty, different departments within the faculty group, staff, board members, students, and even community members, working with our advisory committees and the industry sectors. With that, also with a SIG plan is our institutional effectiveness. There again, working with our data as far as not only internally, but also where's a benchmark, where's a goal, how can we always improve? We're all about continuous improvement as has been shared. And so that's always, we're striving to go forward. Your next slide, we talk about our program review data. Right now, currently, we have a lot of data. We're going to try and get more of the workforce data in it. This is out to the faculty every year. They meet it with their advisory committee members. They're talking about it. They're seeing it. They got their hands on it. Our next piece that we're doing right now, as President Pedersen talked about with the consortium piece that we want to do, is we make this live. Any day and time, they can go and see exactly where it is. Right now, we run static reports when it's requested. We want to make that live data. So that's our next goal, our next step with using that data, get in the hands of those in the trenches, our faculty members. And then I do want to end up as when our current strategic plan is same involvement. We still meet with the same groups. And this current plan, we have 7 college-wide goals that we're really focusing on. As President Stokes said, we have our institutional effectiveness days where all of our employees gathered. And one of the big things there, it gives them a time to plan, act, and document how they're achieving their department goals, how they align with the college-wide goals, how they align with their strategic plan, and ultimately the vision and mission of college. So it's very much the mission focus and everybody involved in working together. So that's one of the great things that has really come out and getting set up with our IE days that we have set up. So, Scott?
So then we put the slide in there. We've talked about the audit and the state audit. I know when we had the certified budget, we kind of walked through the timeline and all of that, but we'd be happy to answer any questions. We appreciate everybody's understanding through the situation. We definitely don't want to be in it. We want to be caught up on our yearly audits. We've really worked hard to try to get a plan in place to make sure that we're meeting those timelines. Our old audit company, Williams and Company, we have hired them. They're helping us meet some of the challenges that we face as a smaller business office department to get those done for them. So we'll continue to have Williams and Company help us with all of the audits. And then even moving forward after that, working with them, it becomes evident that Wifley's is a lot bigger than Williams and Company. Williams and Company works with a lot of smaller high schools and they understand staffing. And so Williams and Company did a lot for us that Wifley's is not doing. So we're going to pay Williams and Company to really help us with a lot of our audit and be part of our team to do that. So financially, we're committed to making sure that we can get that done. we lost our chief our vice president of finance. He took another job. We are contracting with him. So even though he has another job, nights and weekends, he's going to help us a little bit, try to dig out of the hole that we're in too. So we're committed to do that. We understand the frustration with that. We have the same frustration. So we're just going to keep plugging away and get out of that hole. But be happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Excuse me, do you feel like you're on target for the first audit to be completed?
I feel like the first one is the hardest one because they're new and discovering how much Williams and Company did for us that Wifley's is expecting us to do. So we're really working hard and Williams and Company has been great. The first day we met with them, we met in the morning. By afternoon, they had their staff coming to us and working to help complete things. So I'm more nervous probably about the first timeline than the rest. I think once we get year one done, I think it's going to go a lot smoother. So we are.
Was Wifley still part of it?
Wifley's is, has been hired to do we have a 3-year contract with them, which is another, as we look at where we're at, that's another hill we're going to have to climb once we start knocking these out is to get
Do
the
they
contract.
work together?
They do. Yeah. Yeah. So we actually, we've had meetings with all of us and we appreciate Amy hopping on a call to kind of explain the DE's side of things and
What's your timeline on getting a new vice or president or whatever the title is?
Yeah, so
vice president of finance.
Yep, great question. So Jeff was our vice president of finance. He was our chief financial officer, but he also oversaw HR and technology and marketing. So 3 others. So we had a business manager that got promoted and it was moving up, was director of finance. So we actually working with Jeff and then having conversations with her. She is now our executive director of finance. So she's going to be our chief financial officer, but she's not going to have any of the other responsibilities. She's going to be focused on the financial office department, the audit. Her and I had a couple of really serious conversations on what this year is going to look like. It's not going to be a fun year. It's going to be a lot of hard work and a lot of hours and all of that. And she was all on board. So she understood, said, yeah, look at it positive. Once you get through all of these, you're going to be really good. That 1-year audit's going to be easy. So we just got to get through that and dig out. And then his other responsibilities were moving off under other people. Kyle's took on this department. So
First audit's due in less than 2 weeks.
I just want to make a comment because Iowa Lakes is a small community college and you have wonderful programs. And my son actually graduated. I think it's the best aviation program in the state of Iowa. Tim Bush does an outstanding job. My son now is first officer for Southwest Airlines on a 2-year degree. He'll soon be a captain for Southwest Airlines in 2 years. So, like I said, community colleges, I love them. They do great things. I know it's tough when you're small and have to delegate so many duties. I'm confident that you're doing will turn out. So, till Tim High and Logan's my son's doing well.
we have to do a story on him to promote our program.
Single, so he can do it. So making the big money right now. So, but that's a testament to your program to Iowa Lakes Community College. Thanks.
To go off what Todd said, I'm currently enrolled in dual credit classes at Iowa Lakes, and I appreciate you offering that at Spirit Lake. I see the effect it has on students every day in school, being able to take higher level classes. So I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Same in Okoboji when I was there. It's a great partnership.
President Stokes, just some clarifying questions related to the timeline. So Wifley, the auditor that you have been referencing, is your new auditor following your historical auditor dropping the community college and then AOS declining its request to audit it.
Yes. Okay. You want me to walk through the timeline quick? Sure.
You're welcome to.
So the hurdle of the state audit was following up on Williams and Company, who had done our audit forever, and they did two other community colleges. They kind of informed us their upper level administration was having conversations on possibly not doing community colleges audit. And when they finished our FY22 audit, they got done with that and they said, our administrators have decided they're not going to do community college audits moving forward. It's just, for them, it's too much work. And there's so many changes and they have to throw so many man hours at it. And just to keep up with all of it, they decided they weren't going to do that anymore. So when they did that, we went out for RFPs in March of 23, and they were due by May. We had zero. So we'd reached back out to Williams Company just to see if they would be willing to do it again. And they said no. And we asked them if they had some other companies that might be interested. So they gave us a name or two. They said no. In the meantime, Jeff, our CFO, was reaching out to all the other community colleges to find out who did their audits. He was making phone calls to them. But again, we just kept getting turned down. We had one lead on, but he had one lead, but then they never got back to him. He kept reaching out to them. They never got back to him. He thought Denman and Company out of Des Moines was ready to go, but he has a brother-in-law that works there. So they kind of said, we're not sure we can do that. They weren't real comfortable. So they kind of said no. And then in November, so now in October, we decided we're kind of panicking because normally we're working on it already. So in November, we reached out to the state auditor's office because we thought if we were in a pinch, they would have to do it. And they told us they didn't have the personnel to do our audit. So Jeff was going back to Denman's because they said they wouldn't leave us hanging. They would find a way to make it happen. And about that time, it was right around Christmas time, Whiffley and Company, we became in contact with. And by January, we had stuff worked out with them, got our board to approve it. They started our audit in February, and then the state audit hit and everything. So we weren't even very far working with them on the audit. And so year one is the one we're understanding languages and working with a different company. Yeah.
Just on the school side, audits, they don't make money on these audits. A lot of people aren't getting into the audit business. The public schools are having a hard time with the RFP. I mean, I remember the last time we RFP'd, we sent out 10, we got 0, called the state auditor, and they said same thing, not enough personnel. So we begged this company out of Fort Dodge, and then they threw, hey, this is what you're gonna pay. Well, what we're gonna pay. And so I feel your pain on that. So it's just not community colleges, it's also public schools. The audit business, they just don't make enough money doing it. So if they are gonna do it, they're gonna charge you big dollars. I mean, I remember my first time RFP and it was about $8,000. My last RFP was $32,000 for a public school audit. So people they don't know that. That's why we have these discussions here. It just.
Yeah, just a quick one. So given that the special investigation was initiated in February of 24, but then not issued until February of 2026, so 2 years later, that functionally caused Whiffley's, your auditor, to pause for 3 years of audits. And then because you're 3 years of audits behind, then you will have a partially delayed fiscal year 26 audit and not be able to get back on track until fiscal year 27 fully. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And they were not able to conduct any work during that special investigation.
They did some work, but not the full audit. No.
Thank you. That was my last question. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we do have a recommendation. The recommendation is conditional accreditation, assuming successful completion of the 23, 24, 25 outstanding audits by March 31st, 2027, and then the department bring forward a recommendation for full accreditation in the spring of 27. So right now it's recommending conditional accreditation. It's seems like all the programming is doing well, is in place. It's the audit is the stumbling block.
Second.
It's moved by Todd and second by Mary to recommend conditional accreditation. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried.
Thank you.
Discussions on auditing. We have, next item on the agenda. We have the University of Iowa Educators Preparation Program approval. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, President John Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board and leadership. It's great to see you all and thank you for having us here today. My name is Stephanie Teakip with the Educator Quality Team. One of our responsibilities is the state approval process for reaffirmation of accreditation. Members of our team involved in this review include Amy Mayer, Miriam Rod-Zabo, and Lindsay Harrison. Joining us from the University of Iowa is Dr. Mark McDermott as Associate Dean of the College of Education. Throughout the rest of this presentation, I will be referring to the University of Iowa as the U of I. The Educator Quality Team engaged in an extensive program review to verify and validate U of I's compliance with the Educator Preparation Program Standards and Iowa Administrative Code, Chapter 79, and provide recommendations for continuous improvement. The reviewed programs included teacher, administrator, professional school counseling, school psychology, school social work, speech language pathology, school audiology, and paraeducator. A broad overview of U of I's evaluation includes a total of 27 experts engaged in the review process, 281 survey responses were analyzed, 228 course syllabi were reviewed. During the on-site portion, the team conducted 58 interviews and 12 classroom interviews. The classroom interviews offered the review team an opportunity to hear feedback from students throughout all programs and at different levels or points in their program, including freshmen to seniors, and in this case, graduate students as well. Student files were audited for adherence to program checkpoints and required documentation. Within the assurance component, U of I is in compliance with the Higher Learning Commission. Curriculum exhibits are approved by the Educator Quality Team and Board of Educational Examiners, which also included the Iowa Department of Education content experts. And the identified concerns from the review have been resolved, resulting in compliance with Chapter 79. For continuous improvement, recommendations were shared with the program that were recognized or acted upon. Today, I'll be sharing key highlights of the standards containing the majority of recommendations and concerns. You have been provided the full report to review all of the standards. In the governance standard, the unit demonstrated a strong commitment to continuous improvement through innovative communication and training practices, including enhanced technology support in a Blue repository. Leadership also fostered meaningful collaboration with the Advisory Committee for Teacher Preparation and intentionally integrated the unit's core principles across programs, reflecting a culture of distinction that extended beyond compliance requirements. The review team recommended greater consistency in course delivery, strengthened oversight processes, and continued expansion of its advisory structures across the other programs and administrator. In response, the unit outlined plans to implement common course templates, enhance onboarding and evaluation procedures, and clarify program coordination responsibilities. The review team identified concerns relating to updating the administrator preparation framework, strengthening alignment and instructional capacity within the dyslexia endorsement, and improving consistency across programs and course delivery modalities. To resolve the concerns, the unit developed action plans focused on framework revision, curriculum alignment, expanded faculty collaboration, and enhanced consistency and quality across online and in-person learning experiences. Within the faculty standard, the review team commended the program's strong leadership and commitment for faculty and candidate support, noting intentional investments in professional development, student services, and instructional quality. Candidates consistently highlighted faculty expertise, meaningful and timely feedback received, and responsiveness to student needs. One recommendation called for a more consistent onboarding process for adjunct faculty. In response, the unit clarified onboarding expectations and expanded adjunct training opportunities. The unit resolved concerns related to documentation of faculty qualifications, alignment of instructional assignments, and tracking of ongoing professional growth and field engagement. In response, the unit provided additional evidence, refined faculty assignment practices, and implemented stronger tracking for monitoring professional development and ongoing expectations for co-teaching in the K-12s. It is important to note that these areas reflected concerns during the previous review cycle. It is expected that the improved systems and processes will prevent similar concerns in future reviews. In the assessment standard, the review team praised the unit within the teacher preparation program for its transparent and well-organized processes for tracking candidate progress, program entry, and completion. The unit demonstrated strong collaboration within the oversight of records management. The review team recommended continued planning to strengthen assessment systems, clarify program expectations for candidates, and improve communication around admissions for transfer students and course progression. In response, the unit began planning for a new assessment platform, refined communication materials, and reviewed course sequencing and program guidance. Concerns were identified with consistency in assessment practices within the administrator and professional service programs, as well as the need for more comprehensive graduate and employer feedback. In response, the unit expanded assessment training and standardization efforts through inter-rater reliability exercises, strengthened plans for shared evaluation tools, and developed structures to support ongoing survey collection. The finding related to consistency in assessment practices for administrator preparation and other programs correlates to a concern in the previous visit. The improved and systematic practices will prevent repeated concerns in future reviews. In the teacher knowledge, skills, and disposition standard, praise was extended for providing strong candidate support systems that promote growth and success within the professional core. The team highlighted the unit's proactive approach to student support through advising, progress monitoring, and resources. Several recommendations included a continued review of endorsement coursework and expanded practical preparation related to individualized education programs, commonly referred to as IEPs. In response, the unit clarified program distinctions, reinforced clinical connections to IEP practices, and explored additional opportunities to embed applied learning experiences throughout the program. The review team identified concerns now considered resolved related to consistency and depth of literacy and behavioral health preparation. In response, the unit revised coursework, updated instructional materials, and continued their ongoing review of literacy instruction, phonics preparation, and alignment with evidence-based reading practices. Within the administrator clinical and knowledge, skills, and disposition standard, The review team recognized the Educational Leadership Program for providing rich and varied clinical experiences that expose candidates to varying leadership roles and approaches. The team also recognized the program's responsiveness to candidate needs, including intentional efforts to strengthen professional writing skills essential for school leadership. The program resolved concerns related to consistency in clinical assessment practices, tracking of differing clinical experiences, and documentation of literacy-related leadership preparation. The unit implemented expanded clinical evaluation processes, strengthened their tracking system for candidate experiences, and updated coursework documentation to better reflect literacy and dyslexia leadership content. Within the school social work program, the team found evidence that U of I exceeded expectations in preparing candidates to build positive relationships and work effectively with students from varied backgrounds and needs. The program resolved concerns related to shared responsibility in clinical evaluations and documentation of varying practicum experiences. In response, the unit clarified roles in candidate assessment and implemented additional procedures to document and monitor candidate involvement across settings and student populations. There were no concerns identified for the following programs that are commonly referred to as our other programs, which included professional school counseling, school psychology, speech language pathology, school audiologist, and paraeducator. The review team recommends full approval based on the evidence for University of Iowa's preparation programs until the next site visit. The educator quality team will hold a one-year follow-up review to monitor adherence of resolved concerns, in addition to the unit's annual report submissions for the next 3 years, providing updates on those resolved concerns. Before we move to questions, I'll hand things over to Mark. And for all of you that know Mark, he could talk for at least an hour about U of I's program, but he has been held to a strict 6-minute time frame.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. And first of all, I want to start with a big thank you to Stephanie and her team. This really it's a very thorough, very comprehensive process, but it's a very supportive process. And it really has been an opportunity for us to authentically look at what we're doing, find the things that we're feeling like we're doing a good job of, but find those areas that we can improve on. And the support that we get from the folks at the department really is very, very helpful. I hope what you hear as you listen to me talk about my program is how much pride I have in everybody associated with it and the programs that we have. I'm very proud of our faculty. I'm proud of our staff. I'm proud of our students. And I'm very proud of the way that they engaged in this process. They really did take this as an opportunity for us to improve, to look at all of the different aspects of all of our different programs. And it's been a great opportunity for us. Speaking of pride, I will start out with a couple of points of pride. One of our points of pride is our enrollment. In 2016, we had about 450 total undergraduate students in the College of Education. Last year, we were just over 1,000 undergraduate students. 900 of those were teacher ed students. That's about 120% growth rate. And we're very proud of that. We feel we have very strong programming that allows us to be attractive to students. But at the same time, as we grow, it's really important for us that we make sure we're continuing to offer rigorous programs in which our students feel supported. So we are very purposeful about making sure that we keep track of the time to completion for our students. And one of the things that we have monitored as our numbers have grown is, have we been able to continue to allow our students to complete their programs in a timely fashion? And we talk about typical time to completion. We're over 80% of our students that are still completing in that traditional typical time frame. We also pay a lot of attention to mattering and belonging. We want to make sure that as our numbers grow, our students don't feel like we don't know who they are or we're not there to support them. And we monitor some very specific aspects of mattering and belonging. And we're happy to report that those continue to improve and to stay high, even though our numbers keep going up. Obviously, it's really important for us that we prepare teachers and educators who can get jobs. And we're very proud of the fact that our placement rate for our college overall is at 99%. For our teacher ed program specifically, it's at 98%. And those are numbers that we really think a lot about. One very specific statistic, so I can get my statistics in here in my presentation. We have a very diverse student population that comes to us from all over the country. We have about 60% of our students each year that are Iowa students and about 40% that come from out of state. A couple of years ago, we had about 50-50 in our elementary ed program, in-state, out of state. And yet we graduate and have about 70% of our students stay in the state of Iowa to teach. So we're very happy that we don't just create teachers, we also generate Iowa teachers, and we talk about that a lot. That's important to us. A couple of things that we've been working on, partly because of the review and partly because of some of the new initiatives that we're focusing on. Number one, we're very excited about the fact that we've been approved to offer a BA in special ed, which is a brand new program for us that we get to start in the fall. Our students in that program will be able to have 3 really high need endorsements at the end of it. They'll be able to have the K-8 Strat 1, the 512 Strat 1, and the K-12 Strat 2. And we're very excited about that. As Stephanie mentioned, we've obviously been focused on our literacy instruction at all levels, but particularly at the elementary level. We've done a lot of work in revising some of our coursework, some of our clinical experiences. We have a lot of expertise on our faculty. We have the Iowa Reading Research Center, which is very helpful for us. And we've tried to take advantage of the fact that we now have the Foundations of Reading test. We're leveraging that as a way for us to continue to monitor what we're doing, how we're doing, what are the areas we can improve in. We're very proud of the fact that out of the institutions in the state that graduate 25 or more teacher candidates each year, we've had the highest pass rate on the FORT test, and our pass rate has actually gone up a little bit this past year. We're working to improve our work with our external advisory groups, make sure that we are responding to the needs of our K-12 partners as much as we can. And we're really working on our clinical experiences. We're trying to do a lot of focused effort on how can we provide meaningful experiences early in practicum experiences for our students to work on areas that they tend to note are problematic. Classroom management is an area that our students often mention, differentiation, trying to figure out ways to work with diverse learners. And so we're doing as much as we can in that area. And then really the initiatives moving forward that we want to focus on, we want to do as much as we can to connect what we do in higher ed with what our K-12 partners are doing and learn from each other. That's really important for us. Doing a lot of work in the special ed area. We're doing a lot of work in the emergent bilingual learners, ELL students area. We're trying to do as much as we can there. Want to integrate all the great programs that we have. Our people learning to be administrators should be talking to our people learning to be teachers. And we want to do as much as we can in those areas. Keep working on induction support for our early career teachers, and then looking at different endorsement areas that we can continue to develop for our students. So, like I said, very proud of what we do. Also, absolutely happy to be able to grow and develop over this process, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do have to.
Sure.
Do you find that your incoming freshman class are prepared for the rigor of instruction as they move through the process?
We do. In fact, one of the major changes we made a couple of years ago was we now admit students directly to the College of Education as soon as they come to the University of Iowa for our elementary ed program. Prior to that, students would be in our College of Liberal Arts and Sciences for a couple of years, and then they would come to the College of Ed. We found that didn't give us as much of an opportunity to get to know the students and work with them. And so now we admit them right away, which allows us, number one, to get a better sense of what they're bringing in. And number two, to work with them a little bit before we admit them to the teacher ed program itself. So they're in our college, but they're not in our teacher ed program for a couple of semesters. And it allows us to, if we feel like there's areas that we can support, we're able to support them. But we work a lot, work with our community college partners. I actually teach a class at the Kirkwood Regional Center for high school students interested in being teachers. And so we do a lot of work with our high school partners. We have Melanie talked earlier about coming to our Ed Rising conference that we have at the University of Iowa. We work with the Ed Rising programs in the high schools to make sure that we're doing what we can to help support those students. So it's obviously going to vary. I was a high school teacher for a long time. I feel like there's a lot of quality things that are happening at the K-12s that we can learn from as well.
And then my second question, mentoring and induction, you kind of mentioned mentoring. Where are you in that process?
Yeah, that's an area that we are very interested in focusing on now, in some ways, because we've gotten through the review and some of that work we can focus on. some people have heard me tell this story. I equate it to my first year teaching a long time ago. I was a freshman girls basketball coach, right? And when I was the New Hampton girls basketball coach in 1995, if you would have asked me at the end of the year, hey, what weren't you ready for? I would have basically said everything, right? I said I didn't know how to do substitution plans. I didn't know how to plan practices. I'm not sure I would have been able to be ready to do that prior to going through an entire season of coaching girls basketball, right? I think there's just something, classroom management is a good example. It doesn't excuse us from helping students prepare for classroom management, but part of learning to manage a classroom is being in a classroom by yourself with 20 kids over the course of a full year. I think we need to get more involved with our K-12 partners and talk to them. How can we work together during those years to build on what we've hopefully helped prepare the students for, but they just haven't had the experiences to experience it. And that's one of the areas that we're focused. So classroom management is one example, but a lot of, I'll be honest with you, part of the issue is we will reach out to our students, our early career students, and ask them if they want to stay in contact, stay in network. They will say things like, Mark, I really appreciate the offer. I'm way too busy, and so we don't want to put an added burden on that, but we want to do what we can to help.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Go ahead.
And Vice President Meisterling, to your point, around classroom management, that is consistent with the feedback that we receive from supervisors, from principals, from superintendents. So that's something that we are working with the teacher preparation programs to address administratively. Dr. McDermott actually serves on the IACD leadership group, so meets regularly with the department team with me, and also supporting the implementation of a new legislation on special education and EL curriculum and clinical supports for population differentiation.
Just a couple comments. I was impressed with your enrollment numbers. That's very encouraging. Hope that trend stays there.
We're hoping so. And to be honest, we're in a position now where part of our goal is to make sure we're maintaining the rigor of our clinical experiences and that we have enough placements. And some of those issues that come along with growth is great. Meaningful, purposeful growth is important as well. We're trying to make sure we balance all of that. So thanks.
And kudos to you, Stephanie, for the work you've done.
Thank you.
I always pick out, always look for them, the program review fast facts with
I think of you every time I write them out.
Well, it's important to me to know that there's classroom observations, that there are surveys, you're talking to students rather than just coming in the office and opening files and talking to leadership. And so I really appreciate that. And thank you for taking that time. It looks like University of Iowa is in good hands.
Thank you for your feedback.
I've got a comment and a question. First of all, I'm a very proud graduate of the Iowa Administrative Program. Got both of my advanced degrees from there. The comment is that you've got a 60-40 split now of those 1,000 undergrads, 60% out of state, 40% in state, but 70% staying in Iowa, or whichever.
Other way around.
You guys did that backwards.
Yes.
But 70% staying in Iowa, that means that Iowa is attractive to some of these out of state kids, which is great.
Yeah.
Do you have any stats, and I don't know if this is even possible to do, that after 5 years, how many of those that get placed or have a job are still teaching?
Yeah.
No?
We don't necessarily have a 5-year benchmark. Our career center, Pomerantz Career Center, does stay in touch with the students to some extent if the students provide their.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough number to get.
We do a novice teacher survey that is a required aspect of our program for the first 2 years. So we can keep track of the students over those first 2 years. But that, to your point, that's one of the things we talk a lot about is, and with our increased numbers, it's important to license teachers. That's certainly important. It's equally, if not more important, to retain teachers. And that's part of why we want to make sure we're doing the best job possible to develop teachers who will stay in the profession. And if we can, stay connected with them so that we can help them. Sure. So, yeah.
One more quick question, Mark. So U of I's foundations of reading or fort pass rate exceeds the state average, 53%. Obviously, we hope and we expect that our state and our program pass rates will increase. So you have not been involved in the targeted support and improvement that the department is providing to some teacher preparation programs. Can you talk about how you've driven that forward, leveraging the department's supports more broadly, and then also collaborating with your colleagues?
Absolutely, yeah. So we're very fortunate. Stephanie allowed me, I guess, asked for us to present at the summit a couple weeks ago about our efforts at the university. Like I said, I feel very fortunate. We have a lot of expertise. We have literacy expertise, special ed expertise. We have the Iowa Reading Research Center. A lot of our effort is trying to coordinate that and making sure that all of the people in all these different areas are working together and talking to each other. They're all doing great things individually. We want to bring that together for our students. But because of that, we have a very robust sequence of workshops we offer our students prior to them taking the exam. We made the decision when we decided how to progress or to proceed with this. Our students will take the Foundations of Reading test during student teaching. And we made that decision very purposely because we had some data from other states that they did better if they did it during student teaching, that they got to experience things each day in their student teaching that helped them. And it allowed us to provide some targeted support during that initial part of their student teaching timeframe to get them ready for the exam. So that was helpful. We have a pretty strong module then that we provide for them if they don't reach the passing score. That was, again, developed by our faculty. We offer it free of charge. The students don't have to sign up for another course or anything like that. And then now we're working our way through each of our individual literacy courses, and we're making very specific changes, not just for the fun. We talk a lot about we're trying to create effective teachers for literacy. That's our goal. And in doing that, we feel we're going to prepare our students really well for the tests. And so we've added portions to our courses that are looking at specific questions from the exam as a part of their literacy course and evaluating it to help them understand teaching K-3 readers in this class. We've changed some of our textbooks. We've changed our clinical literature. We work with our K-12 partners. You know, Iowa City is one of our obvious partners, but we work with other school districts to find out what they're doing, and that's been really helpful for us. Yep.
The recommendation is to award full approval to the University of Iowa Educator Preparation Programs through the next review.
So moved.
Moved by Jeff. Second by Cass. Any further questions or discussions? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
All right, just a note that we have one more agenda item before we break for lunch. We will pick up with Iowa AEA strategic plan approval immediately after lunch today. So we have the Iowa Early Learning Standards, second reading.
Good afternoon. We also understand the need for punctual and succinctness. So we're happy to join you today and address any questions that you may have in our topical area. Director, are you okay if I jump in? Okay. So unfortunately, Stephanie and I were on your agenda in May, and we're not able to get back from the travel arrangements we had made. So we had our colleague Celeste Mortweet sit in for us. We had awesome feedback that she did a great job. We are coming before you to ask, do you have any questions about what you saw, the material we put together, the organization? We're very, very proud and give a huge shout out to our comms team who really helped us think outside the box in how these standards are organized, really representing the progression that can happen with very young children in very erratic and spontaneous ways when they are developing and learning their skills. But what can we tell you, or what questions do you happen to have for us?
Have there been any changes since the May meeting?
There have not been, no, no. They are consistent with what you had learned about and had a copy of. I would tell you, we've been busy creating the professional development that will go along with this, so.
I don't have any further questions.
Hey,
Board
she
members.
did such an outstanding job.
She's awesome. I totally appreciate it.
The audience, so
Yeah.
thank you.
You rendered us speechless.
For sure.
She was super excited when she got the text message and the phone call. We're not gonna make it, but she was very well prepared. Thank you for sharing that, though. I appreciate it. I have an awesome team here.
That's true. Just one related note to loop back to your question from this morning for the preschool foundations professional learning. The team supported 86 educators.
Yes. The nice thing is that preschool foundations training that we put together will embed, and it includes our revision of the program standards that you saw a few months ago, as well as the revision of our learning standards. So we're very appreciative that that will just be a natural transition. And we're very intentional about including content that will show this is what most of our providers and administrators are used to in previous language, and then how we are evolving into our next. So we really want to scaffold that for them. So yes, our request of the board today is to seek approval of our Iowa Early Learning Standards of the 4th edition.
I move to approve.
Second. It's been moved by Mary and second by Todd to approve the Iowa Early Learning Standards. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion carried.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're very appreciative.
Thank you for all your good work. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, so I have the chiefs from Central Rivers and Keystone for a little while longer. And the chief from Great Prairie here to present. This is the second presentation of the AEA strategic plan, and they are asking for the board's approval of their plan this time around. Turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks for having me back. I know I was here in, I believe, April, and answered a few questions on the first round of the strategic plan. Just a little bit of background, a reminder where this came from is out of 273, seeking 3-year approval. This process has been a year-long process as we start this baseline of what data sets. A lot of things have changed in the fee-based model at the AEA system the last couple of years, but Stan and I are going to talk a little bit today about just some of the positives come out of doing things more similarly, and how we monitor our impact of services by the services we provide to the public and non-public schools that do purchase services. One thing that I think has changed in the system is we've always looked at things from an all kids lens. So all kids, all school districts, credited, non-public or public school districts, they all received or had access to AEA services. In this new model, districts may choose to partner with the agency for professional development or academic or behavior-based services outside of special education, or they may choose to go to a private sector. So this is an area where our data sets that we're going to collect for this baseline, some of those and the last of those will be ready to go this fall, and we'll plan to provide those updates to the department. We'll really look on how do our services have an impact in comparison to all kids, the districts that do purchase services, and look at those delta or change in data sets from comparison to all kids to those. What else, Sam?
So I guess what I would share is having 2 AEAs, Keystone and Central Rivers, with very different sizes, number of districts. Moving from Keystone for 2 years, and then for the next 2 years, for the last 2 years, to having both, you realize how life is different from one AEA to the next. And I think that was one of the concerns we heard through House Bill 2612 and the changes is how do we make those services concrete and predictable across the state. And so I think that obviously a strategic plan, it's just one step in that, but it's, living to that strategic plan and collecting the right data really has drawn, we see a lot of migration towards creation of programming that's predictable between the two AEAs that I happen to have, and of course working with the other chiefs, and then leaning into statewide leadership a little bit stronger with the lead chief, which will be Cindy Yellick the next couple of years, and having some, so you don't have sort of a confederacy model where you've got 9 sort of equal parts, but you've got some leadership and some accountability internal as well as external with the department and with the state boards. I think that really helps to ensure that all kids, large district, small district, and between Keystone and Central Rivers, we've got, Waterloo, Cedar Falls, Dubuque, but we also have Riceville and, from the largest to the smallest. And so this just helps us collect the right data, ensure that we're offering consistency to our students.
Do you have Norris Springs in that as well?
Yep.
Just asking on behalf of a board member.
It is, life is interesting. And in my previous life, I was a superintendent in Dubuque, right? So I was a little bit more used to large districts, and, some of our smallest districts are just phenomenal educational places for kids. And so it's good to be able to serve all of them.
So the only other update I think that's different or in addition to what I talked about when I was here in the spring is we talked a little bit about upon a board approval, we would look at how do we collect data and how do we make sure that how do we prioritize the 3 goal areas which we identified. And since that time, and we meet again Monday and Tuesday next week for kind of our summer retreat, is we're going to organize our proposal to organize a statewide cross-section of AEA director teams for each of the goal areas. So how do you focus on closing the achievement gap? There'll be a cross-section of special education, ed services, and media directors, along with the chief administrative representative who will lead that work. We feel like by prioritizing that and having that goal to be focused on that goal, we'll dedicate time each month for them to connect either virtually or at our joint director meetings here in Des Moines once a month on how to positively impact and then close the gap related to student achievement.
So will you be providing student data?
Yeah, so the last of our data sets that we'll be using should be available no later than the end of August or early September from the assessment data. So our plan is to provide an update to the department through our chief and department leadership meetings. And my anticipation would be that the board would ask us for an update around this time or early the fall after when we have year 1 data back from that baseline.
I think all my time in education related activities has always been this stubbornness to raise student achievement in our most vulnerable classes in special ed. Because we know that number is pretty stagnant, right, as far as growth. So I hope that a lot of your focus is going to be on really actually moving that needle in a meaningful way for our students. And I'm not just saying that because I know that's what your intent is, but to be very deliberate in using that data to make informed decisions on what to do differently to change that outcome.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's one more conversation within the system at the chief's level, at every level, about student data and what does that mean and what is our role and how we impact districts that some are a little resistant to some of those changes. So how do we impact those most resistant districts and everybody else too, right? And what role can we play in conjunction with the department, right? To make sure that all of our kids, especially those who really need, who have that stagnant data, need us to focus on that data to improve their outcomes.
Yeah, that's really who you have to focus on, those stubborn districts, right? It's not they intend to leave this group behind by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that what is that stumbling block that we can break through?
Absolutely.
I reviewed this since it's a great document. But then I think some of the things, and hopefully the chiefs will talk about this, even though I won't be on the board after this, but I'm still going to have my thumbprint on the AEAs through legislation, whatever. But things that I'm looking for, this is a good document, but when you're getting together, what are the specific benchmarks, timelines, what's the accountability structure that gets to
Yeah.
Mary Ann?
Absolutely.
That's been, I took a lot of heat on the AA, but I took the AAs on 20 years ago. And it took this governor a handful of soups to get this happening. I questioned this 20 years ago on services as a superintendent. And I sat at a table by myself for many years because I took this on. But we owe it to our taxpayers, we owe it to our students, we owe it to our staff. And just because I'm not going to be on this board doesn't mean I'm going away. These are the things that I'm going to be looking at and working with legislators in this board. Because it's important that these services are met and that we're not hodgepodge. And there are AAs doing great work. I'm not saying that. There are some that are not. I'm just being honest, just like when I was 2 years ago. And I've said that for 20 years. So things that this board needs to be looking at, specific benchmarks, timelines, that they're measuring, the accountability structure. Without that, in my opinion, there'll be no sustainability on this without an accountability structure. And I think I like this document, but it needs to go a lot deeper. And these chiefs in these school districts need to get on board with this because it's important for students. And I appreciate all the work that's happening in a short time frame. But
I couldn't agree anymore. The timeline is vital, the benchmarks, and that's, there's a different, in my observation, so I've only been with the EA system for 4 years. Before that, as I mentioned earlier, as superintendent, and we really piloted a lot of things around strategic planning, timelines, benchmarks, yearly priority initiatives in Dubuque. And we're bringing a lot of those things to the AEA system. So I have no doubt that that will be the focus. There's a different level of, I shouldn't say different level, it's different people at the table with a different understanding of what is needed and all for. So I think once the data, with the fall, as Nathan had indicated, and we start to create a baseline and a timeline is crucial. Because if we can have all the goals in the world, but it's not a timeline.
Right.
It just doesn't matter. We need that an urgency. So I see that happening in the system. I think in districts that are eager to work with us, that's a little easier move. The harder piece is some districts who maybe think good enough is good enough. Good is the enemy of great kind of thing. We need to focus on getting those districts with our help and support moving forward for kids who learn differently or have greater needs.
So are we on schedule to see this progress year after year?
Yes, the AEA should come back and provide an update every year. I don't want to speak for you, Director, but I think you or the board will need to decide if that's done in the spring again, or if that's done in the fall when they have data.
I would be guided by where you feel that would be an appropriate time frame to follow up.
Yeah, I believe the kind of next step is for us to meet with Director and her team in the fall of here's our baseline data. I think we could provide a mid-year update in that March, April timeline if needed, or I think the end of year one will most likely be in the fall when we have 26, 27 school year data back from all districts and all students.
What are your expectations for immediate data that you can act on in a timely manner throughout that year, instead of looking at it 6 months later or a year later, right? Have you set those parameters?
Yeah, so we've actually another thing I think on this accountability piece, one of the things that we're doing is through our district service plannings, we're taking data to districts in the spring and saying, here's what your data shows. Instead of saying you have access to all these things, which ones do you want?
Oh, I like
Which
that.
service areas do you want? We have data that says whether it's behavior data, absenteeism data, academic achievement data, maybe a specialized population, maybe it's around school and community planning. We're actually taking that to the districts. Instead of saying, what do you want? We're saying, here's what your data shows. How can we help you in these areas? And this is
what we recommend.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it's been a very good process to get the conversation around, instead of that mindset of everything's going good, we don't need anything, right? There's always, no matter what it is, there's always more work to be done in public education. So, and we are in K-12 education in general. And we understand that. So I think that's been a big lift. I think that mindset will be continuation through the strategic plan on, here's what the data says, what's the next step? Because the work is never done.
And excuse me, Board Member Meisterling, to your question about data points in addition to our state summative assessment. We've got universal screening data in both early literacy and early math. We've got progress monitoring data. Many districts have growth assessments. They differ across districts. So those are also interim indicators that can be utilized. And then going back to Angelisa's point, so this past year, we did the budget approvals and then the annual performance reviews for the accreditation process, almost back to back. And then there was discussion of, does it make sense to do that in the summer? And then additional discussion of, does it actually make sense to pick it up in August when we have our state summative assessment data out?
Right, okay.
In years when we're not administering a brand new assessment.
Right, right.
So really, at the end of the day, this should become a transformational type framework versus just a document that's going to be shelved.
Right, absolutely. A strategic plan that sits on a shelf for 3 to 5 years doesn't do anybody any good. It's got to be revisited on our end monthly or quarterly, on the higher level, yearly or bi-yearly, whatever your desire is. But yeah.
And I think that's really why we are proposing in our discussions Monday and Tuesday around the statewide director cross-section teams for each of the goal areas, to make sure there is time to talk about what is next, instead of not making excuses, just like as a superintendent or principal. The daily whirlwind takes you away from focusing on achievement. If we're not intentional by set at night side, that's that time aside, that can often come on the back burner. So making sure we have the right people in the room to direct that work. And I think that also plays off outside of this conversation, but around the centers of excellence and working together across the system of how do we do things more similarly, instead of here's the Great Prairie version, here's the Keystone version, here's the Central Rivers version, et cetera.
With the assessment of the goals, I just want to reiterate what I'm hearing is that you'll be providing student data, not that we provided X number of workshops.
Correct.
Yes.
Absolutely. The first goal that's listed is safe, orderly, and welcoming learning environments, which that's a wonderful goal. I guess the trick or the caveat is that that's got to really be clearly defined as what does that mean? What data can be systematically collected across the state? It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, so one of the things that is already collected is, there is data around chronic absenteeism, number of suspensions, expulsions. Through the Achieve system, we also are able to collect some early childhood outcome data. And, this is Nathan's visions because we haven't finalized this until next week, but I think the conversation is around, here's the baseline data, the districts that are outliers in that specifically to start with, of how do you reduce, what type of professional development, what type of coaching, what type of leadership support can we provide to districts that reduces chronic absenteeism data, that reduces the number of suspensions, expulsions, et cetera. So some of that I think will have to do around, here are the number of districts that engaged and the number of count of educators, et cetera. But that will not be the sole data source. It will really be around District X participated with the agency. This was their baseline data, and here's where we move the needle. I think we'll also have some comparison data. Here's a district that had the same number, and here's where their data is at without AAA service or without choosing to utilize the AAA in that specific content area.
Because there will be two sets, right? There'll be those who choose to engage and those who choose not to engage.
Right.
So and again, not to pit districts, but the facts are the facts. And so to show what change happens when utilizing our support versus a district who may not, and maybe it'll be upside down, then we'll have to look at. Right.
Right, exactly.
But and I'm not sure what the answer is. I don't have a solution for you, but somehow you need to get down to the individual student levels. And really the basic question is that, do you feel safe and valued here? And that doesn't always appear in the chronic absentees or the suspensions, because we all know that suspensions are not really prevalent in elementary schools. Get to some middle schools, more high schools, but even the philosophy of what is a suspension? Is it in school, out of school, or is it away from a classroom for a period of time? And so I just think consistency and meaningful data, and I think this will hopefully evolve over time, will be better data and more clear data as we go. So I'm encouraged by your responses, because that was one of my questions today is your data going to be what we put on this workshop, when we put on that workshop? And
So one thing I haven't got my arms around yet. So you provide districts and schools with this information, this data, and for whatever reason, they choose not to engage. And yet you notice 2 years later, whatever, it hasn't improved, or it's maybe even gotten worse. Is there any teeth built in anywhere that anybody can do anything? I don't have an example of what exactly it might look like, but is there?
Related to school district performance profiles?
Yeah, if you're pointing, like I said, I don't know what it would be. I don't have an example, maybe the behavior thing, I don't know.
But specifically the AEA services
Correct.
component.
Right.
So that is the board's role in the revised accreditation process under House File 2612. So in the district process, you're very familiar with our ESSA school accountability system, and then the intensive in-person coaching, modeling supports that we provide. That's mirrored in our IDA-DA system, our differentiated special education accountability system at the district level. And I think this is looking to mirror that. It's also mirrored in the charter performance assessments that you're see, looking through their performance profiles. And maybe one question might be if it makes sense to bring back to the board the specific student and other readiness indicators that measure each of these goals. And similar to how the board set in its performance framework for charter schools, where you've got consistent indicators and then specific indicators that can be requested or goals of an educational entity, we might look at modeling that here.
Does the AEA have a role in that? Any of the, in that part of that process? What's the AEA's?
In defining
Is there
it, you mean?
Yeah.
Defining the indicators. So I think we can do so. Perhaps it makes sense to do so collaborative and then to bring it back to get the board's approval of a supplement to this strategic plan that indicates what the outcome performance.
Yeah, that would be.
That would be
I
good.
would like that.
And I think the other piece of your question around, I think the department with the report card, we don't necessarily be able to come in and say, you're in need of improvement in this content area, so you have to utilize our services, but it's more of here's a resource that is available for you at a reasonable rate that we can support to help move the needle in your district. So I don't know if there's ever a requirement for us to do that yet, but that has been a data source where we've used to tell districts, here are some of the data sets where it shows your kids have a need, whether it be feeling safe at school or early literacy or et cetera.
Yeah, that's what I'm really driving at. What's the accountability value? Where does it come from? But I think it's kind of a both and.
And I think there'll be indicators like around narrowing and closing achievement gap experienced by student groups. All AEAs receive the state and federal IDEA special education funds. So we will look at achievement, growth, post-secondary readiness indicators, attendance, all the indicators in our school performance profile, because that will be applicable to all AEAs supporting all districts.
Got it. Thank you.
Good luck. We're right behind you.
good discussion today. So before us is a recommendation to approve the statewide strategic plan.
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right, so it's been moved by Jeff and seconded by Erica. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you a lot. I'll see you next.
You're not done yet. They haven't voted yet.
Need to vote.
Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Now.
All right.
All right, we have item 11, Prairie Lakes.
All right, so I have Dan Mark, Chris Aarons, Tabitha should be online, Jen Salmon should be online, and Chris Wells with me. So we have Prairie Lakes here to do their final progress report from their conditional AEA accreditation. And then I'll be going over the highlights of their visit from this year, which was required as part of their conditional accreditation. So we've decided to do their progress report first, and then I'll shift into their accreditation report from this year. You're on the clock.
The timer you told me was gonna be here.
I know.
So let me do introductions real quick, real quickly. Chris Aarons, our Administrator of Family and Student Services, is retiring. So therefore, I brought replacements with. So Chris Wells and then Jennifer Sammons, who's on the screen, will be splitting those duties. So they have time, and then I'll continue the RA duties. They were on our staff, so we moved them up. We're excited to have that, and wish Chris well. So this is her final report with you all.
Chris Aarons.
Chris Aarons. Chris. So you got it. Yeah, Chris. And
We try to have someone in between.
Yeah.
Get out.
No, it's smart enough to replace a Jen with a Jen. So
There you go.
the two, and then Tabitha May, our facilitator of Ed Media Services, is on too. So we'll highlight the monitoring of what we have done since last time that we met with you, and then we will switch over and talk about the accreditation visit.
Yep. Okay, so the first item that we had that we had to address was around leadership that could support all the elements of IDEA, as well as communication and feedback loops, internal and external. So just a reminder, we talked through this before, got that in place right away. We adjusted the way our admin team meetings work. We meet twice monthly with our RSED from the state, and then have work sessions around what tasks need to be done next. We have restructured our professional learning for our departments. All of our related service providers meet on the same day, and then they can have common learning as well as break out and work on their discipline specific things that they need to work on. And then in terms of communication, we have chief updates every week. We had a communications committee that came out of, asking people what do we need. If we continue to have our staff update, we have 30-minute Zooms if there's timely things that we need staff to hop on and get informed about. Generally, they're optional, but at least they have the opportunity to engage in those. We continue to meet with our early access teams twice a month to share updates, and Jennifer's going to talk a little bit more about that. We've tried to organize ourselves better by department, so they each have a Google site where they can access their resources and find timely information they need. And then as part of the program evaluation process, we'll continue obviously to evaluate what about these new things that we've put in place are working. We're going to revisit that in the fall. Where do we need to make adjustments, and what are our professional learning needs? And so the feedback we've gotten from staff, whether it was in our collaborative meetings, one-on-ones, our continuous improvement team, was that these structures have really helped, and staff are feeling more supported. Jennifer has some very specific data about that with regard to the early access staff, and that there's additional consistency for staff, so they're feeling supported that way. Externally, we've re-upped our principal networks. We've provided a couple of workshops for administrators, particularly around general supervision, manifestation, determination, that sort of thing. We have monthly meetings with them where we underscore the policy and practice webinars from the previous month, and we continue to get feedback from that. The impact, anecdotally, they're attending. That's good. When we're out in buildings, we're seeing that they're taking general supervision a little more seriously. They're asking questions. They're looking at prior written notices. They're doing that sort of thing. When we got our data from the state around overdue plans, we were told that, not specifically, but that our AEA had very few internal and external, our districts didn't have very many overdue IEP plans, which was a very good sign. And then another thing that came out of this that I think is really important information, we continue to survey districts about our services, and we had a real basic survey that went out to them with regard to our related service providers. And it essentially asked 3 questions across the different disciplines, 2 different types of whether it be teachers, administrators, that sort of thing. We had 346 respondents. The first category that we asked them about was ease of access to services, and 85% of them said the services were fairly easy to very easy to access. We asked about satisfaction of our services. 76, almost 77% were satisfied, or they said the services were better than expected. And in terms of effectiveness of the service, 92% said that it made some difference, a noticeable difference, or more difference than they had expected. So those are some facts from the field.
Can I ask you what your response rate was overall
Well,
in your surveys?
the response rate. So we had 346 respondents. I suppose I don't know the exact number of all of the teachers, administrators, and that sort of thing. So I can't give you a percentage, but that's a pretty good number, I think, compared to previous surveys.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to discuss the second required action around Lakes Partnership School. I was the administrator assigned there this year and was able to be there at least one day a week. And some of the things that we did address is to have a written transition plan. So for like intake and what responsibilities both the AEA, Lakes Partnership, and the school districts would have, as well as the transitional activities that work the students back. And part of it is around the students' behaviors, but it is also building relationships and trust back with the students, families, and school districts. That families and kids need to feel like they wanted to, schools want them back, and schools feeling like it's okay and safe for them to come back. Because I would say almost, if not all of our students have regular or intense physical aggression, verbal aggression. And that's some of the data that we reviewed this spring was around safety and precaution, but also instructional engagement. No one's referred anybody to Lakes Partnership around instructional engagement, but when we're like going, if you don't ever ask them to do something, of course they're not having behaviors. We wanted to make sure that we reduce that safety concern, but also increase some of that instructional expectations. We'd also reviewed data around that student engagement, safety, the other one. Oh, and just the participating in transitional activities. As soon as a student comes to Lakes Partnership, we talk about transitional activities such as virtually meeting with their teachers and still engaging with that relationship. And when students are ready to physically start transitioning for maybe an hour or 2, depending upon where they're at, our staff will attend with them, or some of the resident district staff come to the school, see that modeling and coaching of strategies. Sometimes it's nice to hear they're doing great, but it's more important to see they're doing great before you feel comfortable having them come in. We also this spring visited Mississippi Bend's behavioral program, and we picked up some ideas that we thought, you know what, let's explore that a little bit more around some of their curriculum and strategies. And we're going to be implementing professional development around that this fall. And in 2 weeks, the leadership team at LPS is going to be updating their handbooks as well to align a little bit more with some of those changes as well. And just really the impact of all that is, I think the staff at LPS feel more comfortable, and the districts are feeling a little more comfortable too. Because we do take a look at not only are they following the plan, do the kids meet the criteria, but is the strategies sustainable in districts? Because a lot of times these kids do pull a lot of the staff away from other students as well.
What about your examples of transition out?
Yes, well, and some of those transition out physically looks in like milestones, just like a reintegration plan where we may start small. At the beginning of the day or at the end of the day, they may start. And we really talk about that continuum of services. If they're going from a program placement back to home, we don't necessarily say general education in the PE classroom might be their first stop. But what about the special education room? in the small community where we can ensure some of those strategies and implementations are in place and then build from there with that continual conversations. So if not daily, weekly communication back and forth and being able to adjust that as well.
I just want to compliment Chris because for the first time in a long time, we actually had a district come to LPS to watch what her staff was doing with that kiddo. So they knew during that transition, some things that they could use and back. And she also sent a staff member with a kiddo to make sure they were successful once they got back to that resident district. So that was definitely a win-win situation that hadn't always happened. We didn't always have that cooperation from the local district, and Chris has worked on some great relationships to make sure that happens.
And really a lot of that is to ensure consistency of planning because things change with different people, but also that security and confidence. It's nice to have, you know what, they've worked with them for the last 3 months. So if they can step in and coach in live action, it makes them feel more confident too.
Yes, ma'am. So the next required action in the special education services and supports was around child find. We were required to train staff with preschool child find in particular with regard to eligibility and placement decisions. We trained all of our staff in child find because we know it's a need for consistency across the state. So we did a lot of training for a lot of people this year. In addition, for the relevant people, they had additional training around the students who are transitioning from early access to school age preschool. They had additional training for students who were 3 to 5 years old and not in a school program. And then we also provided training for school age students who weren't attending an accredited school that might be homeschooled, that sort of thing. And then to evaluate that, we did baseline data. They did a self-reflection rubric, which we're using across the state. All AEAs had staff do this. They reflected on their evaluation report. And then we asked our staff to give us the names of all of those students that they did the evaluation report on. And then the regional administrators went in and we did the same rubric to see what our perception was. Then we compared our perception and their perception, looking for trends and what we needed to do. We did that in the fall and we did that again in the spring. And what we noticed was that the staff reflections showed growth in all areas. We noticed that regional administrators noticed growth in all areas as well. The difference in how we rated them was in the fall, much greater. It was 0.5 difference. In the spring, it was 0.3 difference. So our perceptions and staff perceptions are getting closer as well. We identified that staff tend to be able to describe and understand performance very well with regard to students. They have a little more difficulty with progress, how much progress, rate of progress have students made, as well as truly like drilling down and defining their needs so that the next person can take the information and run and put a program together. So depending on the department, kind of depends on the needs. But what we've noticed, we've re-implemented our department leads and some of them jumped on this right away and they're like, yep, we recognize right away that our department doesn't do very well with progress. And so they've already created a plan for what that looks like. And then we're going to provide additional training in each of those areas based on staff perception. So if I feel like I need more help with describing need, I can do a little module and dig deeper in that. We'll also provide a deeper training for everyone, depending on when we tease out the details of that a little bit more. That's that one.
Okay. I'm going to talk about required action 4, and that was the AEA corrective action plan for Part C. I'm the early access liaison, so this action was already corrected. However, we've continued to sustain, maintain, and improve this area by continuing to work on our corrective action plan. And so a couple of the things that we've put in place that we're going to continue. We meet with individual staff members and look at citations, corrective actions, non-compliances, citations around Part C monitoring. We put in place monthly early access collaborative team meetings to monitor C to B transitions. We also put in place a monthly technical assistance virtual meeting for all early access providers. And during that time, we provide updates and also talk about trends that we're seeing during the month when we're meeting with the providers. All the regional administrators participate in those. And then the other thing that we did is we evaluated. We sent out an evaluation, not an evaluation, a reflection to gather information from all of our providers. We did that in February, and then we did it again in May to gather the feedback. That was the feedback that Chris had mentioned earlier, just to say, hey, what's working, what's not working, how can we make this better? And a lot of the feedback that we got was that providers appreciated the time that we were allowing for them to work together as teams. They appreciated that the regional administrators were part of these teams. We changed some of the times that the groups were meeting so that they could allow for those that had school caseloads. It's just been a really positive experience. So the one other thing that I did want to mention, the impact that this has had on our APR data, those indicators, indicator C1, which is the timely services, went from 93% to 100%. Indicator C8A, which is timely transition planning with our families, went from 91% to 100%. And then C8C, which is timely transition meeting that we hold with the family, went from 80.8% to 92.5%. And please note that that was just the difference of one student. And so we really celebrated those accomplishments with our staff and are proud of the accomplishments that we made with our early access providers.
I'm going to jump in there. The goal was 95%. We got to 92.5, which was just one student away. So that's the difference.
Less than one student away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a celebration for us.
Yes. Yes.
And program eval.
Okay, program eval, we continued our work with the comprehensive improvement planning team. As I updated before, Angelisa started with us in October, phased out in March. We have continued our monthly meetings to go through exactly what you have just heard here. We continued that work with our required actions and our recommended actions, as well as some agency things that we needed to work on, procedures. So in fact, we just met yesterday to go through the report that is in front of you for today as we come up. So that continues and will continue. We have a cadence established of our monthly meetings, the data we will review, and then the accreditation standards that we will continually monitor throughout the year.
Do you have any questions about the progress report before I get into this year's report for accreditation? Okay. All right, so I'm going to first go over the required improvement action. So the department team visited Prairie Lakes in April. And as we do with all on-site visits, we review a whole bunch of data before we go, identify needs, come on site, do observations, and then interview multiple groups. So the agency has 4 required actions, 2 in the area of special education. First, to allocate staff to IDEA differentiated accountability practice coaching. The second, although they've made a lot of progress at Lakes Partnership School, the second required action is to continue to improve there, making sure they sustain Chris's administrator presence, or if not Chris, someone else, and then continue to work on developing those transition plans, a written intake and exit process, and regular and ongoing evaluation of Lakes Partnership School, just to engage in that continuous improvement process there. Under learning environment, making sure to align the services provided by the challenging behavior team with the complexity of student needs and reduce response times by the challenging behavior team. We received feedback from the field about the length of time it takes to get responses and that increasing complexity and those challenges in the field, and just the need for more support from the agency. And then under the area of compliance, we received some feedback about virtual speech services. When I talked to the team, they're able to articulate how decisions are made about speech services, but that's not clear to staff and to districts about how those decisions are made. So we want them to just articulate that and share those decisions with everyone. Under recommended continuous improvement actions, you will see some for every standard area, but I'm going to highlight a few. Under curriculum instruction and assessment, just ensure that all services are of equal quality and not person dependent. We received some feedback that it depended on who you had show up as to what the service looked like. That's not necessarily uncommon across AEAs. You'll hear that feedback. And then also under curriculum instruction and assessment, clarify what it means to receive services in the area of implementation science. Not all districts understand that concept of implementation science supports, so help them to understand what that means. Under compliance, Chris articulated they have a plan for evaluating child find and evaluating educational evaluations. Just make sure you're completing that plan and then continuing to evaluate in next year and ongoing years to ensure continued improvements. And then the other one I wanted to highlight was program evaluation, which we have also discussed here previously, sustaining and maintaining the improvements we've made so far this year as a continuous improvement process. Just making sure that sustains, especially in light of Chris's retirement with 2 new special education leaders. Under strengths, what I wanted to highlight is that AEA professional learning plans were definitely grounded in the continuous improvement process and the SDI framework, as well as a lot of the curriculum instruction and assessment work. You could see that very clearly throughout the artifacts and the interviews, and that was a very noticeable change from the prior year, that grounding in the continuous improvement process. In addition, in compliance, Jen stole my thunder and already alluded to this strength with the significant gains made in early access and the improvements over the course of the year, and meeting the indicators of C1 timely service and C8A timely transition planning. And then another one that I wanted to highlight, which was very unique to Prairie Lakes, came under management services, which is not one that we find a lot for AEAs. But Dan actually asked for 3-year projections about managed service needs to help with planning in the agency. So that was another strength unique to Prairie Lakes. So with that, Dan, do you want to make any comments about any of my comments or any of the recommendations in your report?
Yeah, I'm going to have each one of these talk about a couple things and I'll summarize.
Okay.
Jen, I'm going to let you go first. You want to talk about the virtual speech?
Yes, I sure can. So a couple things we just wanted to highlight. So we have regional administrators that meet with principals and talk about delivery model and problem solve potential caseload concerns. And then also the SLPs work through caseloads as the year begins and makes contact with families. Student growth is also our primary focus. So if there are concerns or student is not making adequate growth, the IEP team will meet to discuss additional ideas, strategies, and options. In addition, I think it's important to note that a speech language pathology assistant is provided when we provide teletherapy to work directly with the student and be present in the district to assist with communication. And then also, teletherapy is recognized by the American Speech Language Hearing Association, ASHA, as a viable, effective service delivery model. And so we are currently developing additional resources, including a one-page overview that we can provide not only to districts, but to families, and then also a recording of what a teletherapy session might look like so that if there are questions, not only by teachers, but maybe parents, just so that everybody's on the same page and we can be more prepared.
Can I just add one component too, Jen, and I might have missed it. When we do that teletherapy, there is another AEA staff person with the student doing the therapy. So it's not an extra burden on the district. And we don't have little kids just on the computers by themselves.
Correct. That's the SLPA that we provide in each of those situations. Correct.
Okay, Tabitha, we'll talk about one of the recommended actions that we didn't get accomplished. Has now become a required action. That's the coaching. So Tabitha, you want to talk about the SDI package, coaching packages?
Yep. So our requirement is SDI coaching. So Prairie Lakes has hired 2 people to focus on true SDI coaching and to support closing the gap work. So we put this action in place prior to even learning about this being a required action. So we were happy to be ahead of the game. We've hired 2 people to focus on this. We have a draft plan laid out already for them. just to make sure that they can have the time to go through the train the trainer packages, to coach all the teachers across various level 1, level 2, and level 3 districts. We're required to coach level 2 and 3 districts, and that varies between 1 time a month for level 2 districts, and for level 3 districts, 2 times a month for each teacher. So we built in time within their schedule to be able to have the time for that. We also are kind of excited because we have 5 level 1 districts that are attending our packages, and it's recommended that they also receive that coaching. So we'll work with the districts to see what they would like that to look like. We also built in time for them to be able to do the community of practice Zooms for that statewide calibration. And then we built in time for internal community of practice within our AEA, just to build capacity around the SDI packages, around database decision-making, closing the gap strategies with other SDI packages. And then all of our school improvement people, and we consider these closing the gap people also considered school improvement, they'll be engaging in ongoing learning around implementation science. So I'm excited to have a group together to learn on that. Previous SDI trainers and coaches are going to be supporting the preschool SDI and significant disabilities districts. And all of our early childhood special education consultants were trained in that preschool SDI package. And so they're pretty confident in supporting that coaching as well.
Okay, thank you. Any LPS, we're going to continue, you're going to continue?
Yep, I'm
being
going to continue,
administrator?
and we're just building in more professional development based upon feedback from the staff, but also feedback from districts and families. We tried to get all the instruction we could, so we didn't do a spring break, and that caused some hiccups with transportation and stuff. So we're going to kind of work around that without reducing too much instructional time. Okay. So,
last one.
yeah,
CBAT, yeah.
I will
Yep,
talk
take
about a
it.
little bit CBAT too. One of the things that was mentioned in the report was the referral checklist. And I just wanted to say, the checklist is more like an IT. Is your computer plugged in before we send the technician? Do you have a functional behavior assessment? Do you have a behavior intervention plan? Those should have been easy, check, check. Has anybody checked to make sure people are following the plan? Check, check, check. And has there been additional data collected? Check, check, check. And our staff, the regional reps, are aware of that checklist too, so they can be supporting districts as they move forward if they notice it's not in place. So really that checklist is more of a call just to verify, and usually within 15 minutes, yep, go ahead and make that referral. I would say also our Lakes partnership, which we probably need to communicate better, also does consultation and collaboration too with students with challenging behavior. So, and I don't know that that's widely known, but we have done that in the past, but we can communicate that better. Otherwise.
And then we talked about tracking on a spreadsheet. So when the referral comes in, you fill out the little form and it's time stamped. And then just making sure that we know like when the next first contact was made and then the follow-up notes. Because what happens a lot of times is they get a call, they get some type of response, they have some collaboration. Someone might not come on site as quickly as they would like. And so we'll work on that too, but we'll have a better way to track the specifics.
Absolutely.
And so before you say it, so one thing
Yes.
we've learned over the last 2 years is all the processes and procedures that we have up here need to be on paper for the next guy. So that's a lot of these things we have, we just don't have them archived.
Yeah, and I think you saw that evidence in all of our artifacts, where it wasn't just simply the plan, it was how will we implement or how did we implement, how will we evaluate or how will we evaluate. So we were trying to be very thorough with everything. So as we know, there's turnover, and what we don't want to happen is when we do have turnover, that we lose ground. We need to keep moving forward.
So with that, we are recommending full accreditation for Prairie Lakes until their next visit. They will be required to complete the 4 required actions, and we're also recommending that they continue engaging in continuous improvement, focusing on the additional recommended actions.
Okay. Questions or comments for Angelisa and the people from Prairie Lakes?
A couple of questions more on the LPS, unless I mentioned, as you're moving forward, particularly with the transition plans, how will they actually be measured?
Well, we really have like different layers of transition. So initially when we do the intake conference, we set up what are some virtual, can people visit one way or the other? And so it's just really looking at on the IEP, what's that support for school personnel, even though it's support for school and the student also, and documenting what percentage or how frequent that happens. Sometimes we've noticed that we request a teacher 15, 30 minutes, have an active engagement Zoom with a student, but there's a lot of silence. So we kind of have to structure some engagement activities to allow some back and forth, getting to know them in more of a supportive kind of nurturing relationship building activities. So it's not necessarily around SCI, but more, how do I get to know that person? Because their experiences have always, or I shouldn't say always, frequently been negative, to provide more positive opportunities.
To the intake and exit route, what's that gonna look like moving forward? How's that gonna be? What's that process gonna be?
Well, we have a front back document where we outline the intake conversation is, first of all, it's an IEP team decision because it's a placement decision, as well as identifying what are the needs of the students and is that program able to provide? Because there are students that need beyond that partnership level of support. And then just clarifying the communication back and forth, who's responsible for what, how is that transition going to happen? And then while the student, providing the student does transition in, and right now we haven't not transitioned anybody that's requested in. But I could see we're pretty full. So in the fall, if we get 3 referrals, we may have to triage. But what kind of things do we keep building that trust, building that expectations, talking with the districts of what kind of things do you want to see to be able to be comfortable with starting to transition that student back? Because really, it may be, you know what, when they're saying, I don't want to say what they might say, if that doesn't bother us as much as it really bothers you, that's an important distinction perception of what's acceptable and not. And we just want to make sure that we're working towards students getting the skills that will make them successful in their resident district.
And essentially having an exit plan when they enter.
Absolutely. And I would say we meet almost on every one of those students monthly, within 30 calendar days at least.
And the only reason I asked, I live up there, so people still call me a little bit about the LPS, so there are still concerns about the LPS program. So I appreciate what you're all doing. Just
But it was your former district that came in and started doing some work, so we were impressed. Yeah,
which is good.
yeah, it is good.
So I guess my last question on the LPS is, how will it fully be evaluated and reported back out to this board ongoing? What's that gonna look like? Not just like anecdotal data, actual data sets.
Well, and I will say we have been collecting data around instructional engagement, the chapter 103 and seclusion, that kind of data, as well as feedback from districts and parents. And we can quantify some of that data.
The only
So
problem,
there's a-
it's definitely gonna be that end up 10, that transition out a year. And when you only have 1 or 2, then it's kind of hard to say what that data should be, because it can be narrowed down to who those kiddos could be.
And I'll say when you're talking program data too, if you have an influx of new students, their data is going to be a little rougher until the program starts working.
Those are good points.
On the component about sustaining administrator presence, as Prairie Lake's committed to having an administrator there at least weekly.
Yeah, Chris is there for all next year. Yep. That was our plan all along. She's been, as you can tell, I can't afford to pull her out there. Things are going much better with the presence there.
Other questions or comments? And the recommendations is fully accredit till the department completes the next on-site accreditation visit and presents its findings to the state board, and also that Prairie Lakes must complete 4 required actions.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mary.
Second.
Second by Jeff. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations on your hard work.
It was hard work. Thank you, Angelisa and the department. They were great partners to this. We appreciated the partnership. We're a model for that, I think. Good partnership.
Good luck.
Thanks.
While our charter team transitions in, just a clarifying point on the prior agenda item related to the data points. So we've got three main indicators or systems. One would be a universal application of an AEA special education performance profile that rolled up all the regional data in our performance profile. Did I hear that correctly? Okay.
Yep.
The other two would be usage-based. One would be focused on targeted support and improvement schools, so identified schools that the department has partnered with the AEA system to support based on achievement gaps experienced by a student group. So that would roll up those districts' performance profiles.
Yep.
And then the third would be usage-based too. It would be based on the 11 PD categories on the state-approved PD list. And there'll be indicators for each district that utilized that PD category. So if the PD category, for example, is evidence-based literacy, it's ELA achievement and growth. If it's evidence-based math instruction, it's math achievement and growth. If it's science, it's science achievement because we don't have growth.
Yes.
Would that capture the board? Just wanted to clarify, would that capture the board's intent?
More yes than no.
Okay.
Sure.
As that data rolls out, we may find.
You may change it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Understood. Okay. But that's a good start. Okay.
So real quick, where do the non-pubs fit in with all that? With the data collection part?
So ESA participants are required to take the ISAT. And then their participants on the ISAT, so ELA math and science is then reported. That's a part of our condition of
So it is.
education report. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right.
Good afternoon, President Robbins, members of the board. My name is Tina Whaler, and I serve as the Division Administrator, Pre-K-12 Learning. I'm here with Dr. Barbara Olin, who leads our work around charters here at the department. We have several charter-related items on the agenda. Barbara's going to begin with an amendment request from Hamburg Charter, followed by an overview of the charter renewal process, the performance assessment framework, and then she is going to present the renewal performance reports on 3 schools, charter schools that we have up for renewal, and conclude with a termination request from Civica. So Barbara and I are both here to answer questions during these presentations. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Barbara.
Thank you for allowing us to be on the agenda about charter schools almost all afternoon. So thank you for that. Our first item is an amendment request for a Hamburg Charter School. And I'm joined by Alec Hendrickson, principal and superintendent elect at Hamburg Charter High School and Hamburg Community School District for this item. Hamburg is requesting to expand the charter program from grades 9-12 to 7-12. Hamburg indicates on the amendment that the charter has provided meaningful career and technical education opportunities for grades 9 through 12, and that their board wishes to expand to provide earlier exposure to these meaningful educational opportunities in career and technical areas. It is recommended that the board approve the amendment request for Hamburg Charter High School, and Alec is available for any questions for it at this time.
Things must be going well.
They are, yeah. Our high school students are doing well. We're getting quite a few industry recognized credentials earned. Really, with looking at adding that middle school into it, just to really expose them to each of our programs. We get a lot of freshmen who don't quite know what they want to go into when they hit there, and if we can show them, oh, hey, here's culinary, here's welding, here's carpentry. Hopefully they can get a little more out of that first freshman year.
What are you anticipating as far as number of students, as far as programs?
So we would want to phase it in over like 3 years, spend next year planning on how to bring in these middle schoolers, add eighth grade the following year, and then seventh grade the year after that. We're a small school. We average about 15 kids a grade. Roughly, that's probably the amount of students that we'd lose. That's probably about the same amount we'd bring in from other communities. So right around that 15 students per class.
So you're being a little bit of a magnet in your area for other schools?
We have drawn in students looking for just kind of that different experience in the traditional school. We've gained some from surrounding districts. I think total we were 67 this year. Is that right, Mr. Kirkshank, in the high school?
In a typical student day, how much time do you devote to career exploration
At the high school level right now?
right now? And then also when you add the seventh and eighth grade?
With the seventh and eighth grade, we would look at devoting probably about one class period to it, that 45 minutes roughly. They would still have to go through all their core classes, their PE, their music, but just kind of giving them that additional. Currently at our high school, we run a block scheduling. So they're in their careers 3 days a week, and then in their core classes, the other 2.
Okay.
You have the financial capacity to take this on as well.
I would say so, speaking with our current superintendent and our current SBO. I haven't dove too deep into it myself yet, so.
Yeah, current unspent budget for 2025 is 2.2 million.
What's your
Capacity there.
What's your total budget? Approximately.
Oh, 7.5 million.
Okay. And you're looking to phase this in? Is that?
Yeah, phase it in.
Okay, so what's going to happen if the board approves this? What's going to happen this year, next year, year after?
So this upcoming school year, we would spend the time kind of figuring out just the overall scheduling of it. How are we going to get these students into classes? How are we going to give them the education that or get them the additional education that they need? How are we going to tie this to our career technical experience? How are we going to do their individualized learning plan with it? That'd be year 1. Year 2, like I said, it'd be bringing in that eighth grade class, seeing how things went with the addition of the eighth grade. What went poorly? What went well? How can we adjust? How can we make the learning experience the best that we can for our kids? And then that third year, we'd hope to add that seventh grade in.
How will success be measured?
I think that's going to be part of the planning year of what metrics we want to identify. Is it, hey, these students are very confident that after their eighth grade year, they want to be a welder. So maybe seeing less fluctuation between different career trades, more industry recognized credentials being earned earlier on.
Tell me about the public meeting that was held in May. You have a good turnout?
At our board meeting?
Oh, so the public meeting, so.
Yeah, so that was at our school board meeting. Our school board meetings are not attended the best. We're lucky to get.
It's not always a bad.
We're lucky to get 1 or maybe 2 from the community in, but the board members were all very, very positive towards it.
Have you surveyed prospective students and parents?
Yep, we sent out a survey at the end of, right around that same time as the board meeting. We didn't get a ton of responses back. We got 7 from our current students in that kind of age range, which not a high percentage, but they were all very favorable for it also.
Other comments or questions? The recommendation from the department is to approve the amendment to expand from 9-12 to 7-12 graders.
I have just one last question. How long has the Hamburg charter been in place?
This was year 4.
Still looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
I missed that.
Jeremy, second by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Good luck.
Thank you.
See.
Next agenda item is a PowerPoint presentation. Do I do this or does somebody else click on it?
Should be in that folder.
Here?
Awesome.
She's doing. Tanner, are you going to drop it in this folder?
I'll have Lisa do it.
All right, the next agenda item is an overview of the charter renewal process and performance assessment. Also talking about the 3 charter schools whose contracts are up for renewal. This renewal process compiles data on academic, financial, and organizational outcomes aligned to each school's approved performance framework. So if you have the PowerPoint in front of you, I'm going to, sorry about that, go through our agenda. So our agenda today is we're going to talk a little bit about the State Board Authority, followed by presenting the renewal process itself, then the performance assessment, and then ending with the charter school performance assessment summary table for the 3 charter schools that we have up for renewal this year. So if you look at the State Board Authority renewal process slide, you'll see that the State Board's authority is really grounded in Iowa Code 256E 10. The board's authority in this renewal process includes the responsibility to review charter school performance and renewal application materials in order to make decisions. The board holds the final authority to approve, deny, or conditionally approve a charter school's renewal and to establish another 5-year contract based on the performance. The board also provides an expedited renewal pathway for eligible high-performing schools meeting all statutory criteria and compliance requirements. We are focused on our renewal process right now, but want to make certain that you understand that a board may revoke or decline renewal at any time for material violations, inadequate performance, fiscal mismanagement, or legal noncompliance.
So I want to talk a little bit about the renewal process. And so you should be on the slide that has all of the renewal steps, 6 renewal steps that are within this process within the law. And I'm going to talk us through these steps. The timeline actually begins before the year of renewal. So we have 3 charter schools that are up for renewal in 2026-27. That means the timeline needs to start spring of 26 in order to enable them to have enough time if it so happens that closure has to be enacted, that they have some time during that year to implement those closure activities. So it begins in March and April of the prior year with a performance assessment and site visit, which we're going to talk about in some detail. And then these steps lead to a state board renewal performance report that is issued by the state board to the charter schools. And that has to be issued to each individual charter school by June 30th. And then charter responses to that report are then due into the department by August 30th. So 60 days later. Then the actual renewal process is kicked in with a charter renewal application on October 1st, which contains all the information that's needed to make a renewal decision that then needs to be made by December 1st. So step 1 is that performance assessment, which we're going to talk about in some detail in a second. But that performance assessment is used to evaluate the school's academic, operational, and financial performance, resulting in the charter team's ability to identify its strengths and concerns and areas for improvement. And then these findings help inform the questions and the observations that take place during the site visit. Step 2 is that site visit, and it looks like probably any site visit that you have been a part of as a school or a district. So it's structured around document reviews, quite a lot of document reviews, classroom observations, focus groups with leadership, general and special education, teachers, parents, students, and other stakeholders. The step 1 and this step 2, the performance assessment and the site visit, kind of together help create step 3, which is the renewal performance report. So step 1 and step 2 are done. We're in step 3. And I think there might be some confusion about the purpose of step 3. Step 3's purpose is to provide a status performance report to each charter school that highlights areas that they need to address in order to increase their chances of being renewed by December 1st. So it's incumbent upon us to point out all of the things that they may need to address in order to increase their chances for renewal in that renewal application due October 1st. Step 4, then after that charter report that performance report is provided to each individual charter school, which also provides guidance to the school on its response report due on August 30th and the charter renewal application. Once that's done, step 4 is their ability to provide a response to that report. So then they have 60 days to go through the report and determine what their response is going to be, any updates on data, any updates on anything that they see as inaccurate in the report, they can respond to by August 30th. And then that information is put into the October 1st charter renewal application. The final step in this process is the state board decision for renewal or denial or conditional renewal. So on your PowerPoint or on your printout, the areas in yellow are the things that indicate that the state board needs to do something. So for this renewal performance report for each one of the schools is a need to approve those reports to go to the individual charter schools. And then the last one, which is the decision step for renewal.
You know what, I kind of zoned out for a second because I was reading something.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some recommendations in here and they're going to have to respond to those. So then there's another opportunity to come forward for us to then finish that final.
Correct.
Okay, I
Yeah.
didn't really zone out, just to.
Yeah, you did really zone out. I think that there's just, these are required by law.
Yep.
And the purpose of that report that we're providing right now to go to the charter schools is to allow them the opportunity to go, okay, so here's some things that we need to work on so that we can strengthen our opportunity for renewal. Thank you. Okay. We're going to talk about the performance assessment now. All right. So I want to talk just a little bit about kind of the foundation of the performance assessment. The performance assessment is based on the performance framework that was approved by the state board on February 6th of 2025. And so that framework then was then turned into a performance assessment so we could assess each component of that performance framework and then provide an assessment score back across each one of the critical areas in the performance framework for charter schools and for you. The criteria from the performance framework is integrated into every component of that performance assessment so that we can talk about how schools are doing in implementation of their mission and vision. So the next slide, it has a lot of information about the performance assessment categories, criteria, and points themselves. And so we're going to talk about this holistically, but then break it down into each one of the categories. So the performance assessment itself is divided into 5 domains of performance. That's academics, operations and governance, finance, supplemental data, and additional points. I'd like to kind of call your attention to the higher point values in the area of academics and finance. And the reason why we want to prioritize those areas is because they are critical in the ability for a charter school to be successful and to sustain over time. So that's why they have a higher point value. Let's talk about each one of these components so you understand what kind of is made up of across these 5 components. So academics, there are 2 major components in academics. One is the Iowa School Performance Profile Ranking, and the other is the Charter Goal Achievement. So the Iowa School Performance Profile is provided to all public schools. Charters are public schools, so they also receive a ranking in our accountability system. So we apply points in this area progressively based on the ranking designation for the school, based on their most recent profile data, which would be based on the 2024-25 data, because we do not have spring 26 data yet, right? So it'd be last year's data. Schools that are designated at priority or comprehensive designation receive lower points, and then of those, of course, at exceptional ranking receive the maximum points available. Each charter school, as part of their contract, has self-identified goals. So these are goals that we sign a contract for, that we want to meet the criteria, the targets that we set in these goals. And so that's the second part in academics. Did you meet your goals that you indicated in your contract or not? And so more points are provided for the number of goals that you have met. For governance, there are 6 areas in governance. Most of those have to do with document review. Do you have these documents and do they have the elements in those documents or those policies and procedures that are required? There's only 2 areas in here that are different than a document review, and that is student retention rate and special education program implementation. The student retention rate has to do with retaining students. Those data just come from our data systems. We base it on the special education program implementation is IDEA designation. Are you level 1, 2, or 3?
The rest is document review. We have 18 documents in, I think, governance and 34 in operations. So the next bit, we have 4 major components in the area of finance. We have the annual fiscal audit, which do you have the audit and what was the results of that audit? Fiscal reporting compliance, which are reporting required reports on time. Quality fiscal budget, surplus versus deficit. So over the past 3 years, did you report a surplus or did you report a deficit? And then actual versus projected enrollment, which that is looking at your enrollment and how close or far away were you in your projection, and points are progressively awarded based on the percentage of the actual enrollment and the identified projected enrollment. There are 3 major components in supplemental data. That's governing board member expertise, properly endorsed teaching staff, and staff retention rate. The points are awarded in the expertise of the governing boards, whether they have expertise in academics, governance, operations, finance. And you just get more points the more expertise you have across the governing board. Then there are points awarded for properly endorsed teaching staff, as well as staff retention rate. There are some additional points there, and those additional points you can see really are pulled out of the Iowa School Performance Profile data. The reason why we did that is because we wanted to highlight critical areas that kind of honor the academic high levels of academic achievement for charter schools. So we pulled out ELA proficiency and growth, math proficiency and growth, chronic absenteeism, and average daily attendance and attendance growth as markers of a high functioning charter school that we wanted to provide additional points for. So the performance assessment, all in all, is 525 points without the additional points, but 550 if you add in those additional points.
So do I get additional points if I'm at or above average performance for chronic absenteeism?
For the state level, right? So you want to be below the state level.
I don't know if it's confusing or not for that one. Yeah.
At or below, at or below.
You're pointing out the typo.
Yeah.
We'll correct that. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just a small.
Yep. It's a small thing that means a lot. So we do not want to be above the state average in absenteeism or average daily attendance. Absolutely.
Let's look.
Any other questions on that or pointing out any other typo? Okay. Well, the next slide should be the performance assessment scoring summary. So we add all those points up and divide it by the total number of points in the category, multiply times 100. And this is the score that you get for each category as well as overall. So this helps us understand kind of the level of performance for each one of the charter schools. Basing it at 90 to 100 for a level 5, all the way to less than 59% for a level 1. We do have some indications to the right that helps us understand what does that mean? What does below 59% mean? What does 80 to 89% mean? So that it helps us just understand where the charter is performing in this performance report. So they can take that and turn it around in a response.
So now with the overall performance of the categories, is there a cut score at all for any of those or?
There is no cut score here. There is just levels. I mean, I guess the cut score would be below 59%.
Any questions? This is not to approve, just to hear and to discuss.
Of course, for context, this is the performance framework that the board heard and adopted a year plus ago.
February 6, 2025. Thank you.
Yes, I remember that.
Remember it well.
Okay.
The final slide is the charter school performance assessment summary table for all 3 charter schools, just to give you some context for the upcoming reports. It goes across to academics, operations, finance, supplemental data, as well as additional points in overall performance. So that one table should be called additional data, additional points. So you can see kind of the point distribution here. There's a couple of things that I wanted to point out. The overall charter performance is across all categories. So you just add up all of the points and then divide by the total number of overall performance points available to get that overall performance score. The other thing that I wanted to point out is for Hamburg, is that right? Yep, Hamburg. They are, Hamburg is, just wanted to point out that they have additional points based on ELA growth. And then Storm Lake has additional points because they are below the state's average for chronic absenteeism, average daily attendance, and attendance and growth. And then one more thing to point out for Storm Lake, and that is that they receive their district ESSA score. So they receive their district ISPP designation. It is not the charter designation. They're a 5th-year senior, but they receive that designation anyway.
Storm Lake and Hamburg are both board charters, aren't they?
Say that again?
School board charters.
Yes, they are.
I noticed in Hamburg that they're declining enrollment. Is the 7th and 8th grade approval that we just discussed, is that to increase their enrollment?
I believe that their 7th and 8th grade expansion is for, you can ask Hamburg here, but I think that it is in response to an increased desire to serve more students beyond this 9th through 12 in their program. And then also thinking about an application that's available for charter school expansion.
You said the enrollment showed a decline in 9-12.
Are you looking at the report, Mary?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna go there.
Okay, I'm ahead of myself. Okay.
With that, we could probably jump in.
One transition.
Let's
Okay.
move forward.
All right, we're going to transition then to the Hamburg report. And so you should have each one of these reports. And for every report, I'm going to start on this page that provides an overview of the their scores and the required actions and continuous improvement recommendations. So before we begin talking about the details, I want to point out that that performance assessment scoring summary is right there so that you can easily see how Hamburg scores are reflected in the levels. And then I want to circle.
Appreciated that because I kept going back too.
Yeah.
Yes, so thank you for doing it.
Welcome. I'd like to point out table 1 because table 1 has the scores for Hamburg for the performance assessment. So you can see that we scored every single one of those categories that we just got done talking about. Hamburg scored 70% in academics, as well as finance, those two critical areas for success. And then 87% in operations and governance and 100% in the supplemental data, with an overall performance at 78%, which just below a level 4. So they are in level 3 of the performance assessment scoring summary. There are 3 required actions and 6 continuous improvement recommendations for Hamburg that we'll talk about in some depth as we transition to each one of the sections that we're going to talk about. So we're going to start with academic performance. So just a reminder that this section in academic performance contains both the ISPP designation and charter goals, as well as information from observations and focus group data. I just wanted to also provide you some background or a brief background around Hamburg Charter School. The charter was established in response to Hamburg's community's loss of its local high school, and it now serves students across Southwest Iowa with an established school mission to increase regional high school graduation rates through a non-traditional model focused on career skill development, student support, and transition to full-time employment. Hamburg's model allows students to graduate with a professional trade certification, an associate degree, or both. And the model has students spending 3 days a week in competency-based trade-focused programming, and then 2 days in the traditional academic coursework across several pathways, including such things as welding, automotive, graphic design, elementary education, culinary arts, and nursing. Just a reminder that Hamburg's score in this academic area was 70. And I want to point out some key points, some strengths for Hamburg. They achieved 100% of their charter goals. So they had 8 charter goals. They met all 8 with success in post-secondary attainment, individualized learning, career pathways, student retention, and staff development. They continue to provide individualized support that increases post-secondary attainment, including apprenticeships and career and technical education instruction. Their growth scores on the ISASP in English language arts are above the state average, and their overall Iowa School performance profile ranking is acceptable. In addition, on our site visits and focus group feedback, that showed strong alignment to the school's mission across everyone we interviewed, with highly individualized career-focused programming and practice. And students appeared to benefit from the flexible scheduling of 3 and 2, which allowed them to pursue both college and trade pathways, with learning grounded in real-world applied experiences and community-based work. Finally, their performance data indicate overall improvement, with school performance increasing from 51.97% to 57.23%, and ELA growth exceeding the state average, with assessment participation reaching 100% and graduation rates remaining close to the state at 87.5%. We did note in some of our observations and focus groups indicated a difficult transition that students experienced between middle school and to that charter high school. So there was some misalignment as well as some misalignment of mathematics instruction, the rigorousness of that mathematics instruction provided to students in their trades coursework, and the Iowa academic standards. There were no required actions in this area, but there were some continuous improvements items for Hamburg. And that the most notable concern here was chronic absenteeism, which was below the state average in 2024 by some bit, but now is quite a bit above the state average in 2025 at 30.16%. So given that transition needs and their charter goals, including chronic absenteeism, we would recommend that they prioritize that transitional support for students, develop new or revised charter specific goals that would include chronic absenteeism, and then evaluate that rigor and alignment with the Iowa academic standards.
Was there a difference between on absenteeism, and I don't know if that's for you guys or you, but absenteeism between the days they were doing academics versus trade work?
Oh,
was there a difference in absenteeism, or is it?
We looked at absenteeism as a whole.
Got it.
So we do not know those differences. It's something that we can find out.
But just curious.
Right. And it's also something that they can, in that response, they can provide those details in their response.
Got it. Okay.
I'm also curious with the smaller student population, if it's
Inflated a little bit.
Yeah, just swings.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
So we're going to transition to operations and governance for Florence. Just a reminder that this is mostly looking at documents. There are two areas that are not. Remember, that's the IDA, DA designation, and the student retention across 13 student groups. So some key points here are strengths for Hamburg in that their governance, they had 18 out of 18 for their governance documents, about 29 out of 34 for their operations. But the documents that we have, they showed alignment to aligned and support to the school's mission and vision. They have a 5-member governing board that engages in ongoing professional development, which is a strength. And they have that 85% student retention rate over 3 years. They also have an IDA designation of 1, which would obtain the full points for that item. Their governing board is also compliant with all policy requirements and are actively engaged in training and ongoing school oversight. There's strong alignment between their mission and their practice. The students appear to benefit from flexible pathways. Their special education services are supported through AAA partnership, data-driven practices, and strong coordination across staff, leadership, and families. There are 2 required actions in this area because there were some missing documents, so we would like those. And there are some ADA compliance issues when we went on school grounds and toured the school. So we would ask that they submit their missing documents and also update their facilities to meet ADA requirements. There are 2 continuous improvement recommendations. We would recommend that Hamburg provide professional development on all high leverage instruction for students with disabilities, and then implement further measures to distinguish the school board and the charter governing board, because their board is the same and they just need to make sure that those are very understood, very different responsibilities that they have on their plates. For finance performance, the Hamburg score here was 70%. Some key points in the area of finances for Hamburg is that they did submit all the required fiscal and compliance reports on time from FY23 to FY25. They filed annual audits on time in 24 and 25. They were late in 23. They have received requires review fiscal rating in all 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. Specific audit finding takeaways include that several audit findings are persistent across all 3 years. Particularly these areas, segregation of duties, financial reporting inaccuracies, budget overruns, incomplete teacher salary supplement expenditures, and delayed publication of board minutes. The FY25 findings largely reflect continuation of previously identified financial control and reporting weaknesses. So there are some things that need to be addressed, and that is why we do have one required action here. Note that if you are following along in the report, their 5-year projection is on page 12. In that 5-year projection, the school did not provide a projected ending balance from FY26, so the beginning balance of 27 is unknown. That's the same across all charters. The school is projecting an increasingly positive balance over 5 years, growing from approximately 64,000 in FY27 to approximately 223,000 by FY31. However, there is a caveat here in that they are expecting some funds from a charter grant. It is a competitive grant, and they've built in $156,000 each year from FY27 to FY31, totaling $780,000. So if the grant is not awarded, the school is projected to be increasingly negative over the years. Note that the district's unspent balance at the end of FY25 is $2.2 million. And the district has committed to supporting Charter High School with the funding received for K-8 students that goes unexpended each year. And so the finance section, you can see, has some areas that need to be addressed and some more explanation. So the recommendation, or not recommendation, the required action is that they need to submit a narrative addressing repeated audit findings and why they were experienced in their remediation plans. And again, those things, when we have a required action and recommended actions, they need to provide that in their response by August 30th.
Barbara, how much did you say that grant would be worth each year?
$156,000.
And when will it be known if that grant is?
It will be known into July, beginning of August.
So the last, so it's starting 27, 28, or 28, 29, it's $156,000, I think.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Is it starting in 27, 28?
Yeah, it'll start in 26, 27. So they'll know if they have funds by the end of July or August, and then those funds would be available to them immediately.
Those funds are not available, and that's kind of an issue. I know they have some money in reserve, but 2.2 million can go.
Yes. And that is why it's pointed out in the report. Remember, this is our report saying, hey, here's some things that you need to address, that you need to address.
And I got the recurring themes in their financial data too. It's segregation of duties is going to be one they can't avoid because of the small staff. I don't know about the other ones.
Well, they still have to correct that.
Segregation of duties is something they can't correct. It will appear forever.
I'm going to disagree with that statement completely.
You haven't worked in a small school.
I understand that, but I also worked in a district that had a severe theft. Are these independent audits? Barbara, is this an independent audit finding?
The audits are, I'm going to let Cassandra. Yes, Cassandra's saying yes. Thank you. The information we use in the finance area all comes from our SBO Bureau. Thank you.
Okay.
So with the addition of potentially 6th through 8th grade, is that going to have any impact on finances?
It's 7 and 8 was the amendment.
7 and 8.
And it may. We can ask for them to address that. We can add that to the recommendation, address that in their August response.
I would like that.
That's why I asked the financial question. Because if you don't get awarded the grant, it's a competitive grant, correct?
Correct. All right, we can add that as a recommended response.
Good review. I appreciate all of the
Yeah.
detail that you went through
Good.
and looking at this.
According to my clock, I have 36 seconds left.
We're holding you to it, but
We're just trying to recover. I just have our word
6 seconds.
cover a little time.
So I think that I think the report needs to be approved if you would want to approve it.
I would move to approve the report.
Second.
Okay. Issue here. Mary and-
Sarah.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay.
All right, great. We're going to move on to choice charter then. And because we were able to explain each one of these areas in Canberra, choice is going to move a little quicker because we don't have time to do that. Everybody has their choice report, and we want to talk about table 1, their performance assessment scores. Choice received a score of 20% in academics, 70%, 77% in operations and governance, 56% in finance, 49% in supplemental data, and overall performance of 45%, with 9 required actions and 5 continuous improvement recommendations. So in academic performance, just briefly, Choice is a virtual school serving 7 through 12 grades. The model is built around personalized learning, student value, cross-curricular programming, and project-based education. Students and staff reported that this model has helped many students feel more engaged and motivated than in previous settings. There's some strengths here to note for Choice. Since receiving the department's ESSA support beginning in 2025, Choice has demonstrated a high level of responsiveness to state recommendations and has made some systemic improvements. The school implemented several new support systems, including Scale, onboarding and orientation, RISE 1 and RISE 2, expanded mentor systems, study shifts, and so on. And the leadership team is significantly invested in professional learning, coaching structures, and instructional design. But there are some areas of concern. Choice is designated as priority and comprehensive at the bottom 5%. And since half of the points come in the academic area from that, they're not going to receive those points. They also have an overall performance declining significantly from 38.55% in FY24 to 23.84% in FY25. Chronic absenteeism is extremely high. We came before the board talking about chronic absenteeism and low participation rates as well in the assessment this year. Graduation rates are declining, and they talked about their attendance and participation concerns in a previous state board meeting. There are 4 required actions in this area. Submit the updated ESSA action plan targeting student growth and achievement. Submit a plan to support student attendance and reduce chronic absenteeism rates, and provide this board their requested 25-26 data on credit accrual, general education development attainment, and student mobility. There are 2 continuous improvement recommendations. So we need to continue their support of their unmet charter specific goals because they didn't meet all their own goals, and continue engagement and collaboration with the Iowa Department of Education. For operations and governance, they met all their governance and almost all their operations document review. The governing board does conduct independent professional development assessment, and they review their conflict of interest policies, and they pursue a balanced expertise in board recruitment. They monitor staff. They monitor implementation of actions across staff retention. So they have a student retention rate of 62%, and their designation for IDEA is level 2. So they are not going to receive all the points for that. There are some areas of concern. Their governing board independence is compromised by the CEO-led selection and vetting of board members. Their admissions policy is not formally adopted and lacks required documentation of enrollment procedures in key public materials. Their English learner identification services are out of compliance with state requirements. So there are 3 required actions. Discontinue that CEO-led board selection practices and develop an independent selection process. Submit updated school admissions policies, and update their LAO plan and required home language survey questions, and language instruction educational program details. There are some continuous improvement recommendations. So for the governing board, you need to actually implement an independent professional development needs assessment and so on. And you need to monitor the staff understanding and clarity around all the initiatives, because we have some staff reporting of initiative fatigue. For the finance section, the finance overall score is 56%. They did submit their certified annual report in a timely manner on FY 23, 24, and 25. They submitted their annual audit timely in 24 only, but not in 23 and 25. They completed their 23 and 24 audits simultaneously, which did not meet the requirements there. There's some specific takeaways here, is in that the department has not yet received their 25 audit. A management letter from the auditor identified multiple concerns that may result in findings like internal controls over financial reporting, billings, and accrued transactions, grants, contributions, and contracts, incorrect presentation of financial position and cash flows, and receivable accounts not timely reconciled. The 5-year projection is on page 14. The school did not provide the ended balance for 26, so the 27 balance is unknown. The school is projecting an increasingly positive balance over 5 years, growing from $375,000 in FY 27 to approximately $810,000 by FY 31. There are some required actions in the finance area. They do need to submit a narrative addressing each of the concerns noted by the auditor in the management letter. And they need to submit a narrative addressing repeated audit findings, why they were experienced, and remediation plans. The supplemental data, they scored 49% for that. 97% of choice charter instructors do hold proper endorsements, and the governing board members do have some extensive experience across the areas that they support. So there are no required actions in supplemental data, but we would ask that they continue to monitor and implement actions supporting staff retention. I'm available to answer any questions at that time.
How long's Choice been a charter?
I'm sorry?
How long's Choice been an online charter?
When were they established? 3 years.
I'm struggling with this one.
But our motion is just to accept the.
It's just to accept the report and then they provide their answer to the report in.
Here's my questions then.
Mhm.
What evidence would show students are making meaningful academic progress despite the low statewide performance indicators? Because right now, as a state board, with that, and they have an overall performance score of 45%. That's hard to approve, in my opinion. The other thing is how are they going to reduce their chronic absenteeism from maybe 3%? And when you look at why wasn't the audit and the financial requirements met? Why weren't they met?
Right. We do have that as a required response that they have to address. We have also a requirement that they have to address chronic absenteeism.
I guess my last one's how will the school achieve the required 95% assessment for participation rate? They're gonna have to identify all that. Good luck.
I appreciate that. I think we have all of those recommendations in this report, except specifically, we talk about it generally, but specifically adding evidence of meaningful academic progress despite the data that we have.
And that's why it's so important, I think, that we follow this process, is that the data that we have in this report is accurate as of now. If there's new and additional information, they have the 2 months to provide that data and respond to these, so.
Thanks for your work. Appreciate it.
So are you making a motion to?
Oh, can I ask one more question?
Okay.
Sorry. Can you clarify for me though, GED versus HiSET?
I cannot.
Why is it GED versus HiSET?
Can't
Thomas,
clarify that.
the language.
So, Troy's Charter High School, as well as some other high schools in the state of Iowa, uses the GED assessments, not to award a GED, but to award a high school diploma, aligning the GED assessment result or HiSET assessment results with competencies in 4.333. So the required offer and teach, if you earn this score, you're deemed to have met these competencies. So it's testing not towards a HiSET diploma, but testing using HiSET exam scores as evidence of competency towards high school diploma attainment.
So GED was a self-imposed contract requirement that charter chose?
They chose to partner with HiSET to deliver the HiSET tests for their students to not award a HiSET, but award a choice charter high school diploma. And the program is called HiSET Options. There are other schools in the state of Iowa that use it. So the end result is not a high school, it's not a HiSET diploma, it's a choice charter high school diploma.
Okay.
Because you're also fulfilling the other requirements that that each high school would have. So I'm using these assessment results to fulfill these things, but I would still have to do PE or service learning or career and tech ed or whatever those additional.
More like a formative assessment to
Yes.
let them know, are they making the progress they want to make?
So if the CEO, if the CEO has been selecting basically the board members, obviously in this report, we're saying don't do that anymore.
Correct.
How long are those terms and how long before the board truly would become independent? So are we like 6 years out before they truly become an independent board, or is it 2 years? I'd be really curious to know that.
Okay. We'll add that into the response.
Thank you.
How do other charter schools select board members?
Either the governing board itself has policies and procedures to select board members.
Who approves the board members?
don't know the answer to that. I thought it was the board.
So, members of the Board of MA again, I read a bylaws yesterday for a different charter school. And current board members would ratify the slate, so so it wasn't the management organization or the CEO or the head of school. Somebody would present a slate, but then the incumbent board would approve who joined. And that's not atypical for a not-for-profit corporation in Iowa.
Okay. So I think we still need a motion.
I guess I'll make a motion for Choice Charter High School Renewal Performance Report with the recommended actions that were discussed and shared with the board.
Second.
Okay, motion by Todd, second by Cass to approve the report. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Shall we do one more of these?
That's all I've got. One little thing after that, but then we're done. So let's move to Storm Lake. Same one-page summary. We'll want to look at that table 1 performance assessment scores. You can see that they scored 50% in academics, but I also just want to remind you that they're a 5th-year senior. They inherited the district score. So that 50% means they met all their charter goals, right? Operations and governance 78, finance 73, supplemental data 100% with an overall performance of 71%, leaving it right in that number 3 level. They have 2 required actions and 5 recommendations. Storm Lake is a partnership between Storm Lake Community School District, Iowa Central Community College, and Buena Vista University, but we are going to call them Storm Lake Charter School for the purposes of this report. They are focused on serving disadvantaged youth who may not otherwise pursue a college degree. Students begin planning in their 8th grade year, and the school offers optional tuition-free 5th year focused on trades, health, and general education pathways. So their score was 50% here. That does mean that they met 100% of their charter goals, demonstrating progress in post-secondary education outcomes, academic performance, dual credit participation, and individualized learning supports. In FY 24-25, students earned 523 college credits through 124 concurrent enrollment courses. Chronic absenteeism, their attendance growth, their average daily attendance were at or below the state averages. In addition, the classroom observations confirmed that everybody understood the school's mission and vision within its core programming. Students were engaged in rigorous academic work, aligned with career and post-secondary pathways. Focus group participants shared multiple examples of former students who completed the program and pursued successful careers in nursing, dental hygiene, health, trade, industrial fields, transfer-oriented education, and also people who came back and worked at Storm Lake in the charter school program. There are no required actions in this area, but there are 3 continuous improvement recommendations. They have a strong collaboration among those 3 institutions with data sharing and the work that they do across all 3 institutions. We ask that they continue that. It's a strong collaborative structure. We ask that they continue their data sharing, governing board professional development on charter governance, and staff licensure verification processes. We do ask that they update charter specific goals using current data. And then finally, we ask that they review grades 9 and 10 individual career and development plans to increase awareness of associate degree opportunities while in school.
just because in the interviews, students and parents indicated that some students would benefit from that, so we're recommending they do. In operations and governance, Storm Lake scored a 78%. They had all their documents in order, just one in operations that we are still waiting to get. The policies are aligned with the school's mission and vision. The retention rate is 100% across subgroups. They have an IDADA designation of level 3, but again, that's inherited from the district. That is not a charter school designation. There is one required action in this area, and that is to discontinue charging tuition and fees when charter school students retake college level courses because they are currently charging fees.
Is that a nominal fee or a substantial fee or? They can't charge, it just.
Right, and we just talked about this and it is in my chat and I can't remember it off the top of my head. Tom, can you pull that up for me? Or Cassandra, you were in that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Oland. Yes, the amount was just over $4,000 and it was for 5 students that had enrolled. So without getting the breakdown from the school, the tuition for each 3 credit class was $705. So it sounds like they're charging them the $700 plus then related fees for each course. So they're charging the actual cost of the course.
So currently we've asked specifics about this and in their August 30th response, we are requiring them to, provide further breakdown and then also what the next steps are.
So sounds like the district is financially solvent, but their program is not. Because they're running deficits and now if they're charging for things they shouldn't be charging for. And then they also have repeated financial, issues as far as different. So I was just curious about the 70% rating for finances all.
So the 73% rating in finances, their certified annual report, annual transportation report, were submitted to the department timely each year from 21 through 25. And that is some of the points that they are awarded in the area of finances. The annual audit was filed timely each year across all those years. The annual fiscal risk assessment ratings for 25 was low, for 24 was moderate. And for 23 requires a follow-up. Then some specific takeaways in the area of finance is that Storm Lake does have repeat audit findings across those 5 consecutive years. And it includes segregation of public duties, preparation of financial statements, and material weaknesses related to internal control deficiencies from multiple federal programs. Additional findings in some years include certified enrollment concerns. And in FY21 was a deficit net fund position in the enterprise fund or community/community education. Their projected finances, their 5-year projection is on page 12, if you want to look at that. You can see that the school is projecting an increasingly negative balance, as you said, over 5 years, from approximately 81,000 in FY27 to approximately 554,000 by FY41. We would, the district unspent balance at the end of FY25 is 21.5 million, and it's a school board model, and the charter school has relied on the district itself to help support them. The required action in this area is to submit that narrative addressing the repeated audit findings, why they were experienced, and their remediation plans.
Is there I'll call it a board approved commitment to supporting them financially? is there a public, I think I said that right, the public school committed?
That's what a school board model, is embedded in the school board model itself. Yeah. So the last area is supplemental data, and they scored 100% because, they have 100% staff retention, 100% proper endorsement rate. The charter school program is staffed appropriately. Their governing board members hold experience in academics and policy and finance and operations. They provide pretty comprehensive oversight. There are no required actions in the supplemental area, but we do ask that they develop kind of a succession plan because their plan is really, the fulcrum of that plan really is their coordinator position, who really is coordinating across all of those, everything that needs to be coordinated across those institutions. And we also want them to continue that collaborative structure.
Okay, so I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not, but if the school district, the school board says they're financially supporting the charter in some way, it would be nice, one, know that amount, but have they built a line item for that into their budget? Good question.
Thank you, Member Averson. We did, in our conversations with the district leadership, ask them to modify the budget that was submitted for our consideration as part of this report. And we specifically asked them to include in that budget that support from the district so that we could easily see that the district support would position them positively. However, they just neglected or failed or decided not to do so. I'll also say that this school is different from the school board model with Hamburg. With Hamburg, the charter school is legally a separate entity, but Storm Lake predates Iowa Code Chapter 256E. And so they are literally a part of the school district. There is no separation. And so, these students generate funding for the district like any other student that is a member of that district, which is different from the students that attend charter schools and how charter schools are funded.
Yeah. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Not, the recommendation is to approve Storm Lake Iowa Central Buena Vista Early College High School Renewal Performance Report.
So
Is there a second?
Second.
By Cass, second by Jeff. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Civica.
Okay, we just have one more item on our list, and we should be joined online by a couple of people. So this is a termination request from Civica. I should be joined by Krista Camus, the board chair from Civica, and Frankie Mistra, the service and support coordinator and board liaison for Academica. And I see Frankie right there. Under section 12.4, termination by the school of the charter school contract, Civica Iowa Incorporated is requesting to exercise its right to withdraw from the contract, with the primary reason being to secure appropriate facilities. And so Christina and Frankie are here to address any questions or concerns you have at this. Don't know who that is.
Interesting.
Looks anonymous.
Yeah, it's anonymous. Oh, boy. Yeah,
There we go.
There we go.
Yes, when I read through this, it's basically facility issues is finding something that's suitable and affordable. Do you have any current leads at all?
Hello, thank you. Yes, I mean, there's a multiple of factors. It's not just affordability. There's the requirements of storm shelters. When you're looking at whether it's a temporary facility to ensure that they have storm shelters within the facilities to make sure that we could open appropriately. And so the board decided to not have to, rush an opening or do it improperly. Obviously, we want to provide the best quality education to the families of Cedar Rapids, that we would take an additional year, get the planning. We're happy that statute allows for a planning year once a charter is submitted now and doesn't go against the contracted years of the contract. And so it's just more of a timing thing. But Civica remains committed to opening a school within Cedar Rapids and coming back to the board in the future.
Is it all contingent on finding a suitable location, or are there other issues?
That was the only issue.
So you're planning on reapplying for 27, 28?
That's gonna be the goal is obviously yes for 27, 28. That's gonna be contingent on the facility. So we are working towards a facility and it may be a ground up build. So just it may be for the 28, 29 school year. We're working through that right now. So obviously before we submit an application, that all will be worked out.
I guess that, just thinking forward, that would be one of the qualifications, is that a facility is located as part of their application process, which we don't have to take into consideration now. I'm just thinking ahead, so. Other questions or comments for Civica? Now the recommendation is to approve the contract termination request for Civica Iowa Incorporated.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Jeff, second by Mary. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Good luck finding a location.
Thank you very much.
Sandra, anything going on with SBRC lately?
Thank you. Thank you both.
You're getting punchy.
Good afternoon, President Robbins, Director Snow, and members of the board. I'm Dr. Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of School Business Operations, and I'm here today to provide a review of action and informational items that were considered at the School Budget Review Committee's special hearing held on June 9th of this year. The meeting began with its normal new cadence, which is reviewing the committee responsibilities defined in Iowa Administrative Code 289.62, which requires that decisions of the committee take into consideration equalizing educational opportunities, providing a good education to all Iowa children, providing property tax relief, decreasing the percentage of school costs paid by property taxes, and providing reasonable control of school costs. Next, General Counsel Thomas Mays actually shared IPIB training opportunities. They were shared in October after the new legislation and re-upped for board member consideration for future training opportunities. Next, we reviewed Senate File 2472, 3 particular sections of the legislation. Generally, each year, any legislative changes are brought to the committee in October of each year as part of their annual work session. However, given the timing of the special hearing, there were 3 things brought to their attention, mostly due because of the 1.5-year-long conversation they've had, specifically geared around identifying spending authority in context, what constitutes needs, and whether a threshold should be established. Senate File 2472, Section 84 established such a threshold by instituting a 35% carry forward maximum from a look back period for a given fiscal year. Second, the legislation also moved one committee action item for increased enrollment for modified supplemental amount from an SBRC shall award to an SBRC may award. And thirdly, there's instituted now a requirement for each board to have an unspent balance policy. And this shall define the targeted range and maximum amount of any unspent balance policy. It's also required to be reviewed annually.
So with the maximum of 35%, what if a district is over that? What happens?
That's a great question. So the look back period in this case is the year preceding the base year. So I'll give you an example for fiscal year 27, how that would work, because we're getting ready to go into budget year, fiscal year 27. The amount generally carried forward into fiscal year 27 would be that remaining amount of 26. However, because of accounting, we won't know the actual ending amount of fiscal year 26 until about March or April of next year because of all of the work that occurs after that fiscal year. So the enacting legislation identifies the year preceding the base year, which in this case is fiscal year 25, as that look back period. There then is a calculation against that look back period of that 35% of that year's maximum budget. Then that's the comparison. What did you actually end fiscal year 26 with versus what is a 35% calculation against the max budget of 25, and then you carry forward whichever is less into 27. So the Department of Management and I are working on a spreadsheet that will be available to everybody where they will be able to see what that maximum carry forward amount is. We don't know where everybody is right now for fiscal year 26. We won't know until after the CAR is submitted September 15th and further. And so we are working to provide this resource to them so that they can right now input their miscellaneous income, input their anticipated expenditures, and they can see that calculation actually work for them right in that spreadsheet.
And so if somebody is, say they're at 36 and above, their unspent balance will be reduced?
Correct.
That'll just be a state calculation?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The next agenda item, continuing on with our informational items, was we provided an update of our special education expenditure review. We've shared information about this previously. Beginning this year, we have instituted increased fiscal monitoring processes and practices specific to special education programming in Iowa. For context, the special education program in Iowa costs school districts over $1 billion each year. Recall some of the examples of the questioned costs that we were reviewing includes vehicle maintenance and repair parts, toys, office supplies, capital items, and non-adaptive, non-specialized curriculum, technology, and furniture. To date, the team has reviewed, in addition to all of the staff being charged to the program, 100,000 transaction detail lines and has returned to each of those districts totaling over $36 million in questioned costs. And the team's efforts in that area will continue. The second update as part of that special education fiscal monitoring review was to share more information about the IDEA PBC application. This application was launched this year and is meant to help with an increase and strengthen fiscal monitoring procedures around our federal IDEA funds. 2 of the funding streams were implemented this year. We have budgets and claims going through that new process, and 2 more will be instituted for fiscal year 27. Moving into the action items, Wapello Community School District appeared before the committee, and they were approved to make a transfer from the general fund to the capital projects funds for emergency repairs of an elevator and replacement of a boiler at their secondary building. Next, the Iowa City School District. Yes.
What, and then Wapello is in receiving spending authority for those expenditures.
For the transfer. So when a transfer is made, that expends authority in that given year. And so they did ask and receive that amount of.
The amount doesn't matter to me. It's just because you can spend general fund money on those expenditures.
So they are in the 10th decile. So when we rank that unspent balance per pupil, that districts that are in the first decile are at the highest, and then those districts that are in the 10th decile are at the lowest, and they are in that 10th decile. So they were demonstrating that need.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Was that your question?
Yes.
Okay.
This question came up before SBRC concerning Iowa City Community School District and sort of the relationship between Iowa City CSD, State Board of Education, and the School Budget Review Committee. And there was a comment made during public comment about, can the state just take over the district? And first, SBRC has no role in doing that. Operational control, assuming operational control is something that the state board can do, but after several steps, after several attempts to require correction, one of the things that the SBRC can do is make a recommendation to the department for a phase 2 or a more intensive visit. But I just wanted to, the School Budget Review Committee and the State Board of Education work in tandem here, but the authority to assume operational control of a district is solely with this body and only after statutory steps have been met. And with that level setting, I'll turn it back over to Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I'm going to provide a little bit of background around the Iowa City appearance as well as what was found during our review. 3 of the ways the School Budget Review Committee directs districts to appear include when the district is late filing fiscal reports, incurs a negative unspent balance, or experiences a negative regular program balance. Districts are required to submit 3 reports each year following the end of the fiscal year, detailing their financial position. Districts late filing these reports are required to present a corrective action plan to the SBRC that will result in future timely filing. If a district incurs a negative unspent balance, it means the district exceeded its lawful expenditure maximum approved for a given fiscal year. Districts appearing for this reason are also required to appear before the School Budget Review Committee and present a corrective action plan. Thirdly, if a district incurs a negative regular program balance, it means the district used its spending authority restricted for categorical purposes for regular program purposes. While not considered unlawful, it is a fiscal warning trigger of the SBRC and requires the district to present a fiscal update to the committee to determine whether the position is purposeful and to identify their plan for sustainability. Iowa City appeared before the SBRC in recent years for all 3 reasons. In fiscal year 21, the district experienced a negative regular program balance and was required to present a fiscal update. In fiscal year 22, the district incurred a negative unspent balance and was required to present a corrective action plan. In fiscal year 23, the district was late filing fiscal reports and experienced a negative unspent balance and was required to present a corrective action plan for both reasons. Fiscal year 24, the district incurred a negative unspent balance and was required to present a corrective action plan. In fiscal year 25, the district experienced a preliminary negative regular program balance and was required to present that fiscal update. The district appeared in December of 2025 with that related fiscal update. In January of this year, Superintendent Degner contacted the department reporting that the information that affected the position and projections previously reported by the district was different. The district appeared then at the June hearing to provide an update of that previously reported information. During this time, the district also uncovered several financial concerns and are working to address each of them. Some of the examples include a lack of internal controls, funds being deposited into the incorrect accounts, payroll costs that surprisingly increased 9% over last year, much higher than anticipated, cash flow issues resulting in temporary funding needs and multiple interfund loans, multiple and unreconciled accounts, and late audits. The district has instituted spending cuts, hired a CFO with an SBO authorization, and made changes to the Financial Oversight Committee and requested additional training for board members regarding school finance. The district is anticipating a negative regular program balance again in fiscal year 26, but it is projecting to maintain an increasingly positive unspent balance in fiscal years 26 through 31. The committee's decision at the June hearing required that the district return in October with an update on that fiscal update.
I have some questions. Yes. I'm sorry, you can go first.
I was just gonna, one of my questions, mention it, but about phase 2 type. Second, when they did these interfund transfer loans, they didn't take that to board because you got to do resolutions for an interfund. So they never did any of that.
They did not do it timely. They had some turnover in district leadership mid-year. And after the CFO at that time left, they, in working to continue that leadership, found a number of things which prompted Superintendent Degner's call to myself.
Did you have more questions?
I do. It's mind boggling. I'm just trying to wrap my arms around this. But here's my point. I don't care if you're small, medium, large, we all operate under the same formula, the same pots of money. Only difference is you got bigger districts, smaller districts, medium size. But at the end of the day, we still all follow the same processes. And where I'm at in Northwest Iowa, there's a concern right now going on with, and it's a neighbor district right to me. And we're rewarding behaviors somehow through this process for these mistakes, but yet people are still being rewarded. And that's really bothering me as a superintendent, whether they're keeping a job or they're getting a payout. And the ones that have done it right, and we don't need a pat on the back, but it's embarrassing. And I just feel sometimes we just say, we'll give you more time. And, my son works in corporate America, and that doesn't work more time. You're done. You're gone. And I'm just struggling with it because you're just seeing more and more of this. And it's not that difficult. That's my problem. John and I did it for a long time. I'd been gone if this would happen. I mean, I'm just talking myself about $10 million without approval. I mean, I thought it was an error in the paper. And me. And I don't know. I hopefully they get it turned around. I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, how do you get your police rating back? You're not going to be building. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry. And nothing gets here or there. It's my soapbox. It's frustrating. Like I said, it's just happened. And this district, they put out a memo to their community and said, don't contact the superintendent. You contact the board members. I mean, that's just a gut punch. You're the leader of that district, and now you're not even going to get contact. And they had to bring a third-party auditor in. I mean, so I'm done. I got so many questions, and I don't know. It's frustrating. Sorry for letting me bend. It's just,
No,
sorry.
to do that. I just had some procedural questions. So they come in successive years with the same issues. And the requirement from SBRC is to provide a corrective action plan. So my first question would be, does the SBRC lack sanctions for districts that don't follow the recommendations from SBRC? That'd be my number one question.
I can say that over the 5 years, the first year and the last year, they didn't necessarily do anything illegal as far as like when the SBRC directed them to appear. It was the 3 years in the middle that they actually incurred a negative unspent balance. 2 of those years, they did make a request for a modified supplemental amount to help get them back to the right position. I would also say that, noting that the first year was fiscal year 21, that was, well into the pandemic. They had started an online school. They had been through 10 years prior to that, coming to the SBRC every other year to open a new school. They were in a very large period of growth. And then when the pandemic hit, they did not realize that online enrollment that they had anticipated for the online school. So the reason for their appearance, just as an example, in that first year versus the reason for the appearance in the 5th year, I would say are very different. And then along the way, there were different reasons for some of that as well. So there are a number of things that the SBRC can do. I think, I don't know how I would address whether they have the appropriate sanctions or not, but there certainly are different things that they can do, such as requiring them to appear, requiring them to submit the corrective action plan, to have those difficult conversations about what truly is happening at the district. They do have the ability to, do other things, withhold funding if they were so inclined, things like that. They can also require us to institute a phase 2 fiscal visit if they are so inclined. Right now, just thinking about that, we would do something similar to, and potentially to a lesser degree than the audits that they're going through right now. So they are behind multiple years on their audits. And so they are working to catch up, and we'll be having an audit about every 4 to 5 months over the next year and a half in order to get caught up on those audits. And so I think from that perspective, there are a lot of people looking. One of the other things that we had identified, there are 2 people that are required to be employed by a school district. One is a superintendent and one is a school business official. For a long time, they had a school business official. And when that person retired, instead of replacing that position, they went to the number 2 person. When that person retired, they went to the number 3 person who didn't have the same skill set as those other 2. And then so the person who was serving as the SBO for the district was not actually their financial leader. And so that was one of the things that we had talked to them, that we had discussed with them about sharing our concern. And that is something that they did address as part of their information, that they did hire somebody with a longtime Iowa school finance experience that is now helping with the district. In fact, they started early. They've already started in this fiscal year. They brought back one of the prior CFOs, that number 2 guy that I mentioned. They brought him back to try to help clean things up. And so there are a number of things I think that are happening already, but I don't know what we would add to also going in there.
Well, I appreciate that context because that's not what is available to the masses public, right? It's the concept that we all hear and read about. So that's why I wanted to ask that question, was give you an opportunity to provide some details for discussion that would allow you to give them the extended time that they need to respond. It's an unfortunate situation, especially for the students in that district and that community. So moving forward, let's say they come back are they coming back in October, whether it's this district or another district that's having similar issues. So in October, would you make possibly a different recommendation, maybe the phase 2, or continue on and just continue with that close monitoring? Is that likely the path that you'll follow, provided that they're meeting the expectations that they set forth?
There certainly are a number of potential actions available to the School Budget Review Committee. The department's role with the SBRC is to take into consideration all of the information that's provided by the district. So similar to how you guys receive your board materials in advance, and previous to that, they're vetted by department staff. It's the same process with the SBRC. So once we get that information from the district after the close of the fiscal year, then we'll make a recommendation based on what we see at that time. And then the SBRC will take that under advisement during its proceedings.
Question is because like with this 10 million and banks are saying we're not loaning you, they're already in the hole, correct? So how do you get out of this hole when it's such a large deficit in multiple categories?
The district's exhibits did illustrate a plan that they, while they are anticipating a negative regular program balance at the end of the year, they are not anticipating negative at the end of the year. So they have a plan in place.
Are there ever any?
The end of this year or next year?
Fiscal year 26.
I don't know how to phrase this properly, but are there any legal violations that any of these employees have incurred in the course of these actions that they didn't disclose or ignored, or the emails that went out and people read it and they didn't respond to it? I mean, is there?
That's not a question that I'm equipped to answer. I don't know that that's.
Maybe this isn't either. I don't.
Well, maybe before the answer, I guess the follow-up to that, even legalistically, I'm looking at it from a licensing perspective. I was on the BOE for several years, quite a long time ago. These kinds of issues never came up. And I guess I got to thinking about it. And when I was reading all this, why can't it become a bit of a licensing issue even? If that kind of general, I'm not picking on anyone in particular, but that kind of, I'll just call it incompetence or professional ethics or whatever terminology you want to give it for licensed positions. And I realized some of these positions involved in this were not licensed.
I can speak to the person who was serving as the chief financial officer. They did not hold a school business official authorization through the Board of Educational Examiners, which is one of the things that we identified we would like to see corrected. Thomas, if you want to add anything for other positions.
There is some historical precedent for referrals to the Board of Educational Examiners for district level leadership for mismanagement, more than mismanagement. A superintendent of one of the larger districts intentionally overspent to make a point about perceived inequities in school finance. He intentionally overspent. He took his lumps from the Board of Educational Examiners. It was kind of like civil disobedience. The context was different, but the logic set's the same. The superintendent is a licensed, anybody who holds a BW license is subject to complaint and discipline of the.
So it could, theoretically could.
And to clarify, and I know you, of course, you guys giving your service on the BOE, when a complaint is made, if a complaint is under investigation, there's strict confidentiality as a matter of Iowa code. The only appropriate discussion would be if probable cause were to be determined in a general scenario, in any scenario. But just flipping back to the actions that the SBRC actually took, Cassandra referenced the district is now required to submit monthly reports to its local school board, its auditor, and to the school budget review committee. Cassandra, could you speak to the two scenarios, depending on the CAR, in which a district may have to reappear before the SBRC in addition to the direction already provided by the SBRC, and then a district may have to institute a corrective action plan?
Yes. CAR, by the way, is a certified annual report of finances.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yes. And that report is due September 15th following the close of each fiscal year. And so based on that data, we look to determine whether or not the district incurred a negative unspent balance. Additionally, the district is statutorily required to report if they had a negative unspent balance. And so if they had a negative unspent balance, that means that they all overspent their lawful maximum authorized budgets and they broke the law. And so in that case, they would be required to submit that corrective action plan and present it to the school budget review committee, generally at their December hearing each year. Secondly, if they are late filing those fiscal reports, they would also be required to appear before the SBRC to present a corrective action plan. If we find that they have that negative regular program balance again, which Iowa City is projecting to have, and we generally have 4 to 8 each year, then they also would be required to appear before the SBRC, not because they broke the law, but because of that early warning trigger. And then they would be required to provide a fiscal update. So we don't call it a corrective action plan because we don't know they've done anything wrong necessarily, but it is a fiscal update to see if they are purposeful of where they are and then what that plan is for fiscal sustainability.
I appreciate that information.
You've got very school financially competent people on SBRC.
Oh, yeah.
They're top notch.
They're good. Very good.
I would hope that if the SBRC gets to a level of frustration that they don't hesitate to reach out to this board if further action is needed beyond their capabilities.
I echo that. Strongly echo that.
You know, we have a situation that's, high profile. I still trying to, I was talking about 10 million, which is phenomenal. I'm trying to get my mind around how you miss a 9% increase in employee costs. Like, holy cow. It's like,
I agree.
and it's, anyway, this board is not in a position to second guess SBRC. I think that they're doing their due diligence. I just want them to know that if they reach a point of frustration and aren't making any headway and things are going sideways or backwards, that they could certainly reach out to this board.
Glad we have your department.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because if we didn't, our meetings would be even longer. And more frequent.
Yes. The final action item at the June 9th hearing was an acceptance of a recommendation from a task force to approve a certificate of need from West Bend Mallard Community School Districts to use $5.4 million in future save revenues to build a secured entrance to have HVAC improvements and to build 4 additional classrooms. So this district was required to submit what's called a certificate of need because either they have less than 250 students in their entire district or less than 100 students in their high school, and they meet on that second criteria. Any other questions?
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's talk legislative and future notices of intended action.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eric St. Clair, Legislative Liaison for the Department. So legislative update, 2026 legislative session adjourned on May 3rd, 2026. The department during the session tracked well over 250 versions of bills that were introduced this session. At the conclusion of session, Governor Reynolds had 30 days to review and either sign or veto legislation, and the signing window ended on June 2nd. Of the bills we were tracking, Governor Reynolds signed 43, issued 3 line item vetoes, and vetoed 3 bills in their entirety. The board has had previous updates on the department's pre-filed bills from this past legislative session. We introduced 5 in total, and ultimately 3 of our bills that were introduced in 2026 and 1 bill that was introduced in 2025 passed the legislature and were signed into law by Governor Reynolds. The 3 that were introduced this session that were signed were House File 2230, which relates to educator quality and preparation, Senate File 2220, regarding instructional quality and gifted and talented programs, and House File 2610 related to, which is called the Pathways Matters Bill and relates to post-secondary education. The 1 pre-filed legislation from last session that was passed this session was Senate File 273, which relates to the definition of grooming under the Board of Educational Examiners Code of Ethics. So very pleased with the success of those bills, and we will continue having discussions around the other departments' pre-filed bills next session, which included a bill that focused on the implementation of workforce Pell and establishing a statewide student return on investment indicator, as well as another bill implementing the House File 2545 recommendations, which stemmed from a task force that was facilitated by the department in the fall of 2024 and 2025, which represented a continuum of policies focused on supporting post-secondary success, including greater academic planning and greater access to concurrent enrollment during the summer months. Outside of those department pre-filed bills, there are numerous other topics that were discussed by the legislature, and I'm just going to draw out a couple of examples. One would be student health and screen time. This was primarily through House File 2670, which restricts schools from, has several components, one related to school nutrition by restricting schools from offering meals containing certain ingredients. It establishes student instructional technology standards that limits digital instruction for students in kindergarten through grade 5 to no more than 60 minutes per school day, with certain specified exemptions within the bill. And it also addresses student physical activity by requiring an assessment of physically able students using the Presidential Physical Fitness Test, and increases the minimum physical activity requirement of students in kindergarten through grade 4 to at least 40 minutes per school day. Another topic that was addressed this session was related to school choice, primarily through House File 2754. There are numerous provisions in there related to charter schools. One, it establishes the University of Northern Iowa as a charter school authorizer in addition to the State Board of Education. Permits a student enrolled in a charter school to participate in extracurricular athletics and extracurricular activities, as well as concurrent enrollment offerings provided by the district. And it also ensures that charter school students have access to a course in driver's education. It adds the teacher salary supplement to the funding transferred by the school district to charter schools for each resident student, and provides charter schools with access to media and educational services through the AEAs. And it adds charter school employees, it adds charter schools to covered employment within IPERS, the retirement system, and establishes a charter school facilities revolving loan program. It touches on ESAs by establishing a second application window from October 15th through November 15th. There are several provisions related to independent accreditation for non-public schools, specifically stating that if a non-public school is de-accredited by an independent accreditor, they may not seek accreditation through independent accreditation for a period of 3 years. They may, however, seek immediate accreditation through the state process. It establishes, related to the statewide voluntary preschool program, it establishes a process for community-based providers to directly participate in the statewide voluntary preschool program, which is distinct from the existing practice of community partners partnering with schools to offer local programming. And there are other provisions in there related to private instruction and collecting data on open enrollment denials. Student behavior and discipline was another prevalent topic. Senate File 2428 establishes processes related to handling situations of violent and nonviolent disruptions caused by students, including procedures for removing students from for such disruptions and returning those students to the classroom. It also specifically addresses how to handle situations involving students with an IEP or 504 plan.
Eric, can I stop you there quick? With the student discipline, when does that take effect? Is that August 1st or?
Yep, it will be July 1.
July 1.
This upcoming school year.
And so the rules for that won't come out until?
Sometime after that.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I may, this is not one of the bills, if I read it, if I remember it correctly, it's not one where the department was directed to do emergency rules. And second, under the Administrative Procedure Act, the deadline for implementing rules is 180 days from effective date. So,
okay.
So it's an unfortunate artifact with substantive law and administrative law not perfectly syncing, but point well taken.
So can I go backwards for 1 second, just because my brain is tired? So you and I and charter school authorizations. So that was something proposed and didn't pass, or that did?
That passed.
Okay, so how will that coordinate with how we manage that process?
I'm sure that will be an upcoming conversation with how those will overlap.
Okay. This significant amount of work that you've done and coordinating that will be important.
Yes. Bill, okay.
I'm sure the messenger.
No. I just I was just curious if the processes will be the same.
There was preschool programming was addressed. I already mentioned one related to House File 2754. Also through House File 2493, there was it modifies the eligibility criteria for the program by allowing children to participate in the program who are 4 years of old on or before September 15th of the school year, or who turn 5 years old on or before after March 15th. But on or before September. I probably miswrote that, but basically it adds 5-year-olds to the statewide voluntary preschool program. And then Senate File 2231 requires a school district to enter into a contractual agreement under the statewide voluntary preschool program with a community-based provider upon request. So 3 separate bills touching on preschool programming this last session. Social studies and civics. House File 2670 establishes a social studies assessment in grades 8 and 11, effective for the school year beginning July 1, 2027. And then House File 2231 requires the department to develop and administer a Seal of Civics Excellence program to recognize students graduating from high school who have demonstrated proficiency in civics. And then, of course, school finance and property taxes was a big topic this session as well. Regarding property taxes, I'll refer to the update provided by Dr. Klein and her remarks related to the SBRC, and there will be more information from the management on other implications related to the property tax bill going forward. So obviously this is not an exhaustive list of topics or legislation that passed this session, but it does serve as a sample of some of the broad themes that were addressed by the legislature. Quickly noting the items that were vetoed by Governor Reynolds. There were 2 related to concurrent enrollment, Senate File 2320 regarding course modalities and requiring participation in face-to-face offerings versus online formats. And then Senate File 2299, which authorized school districts to seek reimbursement for a concurrent enrollment course that a student failed or withdrew from. Again, those were vetoed in their entirety by Governor Reynolds. And then there was another one related to agency processes for pre-filing legislation that was vetoed. The one line item veto I will note was the Education Appropriations Bill, and that was the Education Appropriations Bill's House File 2783 and the appropriation debt with an electronic mail security program. Each of these vetoes was accompanied by a letter explaining the veto. So if you're interested in more of the detail and explanation behind those vetoes, those are all available either on the governor's website, or if you search these specific bills, they're attached to those as well on the legislature's website. So since adjournment, the department has been busy preparing implementation. We have staff agency-wide have been engaging in the review process and preparing implementation strategies and resources. This, of course, includes the annual letter to the field that we produce, which summarizes all enacted legislation and describes what those resources and implementation supports will look like. A preview of this letter was discussed with superintendents just this past week during a monthly statewide superintendent's call, and the full letter will be distributed later this summer. The department is, of course, preparing rules packages as needed, and that began today with 8th grade athletic eligibility. And there are others that you'll be seeing as well, and Thomas will be coordinating that and provide you with relevant updates as those become available. So besides the questions you already asked, I'm happy to attempt to.
So the letter to the field's coming out this summer.
Yes.
July.
Beginning of July.
That is very helpful. Very helpful. Any questions for Eric? Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Item 20 on our agenda, student board representative. We've had some discussions about the possibility of having a student from the community college, on the state board. not simultaneously, but alternating with high school student and community college students. I think Amy's prepared some information as far as possible application process and
Yeah.
what do you have, Amy?
Happy to go over some of this. So Chair Hall's brought this wonderful idea about having a student member on our community college advisory committee, similar to how you all have a student member. Brings excellent feedback and perspective to the discussion. And we've kind of long wanted to figure out a way to incorporate the community college student voice. So we've drafted a process that we brought to Community College Advisory Committee. So it would be one student member. The application period would open in July. Close in late summer. We intend to use our community college connections, those on the advisory committee and others that other folks at the colleges to just help nominate students to participate that they think would be good. We would open up the application window. The department staff would review submissions and advance 6 candidates to a subcommittee of the Community College Advisory Committee. And then that group would bring forward 3 finalists to the full state board for review and selection. We're planning 1-year terms, potentially a second year if we can get a student to serve 2 years. In the community college space, it's harder to keep students for multiple years because they're just more frequently in and out. So we did adapt the application material slightly since the audience is a bit different. We're interested in potentially concurrent enrollment students, traditional students, adult learners, non-credit working adults. It could be a wide variety. So we've adjusted the question slightly, but are largely mirroring it on the board process. Just allowing them to attach a resume perhaps instead of the list of activities, that sort of thing. 1 letter of reference for this application process, but mostly similar to the existing process. So we would roll that out as soon as we get approvals for the materials to the CCAC members and start recruiting members for ideally even our August meeting if we can get a student identified by that time. Our cycle of meetings starts August through May.
I'm a little confused. So that would be in addition to the student.
They would sit on the Community College Advisory Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yes,
but
sorry.
that's legislative action, isn't it? Is it not?
Not for the Community College Advisory Committee.
Oh,
So
okay. Thank you for that.
the Community College Advisory Committee and the Non-Public School Advisory Committee are both committees established by the board.
Correct.
And I know we're excited to proceed with the application process recommended by the department to the CCAC. Another internal discussion has been, does it also make sense then to have a non-public school member on the non-pub board, for example?
Oh, sure.
Or,
Okay.
excuse me, now I misspoke, non-pub advisory committee, excuse me.
Got it. Okay.
And this is intended to be a step in lieu of, or not in lieu of, I'm not saying that correctly. The last time we talked about having the alternating seat
Yes.
here,
Yes.
the action in order to do that, if we were able to have that on the legislative slate for the department this year, by the time it gets passed and adopted, it actually wouldn't be in place for the board until like 2028. So this is intended to get student voice engaged in the process now. So if we can get the legislative action happening this year, it actually won't be. So this gets us kind of step 1. But I don't want it to be interpreted as this gets us over the finish line for being able to have voice here.
My question would be, have we talked to our student representatives over the year to see if they would be interested in every other meeting or whatever that shared role looks like, or would they? Because this, I think, is quite a resume builder. I would think our students who apply like that continuity of being on the board for a year.
Well, what I thought the assignment for the DE was to evaluate what other boards across the country were doing with their student roles. Because again, our last conversation was, we don't want to go too far with the seats on the board, right? Do we have a high school student and a community college student and a charter school student? I mean, I don't know what year the seat of the student was established, but the look of education across Iowa has really changed. And so then we had talked about, should 1 year the seat for the student be a high school student, The next year, it could be a community college student. The next year, should we include a charter school seat, right? Next 1 year, should it be a homeschool student? I mean, there's so many voices of students now that our system serves, but the seat still is defined just a very specific way in legislation. And so we're only really accommodating for one voice from the Iowa system that we all represent.
Yeah, I get all of that, but that still would require legislative action.
Right. So how do we
start
define it?
those. Yeah.
Yeah. And how do we make that happen? And so I realize our committees offer different opportunities for voice through committee, and then we represent that voice. But then this seat provides just one voice here at this table, which I think we could figure out a way to create some kind of system to allow space for all those voices to be represented.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. It's
how do we do it?
Well, it's how do we do it? And legislatively, do we have to, would it be advantageous to have a track record before legislation is introduced? So if you go to my legislature, why don't we put a community college student on our school board? Well, I know I would get questions like, well, how do you have any indication it's going to be successful? How's it work?
Well, I think we do have precedent in that we have a student voice at the table.
We have a high school student.
Right.
We don't have a community college student.
But our system represents.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, is it better to have a track record of saying, yeah, we've had a student on the community college council this last year and it worked out great.
The
We think we could,
advisory.
we think that we can mirror that image.
But I think, John, if we say it back, that having the high school student at the Board of Education has provided value. I think the question would be, why wouldn't having a community college voice here add value too? I mean, that would.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think there's an argument back that.
It's getting an argument.
John, but, and I think, I mean, we're also at a critical time where we're trying to move people into the workforce, and that targeted population is even more important now. So I think having the voice here is even more critical than it has been in past years. So, and if you think about the work we're doing there, Workforce Pell, all of those aspects, it's I don't want to say more important, but it's vitally important. You know, I think there can be a case of having that voice today.
So at this point, do you need us to like verbally just to, we're okay with moving forward with that?
Yeah, I think they're kind of our two separate issues. It's the presence on this board. I think for today, I would appreciate some kind of just endorsement of, as it relates specifically to the Community College Advisory Committee and our desire to have a student voice on that and this process, if you are in support of that decision. We can move forward with that because I think we would keep that regardless of what happens at this table.
I would be supportive of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Would it be an additional seat to that committee then? Or replacing a seat?
No, it would be additional. What the challenge has always been in this conversation, and that what I've understood is if we don't make a decision about pursuing this soon with this year's legislative slate, it won't be on the slate. Like the last message we received is that August. So, and as a board, we've had lots of conversations around either I pursue it as an individual with my individual legislators to see if they will raise it as an issue on the floor, or does it come from the Department of Education saying this is something we would like to change in the composition? And if it's something the DE needs to the slate, then it needs to be something we recommend by August.
Would we be able to get some historical background information on why this seat was established and the goals and how long it's been in place?
It's been in place for more than a decade, right, Thomas?
2002.
So we can work to identify what historical record exists about that.
Yeah. I'd just be curious how it all came about and why.
And then I think one note, of course, is you mentioned how you've benefited from concurrent enrollment earlier in the conversation. About 50% of community college enrollment is concurrent enrollment. So that is certainly an important voice that we have through at least our last 3 high school students I can attest to.
Yep. Okay.
So let's break this down. So do we need to do anything as far as you're concerned, Amy?
No, I feel like I have direction to move forward with a student seat on the Community College Advisory Committee. Correct. So I will go ahead and do that. So from my perspective, I have all that I need. But then I think the next question is just if you would do anything related to this board.
And then so legislatively, we would need to decide that in August if we want to move forward with that.
I think this was put on because even depending on what the timelines are, even August is late. So that's why we had it scheduled for this conversation.
Oh, so you want us to decide that now?
I think we can revisit in August. I'm not sure what the deadlines will be at that point.
Okay.
Just to be fully transparent. And then I think the other component is also as chair, do you want to explore a non-public student serving on the non-public school advisory committee as well?
I'm going to defer to you.
At this point being, since it's going to be a new composition for the non-public group, it's probably the right time. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it at the same time we're doing, the new composition, if you will, of the committee. Yes.
We only meet 4 times a year.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Not a huge thing.
Yeah.
Well, I am in favor. I don't know if can I make a motion with the way it's?
You can make a motion if you like.
I would make a motion, we pursue legislation to update the parameters of the student representative seat on the State Board of Education.
So can I ask a qualifying question? So is this an alternative, every month it changes?
No, not every month.
This
I
would be
think
an
it's
addition.
Year to year.
year to
Oh,
year.
year to year.
Yes. And I think the seat be reflective of, I think it needs a new definition of the Iowa educational system. I think it needs a broader definition representing community college, charter, non-public or public education.
So was this group the one that created the original definition? I mean, do we have that authority just to throw something out there? I mean, who started this?
It's in state code.
Okay.
I don't know if there was a recommendation from the state board at that time, but it's in state code.
Okay.
We're trailblazing, Mary.
Yeah, I don't know. I happen to like this, and to your point earlier, that the concurrent enrollment is represented in this seat. And why did you apply for this?
I was nominated and I thought it would be an outstanding thing for me to be able to do. It would open so many doors for me in the future. And I'm passionate about education. I want to have a good education. I want to make sure others get a good education. And it would help me practice these kinds of communication skills and public speaking skills that I know I'm going to have to use in a future career. And so to be able to harness that at a younger age and practice will really help me in my future.
And I'm just concerned about missing 2 years of not having a high school student on here.
So do you think adding another seat?
I'm just sharing what my concerns are. I don't have a solution.
From a high school perspective, I think having someone who's like age might help with the nerves and feeling a little more comfortable from that aspect. Having someone else who's new, who might be experiencing this for the first time with you might be helpful for some students who are entering this board.
What does everyone else think? What are you thinking?
Would it be decided from that year? Like, would only community college students apply for this year, or would it be decided based on the applications that you receive?
Well, the way that the community college application is designed is that there's a way that they can indicate what kind of student they are, right? So, I mean, even if they were a high school student enrolled in the community college programming, they could still indicate that.
Okay.
So,
But your goal would be not the K-12 current student. Right. It would be the adult.
How many applications do we receive on average for the student?
This past year, we received 29.
Yeah. They're all very highly qualified people.
What if we would just, I guess I'm a little concerned about having just 7 board members, voting board members, and now with Todd's and very unfortunate departure, we'll have 6 for who knows long. And we used to have 9.
Yeah.
And
9 voting members.
9 voting members. And I sometimes I get a little concerned about the dilution of membership on the board, because sometimes we scramble to have a quorum.
Yeah.
And not that it wouldn't be a good experience, my thought, and I don't think it's a good thought, but we'll just leave the application open to any public, non-public, charter student, community college student every year, just leave
Oh,
it
that's
open.
an idea.
Leave it open.
Yeah.
Rather than to have a quota for, well, this year it's a public high school student, next year it's community college, next year it's a charter, next year it's a non-pub student. It's
I like that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just think
just,
it,
but I would like, personally, I think one student works well with the numbers we have here as far as board members. And we have one, I guess, we have Beth, who is not an official board member, but is also, she usually attends virtually. But instead of maybe pigeonholing it, just open it up to anybody that is in those categories.
John, I love that idea. I love that idea.
Did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I'd go back to my 3 things. What's the purpose? Who's it for? The intent? I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, what's the purpose? And because this was established in 2002. Why?
Yeah, that was back to my.
Why? And if we start going, like I said, I think it's a great idea to get, I just don't have the solution on what it looks like, but when you start getting into college, they are more adults. And what was the intent for high school? Was it for them to gain an experience, to have a voice from K-12's perspective? Because as you become an adult, it becomes, well, I want
A little
this.
different.
Yeah, it's a little different. Hey, you need to increase tuition, or, that's my only thing, is what's going to be the criteria for these students when they come here, because we got enough adults that talk about that. So I would caution of what's the intent, because if we all change as we get out of high school, because we mature more and it could be more demands versus, that's my 2 cents. I'm in favor. I think it's a great idea because education is changing and evolving, but as you get more adults in, you get more opinions versus high school student wanting to learn more, the processes, how a board operates, how it will help them mature and grow as they go on into college, et cetera, career. That's my thing. So I don't know why it was established, what the intent was in 2002. That would help me personally.
How were you pitched this to?
My principal nominated me. So one day I looked at my computer, I had an email from him. He emailed 3 students from my high school. He told us about the opportunity. He sent us the application. If he would have never sent me that email and nominated me for this, I would have had no idea it existed. So because of him, I knew it existed. I decided to apply, and I did the whole application process, and I'm sitting here today. So.
But I like the idea of starting at the subcommittee.
Oh, yeah.
That's a done.
That's done. And I like the idea of just opening it up to a larger audience.
If I amend my motion to
Well,
broaden student
and I made a
participation.
mistake because there should have been a second before we got into discussion.
That's true.
Well, that's okay. So I can make my motion be that we broaden the student representation to be open each year to a community college, public or non-public student. Modify the
It's
legislation.
likely it's going to get pitched by that institution anyway, whether it be a school district or a college or.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
One small thing I did think of when I read through, my principal gave me the opportunity because I talk to him in the hallways every day. I sit on this board where we speak and communicate, so he kind of knows who I am. But within a community college, would the counselors or the people who are pitching the idea to the students, they wouldn't have as good of an understanding as to who the student is, just because the college is big and it's hard to know 2,000 kids personally. So how would that application get increased visibility so that those community college students would know about the opportunity?
Yeah.
That's just what came to my mind.
But it goes back to if there's if there's a student on the community college subcommittee, I can't talk anymore.
It's a
That's
progression.
at least a step.
Yeah.
And we might need to get the word out to more than like the president. We might have to go to advisors and, different staff at the college to ask them to speak with
We
their.
get a fair number of student applicants from larger schools every year too.
Yeah, it was just something that came to my mind when I was thinking about it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
And then just the other contextual point related to the request for state-by-state comparison. NASB, the National Association of School Boards of Education, has an older report, 2018, but it indicates that 32 states do not have a student member.
32 states.
Do not have a student member, correct?
That's interesting.
It is interesting.
Ready. We have one more.
Oh, we do.
We have a motion and a second. We haven't
we have
voted
vote?
yet.
Haven't voted?
No.
The discussion section.
I knew that. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, now the last agenda.
Sorry, John.
It could be fairly quick. No meeting in July.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Bring us home, John.
Last month when President Robbins brought this up, he wanted this to be succinct, so I will not disappoint you. So, just to give you some context, no meeting in July. I think everyone's aware of that. This is a tentative agenda preview to date. Now, just to give you some more context, DE staff still have 2 weeks to keep formulating the agenda, and the official date for that is July 2nd, and then July 23rd, we have a scheduled tentative pre-approval agenda board meeting. So I only have several items to share with you, first of all. The first one is for President Robbins' request. He requested that the State Board of Education membership to the National Association of School Boards be discussed. Part of my role is to onboard new staff, share out this membership. And because of the cost of that, President Robbins wanted to have a discussion next month, which I will share materials on what that looks like. Another item is timeline placement of the AA annual accreditation performance reviews. To give new board members context on that, in the March State Board of Education meeting, the AA budget approval process occurred. And then the next month was the annual accreditation report. And there was discussion there about moving that in 2027 because of the timeline and back to back and how much work it was. And that was supposed to occur at this meeting, but because we had such a robust agenda, it was kicked to August. So we'll bring that back up to finalize what that's going to look like for 2027. And the other two items so far we have for August is the Morningside University Accreditation follow-up report, and then a Emmaus University Accreditation report. So far, that's all we have.
But there'll be more.
Most certainly be more.
And we will add to the AEA annual accreditation performance review, the performance framework that we discussed earlier in the conversation.
Perfect.
Uh,
Yeah, and I'll just add, if anyone's been to the National Association of School Boards or knows anything about it, that they would like to share their comments with John so he can aggregate, that might be helpful.
I think our annual, did you say our annual fees like 29,000?
Correct. But yes, 20,000 some change.
That's a lot.
It's a significant amount.
Whether it's even if you just sign up one board member instead of the whole board.
And that's a membership is yes.
All or nothing. Okay.
Would you like to make a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn and thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
We're gonna miss you. You're not.
All right.